good evening, dear friends, and welcome. Thank you for choosing to spend your cherished moments with us tonight. We hope you've relished the beauty of this spring day, where nature begins anew and the world seems to soften with every gentle breeze. Spring is truly the perfect season for renewal, and what better way to embrace its serenity than by immersing yourself in a peaceful story. As you unwind with the soothing sounds of our video, we wish you a restful night and a wonderful start to your day ahead. Sweet dreams. Story 1. In the velvet-hued valley of Whistleroot Hollow, where fireflies wrote poems in the air with their golden trails and rivers hummed lullabies against polished stones, there existed a most peculiar problem. The moon had misplaced its laughter. 3 friends noticed it first: Thistlefoot the hedgehog, whose quills shimmered with sugar dust from her bakery; Bramblewick the owl, whose spectacles were perpetually askew from reading upside-down books; and Pippin the rabbit, whose overall pockets bulged with gears, gumdrops, and a compass that pointed only to birthday parties. They gathered under the great sycamore, its branches heavy with lantern blossoms that glowed like captured sunbeams. "The stars are hiccuping," observed Bramblewick gravely, watching a constellation sputter above the toffee-tiled library. "And the night milk in my cocoa keeps curdling into tiny storm clouds." Pippin adjusted her goggles, a jam smear magnifying her left eye to comical proportions. "It's the moon's doing, haven't you heard, old missus?" Nimbus at the laundromat said moonlight's been coming out wrinkled all week. Thistlefoot gasped, a puff of cinnamon escaping her apron. "No wonder my midnight muffins taste melancholy." She produced 3 pastries from her satchel, each frosted with stardust icing. "We must consult the Glimmergrasp." The Glimmergrasp, as every creature knew, was the valley's ancient map painted on a dragonfly's wings. It led them through bioluminescent fern forests, past meadows where dandelion clocks chimed the hour, and over bridges woven from spider silk and sonnets. Their destination, the cave of borrowed echoes, where the moon's laughter was rumored to be stored in jars by a forgetful starling. But when they arrived, they found not a starling, but a small lavender dragon named Snickerdoodle perched atop a wobbling tower of teacups. His scales clinked like wind chimes as he frantically shuffled through a deck of shadow cards. Blundering bumbleberries. Snickerdoodle groaned, smoke rings forming exclamation marks above his head. "I've gone and misplaced the moon's chuckle while reorganizing my collection." He gestured to shelves crammed with bottled sunbeams, corked rainbows, and a particularly rowdy jar labeled Tuesday afternoons. Thistlefoot offered him a sympathy scone. "However did you manage it?" "I was practicing my vanishings." The dragon sighed, producing a handkerchief that unfolded into a miniature hot air balloon. "Meant to make my shadow disappear, but I sneezed mid-spell and poof, the laughter slipped away." Pippin's ears perked. "Maybe it didn't vanish. What if it's just stuck somewhere?" She pulled a kaleidoscope from her pocket, its lens frosted with peppermint. "Let's check the in-between places." Through the kaleidoscope, they spied the laughter trapped in the reflection of a dewdrop, bouncing between raindrop mirrors in a puddle dimension. "We'll need a tune to coax it out," Bramblewick mused, tuning a ukulele strung with cobweb strings. And so they sang, a wobbly, wonderful ballad of hiccuping toads and giggling glaciers, while Snickerdoodle juggled teacups into a makeshift ladder. The laughter, curiosity piqued, began hopping closer, leaving ripples of silver mirth in its wake. But just as Thistlefoot reached to catch it with her berry-stained mittens, crackle sbloosh. A wayward sneeze from Snickerdoodle sent the entire puddle dimension showering down as glittery mist. The friends tumbled into a heap, drenched but delighted, for the moon's laughter had burst free and now swirled around them in helical gusts, tickling noses and untying shoelaces. "Quick," Pippin shouted, emptying her pockets. "The compass." The birthday party pointing compass spun wildly, its arrow zipping to the one place laughter always gathers, a celebration. They chased the gleeful gleam through upside-down orchards and across a river of lemonade, arriving breathless at the doorstep of the annual snail ballet. Under mushroom spotlights, armored dancers pirouetted on pearl platforms to the thrum of bumblebee cellos. The moon's laughter dove into the revelry, frosting the champagne fountain into a bubbly geyser of stardust. As the valley's magic stabilized, muffins regained their cheer, cocoa clouds dissolved into marshmallows, Snickerdoodle bowed deeply, his tail knocking over a tower of profiteroles. "I'll return the laughter properly this time," he promised, producing a net woven from twilight and trivia questions. Together they guided the mirth back to the moon, now grinning its familiar crescent grin. As dawn painted the horizon in watermelon hues, the friends sprawled on Thistlefoot's bakery roof, sharing a pie filled with candied auroras. Bramblewick strummed a lullaby on his cobweb ukulele, while Snickerdoodle demonstrated how to fold moonlight into origami frogs. And though the valley never quite solved why Thistlefoot's next batch of muffins occasionally hopped away, or why Pippin's compass developed a fondness for polka parties, they agreed some mysteries were best left bubbling, like good soup or friendships, or the way fireflies always save the best verses of their poems for patient listeners. The end. Story 2. The stars above the crystalline marshes of planet Vera shimmered like spilled sugar across velvet, their light diffused through wisps of rose-quartz clouds. Beneath this celestial tapestry, two figures moved through the knee-deep waters, one leaving trails of bioluminescent algae glowing turquoise in their wake, the other causing faint metallic pings with each step as their bronze-plated feet disturbed submerged machinery. Zur, a amphibious Varen scout with skin that shifted between opal and slate depending on their mood, paused to adjust the breathing filaments fluttering at their neck. The resonance note should be near, they hummed, voice bubbling like a brook over smooth stones. Their webbed fingers passed through a cluster of singing reeds, releasing a chord that made the water ripple in concentric rainbows. Across the marsh, Talk, a clockwork envoy from the arid world of Chronos 7, stumbled over a submerged data spire, their copper joints emitting a distressed creak. Query, why must vital infrastructure be submerged in 87% water? Their ocular lenses whirred, zooming in on Zur's disappearing silhouette. A small hatch opened in Talk's chest plate, releasing a mechanical firefly drone that buzzed ahead to light the path. Neither had expected to become reluctant partners in repairing the ancient communication array that kept their neighboring planets from drifting into war. Zur saw the array as a living entity, its roots entwined with Vera's ecosystem. Talk viewed it as a puzzle of gears and code, its malfunction threatening their people's water trade agreements. Their first meeting had been a disaster, Zur interpreting Talk's diagnostic probes as violent intrusion, Talk mistaking Zur's protective bioluminescent flares for hostile projectiles. The breakthrough came during the third lunar cycle, when acid rains began dissolving Talk's outer plating. Zur, against all protocol, guided the shivering automaton to a geothermal vent crackling beneath a canopy of prismatic ferns. As Talk's system stabilized, they noticed Zur's skin had turned stormy gray, the Varen equivalent of concern. Observation, your chromatophores indicate distress. Hypothesis, you experience empathy for non-biological life forms. Zur coiled their prehensile tail around a warm vent stone, offering it to Talk. All vibrations in the marsh are connected. Your pain frequencies disturb the reed singer's harmony. They plucked a vibrating root strand, producing a sound that made Talk's gears unexpectedly hum in resonance. You are part of the music. As they worked, their odd symbiosis grew. Talk learned to distinguish between Varen danger hues and laughter shimmers. Zur discovered that feeding stardust berries into Talk's intake valve produced delightful steam whistles. When the marsh crocodiles made of liquid crystal attacked, Tok's precise sonar pulses, combined with Zer's subharmonic songs, created a defense vibration that shattered the predators into harmless droplets. The final test came at the array's heart, a colossal tree whose branches held dying stars captive in glass pods. The equilibrium is broken, Zer mourned, watching a star dim to ochre. Tok's sensors detected the problem, a single fractured gear in the alignment system. Requirement: immediate replacement. Available materials insufficient. Zer placed a webbed hand on Tok's overheating core. Your central cog, it's the right resonance frequency. Affirmative. Consequence: my termination within 23 minutes post-removal. The marsh held its breath. Somewhere, a reed sang Middle C. Zer's skin flashed sunset orange, the color of a Veyron epiphany. The tree gives life, you give the tree life, the music continues. With gentle claws they extracted Tok's glowing cog, then pressed their forehead against the automaton's cooling chassis. Veyron bioluminescence flowed into Tok's circuits, a temporary lifeline. As the repaired array blossomed with reignited stars, Tok, now powered by both quantum batteries and living light, found their vocabulary expanding beyond logical parameters. Zer friend hypothesis: friendship is a rational energy exchange with mutual luminosity gains. Zer's laughter made the marsh flowers bloom. And the best kind of music. Under the healed stars, two beings sat, one sipping stardust tea from a gear-shaped cup, the other learning to hum, their frequencies now permanently harmonized. The end. Story 3. In a valley cupped between mountains that wore crowns of perpetual mist, there lived a young bookbinder named Corin, whose hands could mend torn pages, but trembled at the thought of mending his own life. His cottage stood at the edge of Willowmere, a village where chimney smoke curled into the sky like cursive script, and the orchards changed color with the precision of a well-timed clock. Yet Corin clung to sameness, the russet ink he used for every title, the chamomile tea he brewed each dusk, the single crooked path he walked to the town square. Seasons turned, but his routines remained as fixed as the North Star, polished smooth by repetition. The trouble began on an autumn morning when the wind carried a peculiar scent, burnt sugar and frost, and a maple leaf drifted onto Corin's work table. It was no ordinary leaf. Its veins pulsed faintly gold, and when he touched it, the room filled with the sound of distant bells. By noon, every book in his shop had sprouted leaves between their pages, oak, aspen, birch, each glowing with the same unearthly light. Townsfolk whispered of a library tree, rumored to grow in the heart of the woods, a place where stories took root and seasons tangled like yarn. But Corin, unnerved by this leafy invasion, bundled the books into a sack and set off to return them, his boots crunching through amber-colored ferns. Deep in the forest, where sunlight fell in honeyed ribbons, he found the tree, a colossal oak with bark like braided silver, its branches heavy with books instead of acorns. A girl perched on a root, her hair the color of storm clouds, knitting a scarf that shimmered like creek water. "You're late," she said, not unkindly. Her name was Wren, she explained, the tree's caretaker. The volumes Corin had tried to discard were seedlings, stories yearning to be planted in the right heart. "The tree chose you," she said, offering him a cup of sap-steeped tea that tasted of forgotten memories. "It knows you're afraid to grow." Corin protested. He liked his life small and tidy, a neatly shelved story with no surprises. But Wren gestured to the tree's highest branch, where a single book hung, its cover blank. "Yours," she said. "It can't be written until you let the seasons in." That night, as Corin huddled by his hearth, a chapter unfurled in his mind, a tale of a boy who built a wall of hourglasses to stop time, only to find himself trapped in a room full of echoes. He awoke to find the story etched into his skin, words winding up his arms like ivy. Panicked, Corin sought Wren again. She taught him to listen to the tree's murmurs, vibrations felt through the soles of his boots. Stories aren't meant to be caged, she said, showing him how to press a hand to the trunk and feel the lives humming within. A baker learning to bake with charred flour after a fire, a sailor charting new stars after losing her compass, a gardener tending roses that bloomed only once every decade. Slowly, Corin began to nurture the book seedlings, planting them in soil made from crushed quartz and starlight. With each story he tended, the Inkai vines on his arms blossomed into illustrations, a bridge arching over a ravine, a keyhole shaped like a crescent moon. Yet winter tested him. When the first snow dusted Willowmere, Corin's cottage groaned under the weight of unshelved stories. Books burst into auroras of moths, their wings scribbled with sonnets, others melted into puddles of blue ink that pooled like unshed tears. Wren arrived with a basket of blackthorn berries and a lesson. Some tales need to freeze before they can bear fruit. Together they wove blankets of spider silk for the shivering books, and Corin discovered that endings could be gentle. A door left ajar, a fire banked but not extinguished. By spring, the blank book from the library tree floated down to him, its pages now filled with Corin's own hesitations and hopes. He read of a bookbinder who'd mistaken safety for contentment, and who learned courage from a girl who knit with river light and a tree that trusted him with its secrets. As he turned the final page, the Inkai vines on his arms dissolved into a shower of cherry petals, and his cottage filled with the scent of rain-soaked earth and possibility. Years later, villagers would speak of the shop near the wood's edge, where stories took root in your palms if you held them long enough, and where a kind-eyed man served tea that tasted of the first day of autumn. Corin never did tame his unrifled shelves, but he grew fond of the chaos, the way certain books sang lullabies at dusk, or how the encyclopedias occasionally sprouted ferns. Wren visited often, her scarves now stitched with threads of twilight, and the library tree flourished, its branches heavy with tales of transformation. On the eve of his 97th birthday, Corin found a new volume nestled in the crook of the oak, a story about endings. He smiled, tucked it into his satchel, and walked home as the sun dipped below the hills, painting the sky in hues of apricot and lavender. That night he lit a candle, poured 2 cups of chamomile tea, and began to read aloud to the empty room. Somewhere in the forest, a sapling pushed through the soil, its leaves trembling with the first words of a story yet to be lived. Story 4. The fireflies were dancing late that summer evening, when Lila first noticed the peculiar warmth radiating from her grandmother's antique sewing box. The carved oak chest, usually tucked beneath the creaky window seat, hummed with a golden light that pulsed in time with the cricket's song. 12-year-old Lila knelt on the rag rug, her cinnamon-brown braids sweeping the floorboards as she leaned closer, breathing in the scent of beeswax and dried lavender that always clung to her grandmother's belongings. "Don't touch that little sparrow," came a voice like wind through wheat. Grandmother Miriam stood in the cottage doorway, her apron dusted with flour from the evening's baking. Moonlight silvered her cloud of white hair as she moved to sit heavily in her rocking chair. Some threads aren't meant for small fingers. Lila sat back on her heels. But there's something glowing inside. A log shifted in the fireplace, sending up a shower of amber sparks. Grandmother's knotted hands stilled on the armrests. "Ah," she breathed. "So it's time." From her pocket came an iron key shaped like a maple leaf, its edges worn smooth. "This belonged to your mother. She was keeping it for you." The chest opened with a sigh of scented wood. Nestled in indigo velvet lay a locket unlike any jewelry Lila had seen, an oval of milky moonstone framed by twisting copper vines. When her fingers brushed its surface, warmth flooded up her arm like sipping hot cider on a frosty morning. "Turn it over," Grandmother whispered. Engraved on the back was a single word, "Remember." As Lila traced the letters, the locket sprang open. Inside, no painted miniature awaited, only a swirling mist that coalesced into a miniature forest scene. Tiny luminous mushrooms clustered around a sapphire blue stream where silver fish leaped. "Your mother found the entrance once," grandmother said, her voice gone thin and far away. "In the old oak's roots, down where the earth whispers, she always meant." A cough rattled her chest, deep and wet. When she drew her hand away from her mouth, her palm glistened crimson in the firelight. Lila scrambled up. "Grandmother." "Peace, child." Miriam closed her fingers, but not before Lila saw the blood. "The bloom is late this year without it." She nodded to the window where firethorn bushes clawed at the glass, their usual autumn blaze reduced to sickly yellow buds. "Take the locket. At dawn, follow the creek west to the stone hollow. The door only opens for those who carry." Another cough shook her, violent as a winter storm. When the fit passed, grandmother slept fitfully in her chair, breath rasping like dry leaves. Lila tucked the quilt around her shoulders, the locket burning against her collarbone. Outside, the first cold raindrops of autumn began to fall. Dawn came cloaked in mist that clung to the forest like cobwebs. Lila's boots sank into moss as she followed the creek, the locket pulsing warm beneath her woolen scarf. She nearly missed the stone hollow, a crescent of weathered granite half buried in ferns. But the locket flared when she passed, revealing carvings hidden under centuries of lichen, a stag with antlers like lightning, a bear holding the moon, and at the center, a door no taller than her shoulder. Her fingers found the keyhole just as the locket's chain tightened, the pendant snapping into the depression like a puzzle piece. With a groan of ancient stone, the door swung inward. Cold air rushed out, smelling of damp earth and something sweetly metallic. The tunnel sloped downward, roots brushing her hair like skeletal fingers. Lila counted her steps to quiet her thundering heart, 37, 52, 90, until a faint blue glow appeared. She emerged into a cavern where the walls glittered with embedded crystals, their light reflecting in an underground lake so still it seemed made of glass. "Not many find their way here alive," said a voice like burning parchment. Lila whirled. On a rock at water's edge sat a fox, but no ordinary creature. His fur shone russet gold, except for the tip of his tail, which appeared charred as if thrust into flame. Amber eyes watched her with unsettling intelligence. "I'm looking for the firethorn bloom," Lila said, hand tightening on her walking stick. "My grandmother is dying, yes." The fox tilted his head. "You smell of Miriam. She was reckless too, coming here alone." "You knew her." "Knew her." The fox's laugh sparked embers in the air. "I taught her which mushrooms wouldn't kill you. My name is Arlen." He stood, revealing a front paw twisted at an unnatural angle. "Shall we bargain, little thief? Guide me through the shifting woods, and I'll take you to the bloom." Lila hesitated. The water lapped at her boots. Why would a fox need guiding? Arlen's tail flicked, scattering ash. "These woods, remember, and I am not what I was." For an instant his form seemed to waver, a shadow of a man with fire in his hands. Then he was simply a fox again, waiting. The path beyond the lake wound through trees that moved when not watched directly. Birches swapped places with oaks, thickets unraveled and rewove themselves into new patterns. Lila soon understood Arlen's need for company. The woods preyed on lone travelers, roots snatching at ankles, branches dropping thorny vines. Left at the twin stones, Arlen directed as mist coiled around them. "No, your other left. Must I do everything? You're the one who wanted a guide." Lila ducked a swooping owl, its feathers edged in starlight. "Quiet, the guardian approaches." The ground trembled. From the mist emerged a stag made of living wood, antlers ablaze with green fire. Its hollow eyes fixed on Arlen. "You," it intoned, voice shaking leaves from trees. "The Firebringer returns." Arlen crouched low. "I seek redemption, guardian." "Redemption." The stag's laugh boomed. "You who burn the sacred grove, you who." I was wrong. The fox's cry startled a flock of crystal-winged birds. "I've paid, haven't I, trapped in this form, forced to watch the valley fade." Lila stepped forward, the locket warm against her skin. "Please, my grandmother needs the bloom." The guardian's fiery gaze shifted. Miriam's kin. The firethorn remembers her courage. Its antlers dipped. "Pass then, but know this, flame wielder, this to Arlen, one more misstep, and the woods will claim what's left of you." As the stag dissolved into mist, Arlen exhaled shakily. "Thank you." "Don't." Lila adjusted her scarf. "I need you to find the bloom." The fox's ear twitched. "Practical, I like that." By moonrise they reached the valley's heart. Lila gasped. Before them stretched a meadow of luminous flowers, their petals glowing like captured moonlight. At the center stood the firethorn, a massive tree with bark like molten copper, its branches heavy with crimson blooms that smoldered like live coals. "Here's where I leave you," Arlen said bitterly. "The tree won't permit my kind near." As Lila approached, the ground grew warm beneath her boots. The firethorn's blossoms pulsed like tiny hearts, their heat kissing her cheeks. She reached. Pain. Flames licked her vision. A younger Arlen human stood holding a torch. "The bloom's power could be harnessed," he muttered, setting fire to the underbrush. Controlled. The memory shifted. Fire raging through the valley. Creatures screaming. The guardian's roar of anguish. When Lila came back to herself, tears streaked her face. The nearest bloom crumbled to ash at her touch. "Because of me," Arlen said from the meadow's edge. "The firethorn only grants its gift to those pure of heart." His laugh cracked. "I tried to tell you." Lila studied the fox, his burnt tail, the haunted eyes. "You've been trying to reach the tree. For decades, always the blooms die at my approach." He turned away. "Take yours and go." The locket pulsed. "Remember." Lila closed her eyes, recalling grandmother's stories of the valley's healing mists, of how the firethorn's roots fed on compassion. "Come with me," she said suddenly. "Don't be absurd." She scooped up the fox, ignoring his squawk. "The tree judges individuals, right? Well, we're together now." Heat intensified as they neared. Arlen trembled in her arms. "This won't." "SHH." Lila pressed her palm to the trunk. Firethorn sap oozed warm and gold, coating her hand. "We seek forgiveness," she whispered, "and the chance to heal." For 3 heartbeats, nothing. Then the tree shuddered. Blooms rained down, not ash, but whole flowers that settled in Lila's hair against Arlen's singed fur. Where they touched, his paw straightened. The scorch marks faded to healthy russet. In the valley below, the luminous flowers blazed brighter. Somewhere the guardian bowed its head. Morning found them at the cottage door. Layla placed the bloom in grandmother's tea, watching color return to weathered cheeks. Outside, the firethorn bushes burned scarlet against the first snow. Arlen stayed, not quite fox, not quite man, tending the garden that somehow flourished even in winter. On clear nights, he and Lila would sit by the fire, the locket open on her palm showing new scenes. A restored valley, the guardian pacing serene through unburned woods. Stories aren't just for remembering, grandmother said one evening as she carded wool. They're bridges between what was and what could be. Lila nodded, watching Arlen laugh at some joke with the neighbor's cat. The locket's surface had cooled to ordinary stone, but its weight against her heart felt right. Some memories, she realized, needed living more than keeping. Outside, the first firethorn petals of spring drifted by on a warm breeze, carrying the scent of forgiveness and the soft, persistent glow of second chances. Story 5. In a village hugged by ancient pines and crowned with perpetual mist, there lived a girl named Lila, whose laughter echoed like wind chimes through the valleys. Her world smelled of cedar smoke and pine resin, where fireflies wrote poems in the dusk and the brook sang lullabies over polished stones. But it was the forbidden western wood that called to her most, a place elders whispered about over spiced cider, where shadows moved against the wind and the very trees seemed to breathe. One amber afternoon, while chasing a silver-furred rabbit that vanished like smoke, Lila stumbled upon a moss-crowned boulder humming with forgotten magic. Beneath its overhang glimmered a music box older than the hills, its surface etched with constellations that pulsed like sleeping hearts. When she turned the rusted key, the air shivered into 1,000 iridescent threads, weaving a portal where maple saplings bent into an archway. Through it drifted the scent of midnight lilies and something sweetly metallic, the perfume of another world holding its breath. The hidden glen unfolded like a poplar leaf's first unfurling, glowing mushrooms pulsing in symbiotic rhythm, willows trailing bioluminescent pollen, and a crescent moon river where fish swam in constellations. Here Lila met Thalia, a moth-winged girl no taller than a butterknife, whose hair rippled like liquid starlight. "You've come to mend the melody," Thalia spoke through chiming vocal tones, her eyes twin supernova. "The world song's fraying, and the weavers have chosen you." Guided by the tremolo of a distressed earth song only she could hear, Lila discovered her peculiar gift. Threads of light streamed from her fingertips when she hummed, stitching tears in the glen's faltering magic. Yet each repair drained her like ink from a shattered vial, visions haunting her sleep, a fractured crystal heart buried deep below the frost line, its rhythm growing erratic as a dying star. Their quest wove them through landscapes defying reason, a forest of glass birches where memories crystallized on branches, a marsh where time pooled in eddies, and the cavern of echoing choices where every footstep birthed phantom paths. Companions joined, a sentient fog named Nimbus who sculpted rain into temporary bridges, and Corvin, a treefolk child with bark like bruised velvet and roots that tasted stories in the soil. The fragile alliance nearly shattered in the mirror wastes, where their reflections came alive with whispered doubts. "You're just a seamstress's daughter playing at magic," Lila's double hissed, cold fingers brushing her wrist. But when Thalia's shadow self tried to divide them with razor-edged truths, Lila hummed a lullaby her mother once sang during thunderstorms. The notes coalesced into a shield of resonant light, not by sheer power, but through vulnerability, quiet strength. Beneath the crystal hollow's geode-studded vaults, they found the world's heart, a massive prism throbbing arrhythmically, its fractures leaking discordant colors. Ancient runes told of twin guardians, one to unravel chaos, one to reweave order. As Lila reached to mend it, the ground birthed obsidian shards that reshaped into her darkest fear, a version of herself consumed by the hunger to fix everything, leaving nothing for her own spirit. "Some wounds need harmony, not force," murmured Corvin, pressing his leaf palm against the raging crystal. Nimbus billowed into a storm-cloud lullaby as Thalia danced a millennia-old ritual, each step casting restorative shadows. Lila's threads wove through theirs not as a savior's chords, but as a single note in a healing chord. The heart song stabilized into a deep, organic rhythm, the sound of old-growth forests breathing, of mycelium networks whispering beneath autumn leaves. Returning home through the disintegrating portal, Lila carried no physical trophy, but her hands now trembled with the echo of cosmic music. The glen's magic had imprinted upon her, not as a burden, but as symbiotic gift. Now, when she mended her brother's torn cloak or kneaded dough for her father's birthday loaf, golden threads pulsed through her stitches and into the dough's very gluten, blessing without altering. Years later, village children would beg to hear of her adventure, their eyes wide as she described the melancholic song of stone giants and libraries written in lichen. But Lila always ended the same way, fingers brushing the now silent music box on her windowsill. The greatest magic isn't in fixing broken worlds, but in hearing the quietest heartbeats, in others and in yourself. Outside, the western wood rustled in agreement, its shadows dancing to a melody only the healed could comprehend. Story 6. In the heart of the ever-mist forest, where moonlight pooled like liquid silver between ancient oaks and willows trailed their fingers in crystal-crooning streams, there existed a secret known only to the creatures who called the mist-draped woods home. Here the boundary between earth and enchantment breathed like a living thing, its rhythms tied to the great emerald stone buried beneath the oldest tree, the heartroot, whose crystalline veins hummed with the turning seasons. One crisp twilight, as amber leaves pirouetted to the forest floor, a young squirrel named Juniper paused beneath a canopy of gilded maple leaves. Her russet fur prickled with unease. The first frost should have come 3 nights past, yet the air still carried the damp warmth of lingering autumn. Without frost's gentle touch to lull the trees into winter's slumber, the sap would grow sluggish, the roots forget their dreams, and the delicate balance of Evermist's magic would tilt askew. "Elder Thistle will know what's amiss," Juniper murmured, her breath forming a small cloud that hung like a ghostly berry in the air. She scampered along a branch woven with strands of moonlit spider silk, past ferns that chimed softly when brushed, toward the moss-crowned knoll where the ancient tortoise made his home. The knoll hummed with the scent of peat and aged parchment, its entrance framed by curling mushrooms that glowed faintly blue. Within the earthen chamber, Elder Thistle rested atop a bed of velvety moss, his shell etched with patterns mirroring the forest's oldest roots. His eyes, deep as well water, brightened as Juniper entered. "The frost is late," she blurted, paws twisting. "The maples still cling to their leaves, and the crickets sing as if summer might return." The tortoise sighed, a sound like wind through hollow reeds. The heartroot's rhythm falters, its song grows thin. He nudged a dried leaf toward her, its veins glowing faintly gold. Long ago, when the woods forgot to listen, the frost refused to come until the creatures mended what was fractured. "Seek the stone, little one, but go not alone." Guided by constellations of bioluminescent fireflies, Juniper ventured deeper into the forest than she'd ever dared. The trees here stood as tall as twilight, their bark shimmering with lichen like crushed stars. Soon she was joined by others, Orlin, a mole with velvet-soft paws that could feel tremors in the darkest soil, Lila, a hedgehog whose quills held dewdrops even in drought, and a trio of fireflies called the Glimmer Sisters, their lanterns casting pools of buttery light. The forest's distress unveiled itself gradually, a brook that bubbled backward, its waters thick and silent, a grove of aspens trembling ceaselessly though no wind stirred, flowers that bloomed midnight black and scentless. When they reached the heartroot, a colossal oak whose roots plunged into a cavernous hollow, the air thrummed with a discordant melody. Beneath the tree, the great emerald stone pulsed weakly, its light dimmed by creeping tendrils of shadowvine, a parasitic plant that thrived on imbalance. "It's choking the heartroot's song," Lila whispered, prodding a shadowvine with her snout. The vine recoiled, oozing sap the color of bruises. Orlin pressed his paws to the earth. "The vines are rooted in the stone of stories, the bedrock where all the forest's memories lie. We must cleanse them there." The descent into the stone of stories was a journey of whispers. Luminescent moths lit their path through tunnels lined with fossils of leaves and creatures long gone, their shapes glowing faintly in the stone. The air grew heavy with the scent of petrichor and ancient secrets. In the central chamber, a pool of liquid starlight rippled above the bedrock. Here the shadow vine's origin revealed itself, a fracture in the stone from which Inkai tendrils seeped. It's a memory of harm, Orlin murmured. Long ago, humans felled the guardian tree that once stood beside the heartroot. The forest's grief festered here, unhealed. Juniper's chest ached. She placed a paw on the fracture. But new guardians grew, she said softly. The willow that shelters the otters, the hawthorn where the songbirds nest. One by one the creatures added their memories, of saplings nurtured, streams cleared of debris, wounds tended with patience. Lila sang a lullaby the hedgehogs had passed down for generations, her voice weaving with the drip of distant water. As they spoke, the shadow vines withered, replaced by creeping phlox whose pale blossoms radiated warmth. High above, the heartroot's pulse steadied, its song swelling into a chorus of rustling leaves and distant thunder. When they emerged, the world held its breath. The fireflies dimmed their lanterns, the wind died. Then, a single snowflake kissed Juniper's nose. The first frost descended as softly as a spider's sigh. Ice crystals bloomed across the forest, draping cobwebs in lace, etching ferns into glass sculptures. The maples released their final leaves in a shower of crimson and gold, each one landing with a whisper of gratitude. By the heartroot the creatures gathered. Elder Thistle emerged, his shell dusted with frost. "You've woven a new thread into the forest's memory," he said. "Harmony is not perfection, it is the courage to mend again and again." The Glimmer sisters danced above the emerald stone, now radiant as a newborn star. Their light reflected in every creature's eyes, binding them in a silent promise. Years later, when Juniper's fur turned silver and a new young squirrel trembled at the delayed frost, she led them to the Stone of Stories. Together they pressed their paws to the bedrock, where the phlox still bloomed, and whispered tales of the night the forest healed itself. And high above, the stars twinkled like 1,000 fireflies, keeping watch over the ever-mist, where every creature, great and small, knew they belonged to a story much older and kinder than themselves. Story 7. The Whispering Lantern. In a village nestled between velvet green hills and a forest that sighed with ancient secrets, there lived a girl named Lila, whose hands could find anything lost. Not through magic spells or enchanted maps, but through a gentle pull in her chest, like a thread tugging her toward forgotten things. She'd return missing buttons to frayed coats, misplaced spectacles to elderly neighbors, and once even guided a trembling lamb back to its mother through a thunderstorm. But the oldest villagers whispered of something else she might find, a relic hidden deep in the woods, a lantern said to hold moonlight captive in its glass. "Light the whispering lantern," the tales warned, "and it'll show you truths better left in shadow." Lila paid little mind to such stories until the autumn evening she followed her tugging thread farther than ever before. The sun dipped below the horizon, staining the sky marmalade orange as she wandered into a part of the forest where the trees grew close, their trunks knotted into faces that seemed to watch her. Moss cushioned her steps, and the air smelled of damp cedar and secrets. That's when she saw it, a lantern, rusted and grimy, dangling from a birch branch. Its surface was etched with symbols like curling smoke, and though no flame burned inside, a faint silver glow pulsed within the glass. As her fingers brushed the handle, the forest changed. The shadows deepened into liquid indigo, but the lantern's glow intensified, revealing a path paved with stones that shimmered like crushed pearls. Fireflies winked into existence, not gold but sapphire blue, swirling around her in a silent dance. And then came the voice, soft, frayed at the edges, like wind through dry grass. "You've come to mend the light," it said. Lila turned to find a fox sitting primly on a tree root, its fur the color of autumn's last flame and eyes like twin harvest moons. It blinked slowly, tail flicking. Don't look so startled, child. You've been listening to your heart's tug for years. Did you think it only worked on hairpins and sheep? The fox introduced herself as Ember, guardian of the glimmering veil, a realm hidden between the breaths of the world, where broken magic pooled like groundwater. The lantern, she explained, was a beacon once carried by the veil's keepers, whose job was to gather fragments of lost hope and forgotten kindness to keep the realm's heart fire burning. But generations ago, the last keeper vanished, and the lantern's light dimmed. Now the veil was crumbling, its colors fading to gray, its rivers running silent. The thread led you here because you're meant to relight it, Ember said, nose twitching. But the journey won't be kind. The veil's sorrows have teeth. Lila hesitated, clutching the lantern. Its pulse quickened against her palm, as though sharing her heartbeat. What happens if I don't try? Ember's ears flattened. The veil's magic will seep into your world. Shadows will grow hungry. Joy will become frayed. So Lila agreed, and together they stepped onto the pearlescent path. The veil was both beautiful and broken. Fields of lavender stretched endlessly, but their blossoms were brittle, petals shedding like ash. A castle of ice melted and refroze in jagged cycles, its towers groaning. Most haunting were the wisp folk, translucent, human-like figures who drifted through the landscape, their voices echoing snippets of conversations lost to time. I wish I'd said sorry. If only I'd stayed. Why didn't I laugh more? Ember explained that the wisp folk were memories given form, lingering regrets that the heart fire once transformed into stardust. Now they're trapped. The lantern can guide them, but only if you withstand their sorrow. As they trekked, Lila learned to navigate by the lantern's whispers. It hummed when they neared a fragment of magic, a lullaby half-sung, a promise kept, a brave truth spoken, which she captured by cupping her hands around the light. Each fragment spun into the lantern like golden thread, brightening its glow. But collecting them meant confronting the wisp folk, whose anguish clawed at her heart. One memory, a boy clutching a snapped violin string, made her sob as his loneliness seeped into her bones. Another, a woman staring at an empty cradle, left her gasping. Yet whenever Lila faltered, Ember nudged her gently, sharing stories of the Vale's brighter days, of festivals where foxes danced with wisp folk and rivers sang in harmonies only the brave could hear. Sorrow's weight is easier carried by two, Ember murmured one night as they sheltered in a hollow tree, the lantern between them. Why me? Lila asked, watching the fragments swirl inside the glass. I'm no one special. The fox huffed a laugh. You spend your days returning lost things to those who grieve for them. Is that not the purest magic? The deeper they ventured, the sharper the veil's pain became. The final trial awaited in the ghostwood, a grove where the trees were skeletal and the air tasted of iron. Here the lantern dimmed, its light devoured by something unseen. The Heartfire's prison, Ember said, fur bristling. A creature of shadows guards it. It'll feed on your fears. True enough, as they entered the grove, the darkness coalesced into a wolf-shaped void, eyes blazing crimson. Its growl vibrated in Lila's teeth. Little thief, it rasped. You think to steal what I've claimed. The shadow wolf lunged, and Lila stumbled back, the lantern swinging wildly. But as its jaws snapped near her throat, she did something unexpected. She listened. Beneath the creature's snarls, she heard a whimper, high, lonely, achingly young. You're afraid too, she whispered, freezing mid-attack. The veil's fading, it's hurting you as well. The wolf hesitated, its form flickering. Ember's voice cut through the tension. The Heartfire isn't yours to keep. Let it go, and you'll be free of this place. Free, the wolf's voice cracked. I am made of hunger. Without the fire, I am nothing. Lila stepped forward, lantern raised. You could be more. For a heartbeat, the wolf's crimson eyes softened to amber. Then with a howl it dissolved into smoke, revealing a small trembling shadow, a pup, its edges fraying. The heart fire blazed before them, reduced to a single ember in a stone bowl. Quickly, Ember urged. Lila tipped the lantern, releasing every captured fragment into the ember. Light erupted, painting the ghostwood in hues of dawn. The trees shuddered, bark smoothing into silver. The wisp folk floated upward, dissolving into constellations. And the shadow pup, bathed in radiance, stretched into a sleek wolf with a coat like midnight and eyes now gentle. It nuzzled Lila's hand before bounding into the rejuvenated forest. The journey back was a blur of laughter and light. Rivers chorused as they passed. Foxes with jeweled fur trailed them, leaving paw prints that sprouted wildflowers. At the vale's edge, Ember pressed her forehead to Lila's. You'll always find your way here, should you need it. Returning home, Lila feared the lantern might dim again. But as she placed it on her windowsill, it flared warmly, casting patterns like dancing leaves. She understood now it wasn't the lantern's light that mattered, but the courage to tend it. Years later, villagers still sought her help finding lost trinkets. But sometimes, on nights when the wind carried the scent of cedar, children would glimpse a fiery fox trotting beside a woman in the woods, their laughter blending with the rustle of ancient, watching trees. And in those moments the world felt softer, as though somewhere beyond sight, a realm of repaired magic hummed contentedly, its heart fire burning bright. Story 8. The fireflies danced above the meadow like living constellations, as the old stone cottage exhaled the day's warmth through its ivy-clad chimney. Inside, beneath a quilt stitched with phases of the moon, young Kale smoothed his thumb over the strange marking on his wrist, a spiral cradled by crescent horns, pale as birch bark against his sun-kissed skin. It had appeared that morning while gathering rosemary with Gran, itching like a half-remembered dream. Your bones are whispering, Gran had said, kneading dough with hands that knew every secret of the rye flour. Time to visit the root chamber. He'd heard tales of the underground sanctum, where their families' histories lived in root-knotted carvings, but no one had opened its mossy door since Granda's passing. Now, clutching a lantern whose light pooled like liquid amber on the earthen stairs, Kale descended into the scent of petrichor and ancient paper. The walls shimmered, not with damp, but with veins of luminous like in tracing stories in aquamarine. His breath caught as the glow brightened beneath his wrist mark, illuminating a mural of a stag crowned with holly, its antlers cradling a village that looked like home, if home had towers woven from living vines. A cedar box sat where the roots thickened, its surface inlaid with constellations of mother-of-pearl. Inside lay 3 objects, a mirror with a handle shaped like owl wings, a flute carved from a single piece of sky-blue stone, and a scroll sealed with wax the color of storm clouds. The mirror showed not his face, but a boy with his eyes leading a procession through a forest where trees bowed to let starlight pass. The flute, when he brushed its stops, hummed a note that made the roots overhead shiver in recognition. But the scroll crumbled at his touch, releasing a map painted on moth wings, fragile, urgent, dissolving before he could memorize the path. Gran was waiting at the top stairs, her apron dusted with flour still. "They've chosen you to mend the thread," she said, pressing a handkerchief bundle into his hands. Inside were oatcakes studded with juniper berries and a thimble-sized clay pot. Moondew oil, for remembering what the stones say. The journey began at dawn, guided by the wrist mark that warmed when he strayed from unseen paths. Brooksong accompanied him through valleys where ferns unfurled like green trumpets, their spores glinting gold in the slanted light. On the 3rd evening, as crickets tuned their twilight symphony, Kale found the first guardian, a fox with fur like ember shadows, perched atop a dolmen stone. "You're smaller than the last keeper," she remarked, leaping down to circle him. but your shadow has the same shape. Interesting. Who are you? In Berlin I mind the hearth mirror. Her tail flicked toward the standing stones, where a pool lay impossibly still despite the breeze. Show me your mark, little sapling. The water rippled silver where his wrist broke the surface. Images surged, a flood swallowing wheat fields, townsfolk arguing over whose magic failed, a woman in a cloak of leaves whispering to the river until it gentled. Your thrice great aunt, said Berlin. She remembered that rivers are living stories, not water roads. What do you see? They listened, even when frightened. The fox nodded. The mirror's yours to carry now, but mind its weight. Truths can bend backs as surely as stone. Days blurred into the rhythm of walking and wonder. He met Corwin, an owl-eyed boy who traded him a compass that pointed not north, but toward what's most needed, and Leora, a weaver whose loom threaded melodies into cloth. The flute song parted waterfalls to reveal caverns painted with ancestral hands. The mirror reflected fears into smoke when held brave and steady. Yet the clay pot remained unopened, its purpose a riddle. The crisis came at Moonspill Pass. The mapwing had shown a bridge here, but only broken arches remained, snapped like old bread crusts above a gorge humming with wild magic. Cale's wrist burned as the compass spun wildly. Below, the churning mists formed faces, his father's frown when he forgot the harvest prayers, grand stories dismissed as childish fancies, the loneliness of being the only one who saw lichen glow on ordinary oaks. You doubt your belonging. The voice came from a woman stepping through the cliffside itself, her hair a cascade of moss and silver. Her eyes held the patient depth of tree rings. The bridge was never stone, she said, offering a hand webbed with old scars. It's woven from choices. Breathe, child. Mundu oil, Gran had said. Cale unstoppered the clay pot, releasing a scent of midnight lilies and snowmelt. When he anointed his temples, the gorge shifted. The mists became 1,000 threads, some frayed, some humming strong. There, glowing like a plucked harp string, the path his ancestors walked when carrying saplings across the sea. Not a bridge, but a dance, he whispered. The woman smiled. Show the storm your steps. Flute to lips, mirror raised to catch the first star's light, Cale stepped onto the void. Each note became a cobblestone of sound, each reflection of the cliffs spun a railing from stardust. Halfway across, the storm raged, winds stealing breath, shadows whispering you're only a boy. But the mirror showed Granda planting the orchard, despite the townsfolk's laughter, Gran singing truth to a wildfire until it slept. Cale danced their courage into every step. When his feet found solid earth, dawn was breaking over a grove of trees with bark like engraved silver. At their center stood a sapling no taller than his waist, its branches heavy with unripe fruit that chimed like glass bells. The compass needle quivered toward it. It's been waiting, said the moss-haired woman, now fading into dappled light. Tend it with your story. He fed the sapling starlight from the mirror, watered it with the flute's song, and when the first fruit ripened, clear as crystal with a seed like a captured flame, he understood. This was no ordinary tree, but a memory keeper, its roots drinking from the same depths as the root chamber. Each fruit held a lesson, how to calm quarrels with listening, how to heal blighted land by gifting it songs, how to see the web connecting bee to blossom to baker's bread. The journey home was sweeter for knowing its purpose. Villagers gasped as he entered the square, for the wrist mark now gleamed on every inhabitant, revealed by some ancient trigger. That night, beneath the apple tree his grandfather had planted, Cale placed the first crystal fruit into Gran's hands. You'll need a bigger root chamber, she chuckled, but tears glinted in her laugh lines. Now, when travelers pass through the valley, they marvel at the orchards where trees grow harmonies instead of apples, and the children who teach stones to skip across time's surface. Kale still tends the sapling, which has grown into a tree whose shadow paints wisdom on the grass. On quiet evenings, if you sit very still by the hearth, you might hear its roots humming the tune first played by a boy who learned that legacy isn't a weight to carry, but a song to join, one verse among many, blending old and new into something brave and kind. Story 9. In the velvet hush of twilight, when the last honey-colored rays of sun cling to the horizon like shy children reluctant to bed, there exists a cobblestone path behind old Mrs. Willoughby's rhododendron bushes that wasn't there yesterday. This is where we find our protagonist, a girl with a lantern of curiosity always lit behind her eyes, standing at the edge of what sensible folk called the ordinary woods. But the stones beneath her boots shimmered like dragonfly wings, and the air carried the faintest whisper of a melody no earthly instrument could play. The girl, let's call her Mira, stepped onto the path. At once, the world softened around the edges. Trees stretched taller, their bark patterned with silvery spirals that pulsed gently, as if breathing. The ground became springy with moss the color of limes dipped in moonlight, and fireflies the size of apricots bobbed lazily, their light shifting between gold and violet. It was the Glimmerwood, though Mira didn't know its name yet. All she knew was the scent of cinnamon and rain, and the feeling that the very air was welcoming her. Her first companion appeared as she crossed a bridge made of interwoven roots, arching over a stream where the water sang in glassy notes. A creature no taller than her knee perched on the rail, its fur a cascade of autumn leaves, crimson maple, amber oak, russet elm, all rustling softly even without wind. It had eyes like twin hearth fires, and a tail that flickered like a candle flame. "You're the leaf ox," Mira breathed, recalling a half-forgotten tale her grandmother once told. The creature inclined its head, leaves chiming like distant bells. "And you're the girl who's forgotten her mittens," it replied, voice crackling pleasantly. Mira looked down at her hands, suddenly aware of the evening chill. Before she could speak, the leaf ox shook itself, sending a single golden leaf spinning into her palms. It grew warm, soft as rabbit fur, and shaped itself into perfect mittens. "Every wanderer needs protection," said the leaf ox. "Even from small discomforts. Follow the singing stones when the path forks, and mind the ink-bloom flowers, their dreadful gossips." With that, it dissolved into a swirl of leaves, scattering into the darkening wood. Mira walked on, the mittens humming with gentle warmth. Soon the path split around a hillock crowned with flowers whose petals were deepest indigo, their centers glowing like bottled starlight. As she approached, they began to quiver. "She's wearing fox gifts," one bloom trilled. "No hat, though," sighed another. "Her ears must be chilly." "Do you think she knows about the thistlekeey?" piped a third. Mira knelt. "What's a thistlekeey?" The flowers stilled. Then in unison they turned toward a nearby oak, where a single silver thistle hung from a low branch, its surface etched with tiny, swirling symbols. "Opens the chamber of whispers," the largest flower confided. "But it's ever so tricky to reach. The ivy argues with strangers." True enough, the oak's trunk was wrapped in thick ivy, each leaf edged in copper. As Mira reached for the thistle, the vines shifted like a nest of snakes, hissing, "No admittance, no bare ears." Remembering the flower's chatter, Mira untied her scarf, patterned with embroidered owls, and fashioned it into a makeshift hat. The ivy rustled approvingly and parted. The thistlekeey fit snugly in her palm. At the hill's peak, she found a door carved into the side of an ancient stump, no taller than her shoulder. The key slid into a knot-hole, and with a sound like a sighing cello, the door opened. Inside, the chamber of whispers was neither large nor small, but exactly the size of a held breath. Floating orbs of light drifted like dandelion seeds, each containing a voice, some laughing, some murmuring, one reciting a recipe for mushroom pie. In the center sat a stone basin filled with liquid moonlight. "Look inward," the chamber seemed to whisper. Mira gazed into the basin. The moonlight rippled, showing not her reflection, but a winding path through a valley of crystalline trees, their branches chiming in an unfelt breeze. At the valley's heart stood a tower woven from living vines where something glimmered, a figurine of a fox, a thistle, and a flower, all forged in gleaming silver. The vision faded, leaving the taste of peppermint on her tongue. A map, she realized. The basin's moonlight had imprinted the route onto her mind, crisp as ink on parchment. The journey through the Crystal Valley tested her in gentle ways. Narrow bridges of frozen mist required careful steps. A river of liquid amber demanded she trade a story. She told of the time she'd helped a baby crow learn to fly for passage on a lily-pad boat. She met a hedgehog knitting socks from spider silk, who gifted her a pair for the stones ahead. They're fond of ticklish toes, and a family of moths who mended a tear in her coat with threads pulled from dawn's first light. At the vine tower, Mira found the figurine, but also a surprise. The leaf ox waited beside it, along with the ink-bloom flowers, now tucked into tiny flower pots carried by chipmunks and the moth family. "Every guardian of the Glimmerwood comes to greet those who pass the valley," the leaf ox explained. "The silver totem is yours, but it asks a question first. Will you keep our secrets?" Mira hesitated. "I'll share the wonder, but not the paths. Some magic needs quiet to grow." The totem glowed, warm in her hands. As it did, the Glimmerwood itself seemed to hum in approval. The leaf ox nudged her elbow. "Come, dawn's approaching, time for wanderers to return." They walked back together, the creatures sharing tales of the wood, how the stars dip down to drink from the singing stream, how the northern lights are actually the ghosts of forgotten songs. At the cobblestone path's end, the leaf ox pressed a paw to Mira's chest. "Carry the glimmer here, and when the world feels too heavy." It plucked a maple seed from its tail, now a perfect, tiny whirligig. "Plant this where shadows gather. It'll remember the light." Mira stepped back into her world as the first birds began their morning chorus. In her pocket, the silver totem nestled close, and in her heart, the certainty that wonder never truly leaves us. It waits in the corners of our gaze, patient as moonlight. That night, she planted the seed by her window box. It grew into a sapling with leaves that glowed softly when she hummed, and though no one else ever found the cobblestone path again, Mira knew it was there. And sometimes, on the edge of sleep, she'd hear a familiar crackle of autumn leaves, and know her friends in the Glimmerwood were wishing her sweet dreams. Story 10. Once, in a village nestled between frosted mountain peaks and a forest of trees that sang when the wind stirred their leaves, there lived a girl with a curiosity as deep as the midnight sky. Her name was Lila, and though she loved the warmth of her grandmother's stories about distant wonders, she often wondered if magic existed beyond the hearthside tales. One evening, as amber twilight painted the clouds, she noticed a peculiar sight. A trail of floating stones, each glowing like captured moonlight, winding into the forbidden thicket beyond the village's edge. The stones hummed softly, their light pulsing in rhythm with Lila's heartbeat. Without a word, she slipped on her worn leather boots, fastened her cloak lined with moth-wing patterns, and followed the luminous path into the unknown. The trees here were different. Their bark shimmered like crushed pearls, and their leaves, shaped like crescent moons, dripped silvery dew that smelled of honey and rain. As she walked, the air grew warmer, and the forest opened into a valley bathed in perpetual twilight. Fireflies here weren't mere insects, but tiny, winged beings carrying lanterns made of walnut shells, their light casting dancing shadows on meadows of velvet moss. "Welcome to the Valley of Whispering Lights," chimed a voice like wind through chimes. Before Lila stood a creature no taller than her knee, with fur the color of dandelion fluff and eyes like twin sapphires. It wore a coat woven from fern fronds and bowed politely. I am Flick, it said. Keeper of the Glimmer Path, few humans find their way here. Lila's breath caught. Why did the stones lead me? Flick's ears twitched. The valley chooses who it needs. Tonight the starlit pool grows dim, and without its light our world will fade. But only a heart unclouded by fear can reignite it. Guided by Flick, Lila trekked through bioluminescent groves where flowers bloomed into miniature galaxies, and past rivers where fish with translucent scales leapt in arcs that left rainbows hanging in the air. Yet the deeper they went, the more the valley's glow dimmed. The once vibrant moss grayed, and the lantern-bearing fireflies huddled together, their light frail. At the valley's heart lay the starlit pool, a circle of water mirroring the night sky. But its surface was now murky, the constellations within flickering weakly. Long ago, Flick murmured, a fallen star kindled this pool. To restore it, you must find the ember of courage, hidden where shadows whisper loudest. Lila's pulse quickened as Flick gestured to a cavern behind the pool, its entrance veiled by vines that hissed like restless serpents. Inside, the walls throbbed with a deep, resonant hum. Glowing mushrooms illuminated a labyrinth of tunnels, each turn echoing with half-formed whispers. Turn back, you'll falter, you're alone. But Lila noticed something the voices didn't. The stones beneath her feet glimmered faintly where the path was true. They're trying to trick me into getting lost, she realized. Focusing on the stones, she pressed forward, humming her grandmother's lullaby to quiet the whispers. In the deepest chamber she found the ember, a pulsating orb of gold and violet, suspended in a nest of crystal threads. As she reached for it, the ground trembled and shadows coiled into the shape of a great wolf, its eyes voids of endless night. Brave little spark, it growled. What makes you worthy of this power? Lila stood firm, though her knees quivered. I'm afraid, she admitted, but I won't let fear decide for me. The valley's creatures are kind, and they deserve their light. The wolf tilted its head and dissipated into smoke. Courage isn't the absence of fear, it echoed as it vanished. It is love acting despite it. The ember brightened at her touch, warm as a held hand. When Lila placed it into the starlit pool, the water erupted in a symphony of light, whorls of cerulean and gold spiraling into the sky, rekindling the stars above and the life below. Flowers unfurled in technicolor bursts, fireflies soared in jubilant loops, and the valley thrummed with a renewed, radiant energy. Flick grinned, offering Lila a small, glowing stone from the pool. So you'll always find your way back, it said. As Lila clasped the stone, the valley's magic wove around her wrist as a bracelet of stardust and ivy. Returning home, Lila found her village unchanged, but she was different. The bracelet shimmered when she shared her adventure, and though others saw only a child's fancy, her grandmother winked, recognizing the starlight in her eyes. Every full moon, Lila visited the valley, dancing with Flick under skies woven from dreams, and learning that the greatest magic lies not in grand feats, but in the quiet courage to explore, to trust, and to shine even when the path is dim. And so, curled under quilts each night, children in the village whispered about the girl who'd befriended twilight itself, their hearts alight with the unspoken truth. That wonder waits, patient and gentle, for those brave enough to follow a glimmer into the unknown. Story 11. The Amber Music Box. Beneath the eaves of a crooked little cottage where ivy curled like sleeping cats, there lived a girl named Lila, whose hands were always stained with berry juice, and whose laughter carried farther than the church bells. On the eve of her 10th birthday, while exploring the cobweb cathedral of her grandmother's attic, she discovered a music box the color of twilight. Its surface shimmered with mother-of-pearl constellations, and when she lifted the lid, a melody unfurled, 3 notes, deep and resonant as a cello's sigh, that made the dust motes swirl into miniature galaxies. "That's been waiting for you," said Grandmother Marigold, appearing in the attic doorway with a tray of cinnamon tea. Her voice held the crackle of autumn leaves. It's called the Season Keeper. Your great-great-grandmother used to say it could sing winter into spring if one listened closely enough. That night, Lila dreamt of a forest where trees wore coats of ice and roots hummed with buried warmth. When she awoke, her windowsill glittered with frost flowers, and the music box sat pulsing softly on her quilt. The third note of its song, she realized, was missing, snapped off like a thread. Without thinking, she pressed her thumb to the empty space. The world dissolved into a rush of cinnamon and pine. Tilda. Layla tumbled into a glade where autumn and winter waltzed in uneasy truce. To her left, maple leaves blazed crimson in midair, preserved like insects in amber. To her right, a frozen river groaned under its glassy skin. At the center stood a fox with fur like smoldering embers, paw-deep in a circle of melting snowdrops. "You're late," said the fox, flicking an ear. "The sylvan veil's been stuck between chapters since the lark's egg moon. I've eaten 3 seasons' worth of icicles waiting for you." Lila gaped. "You talk." "And you," sniffed the fox, "have a pebble in your left pocket, black with a white stripe. Put it in the river." She did, and as the stone sank, the ice cracked open, releasing a torrent of water that sprouted willow shoots where it touched the banks. The fox nodded. "Wisdom's in the noticing. Call me Ember. Now come. Frostpin's been grumpier than a hedgehog in a hailstorm since the cycle broke." Tilda. Ember led her through a landscape of contradictions. Fields where pumpkins rotted under new-fallen snow, thickets of roses frozen mid-bloom. "The season keepers are out of tune," the fox explained, dodging a hail of acorns from an exasperated oak. "Used to be 4 of us, spring, summer, autumn, winter, each tied to a note in the music box. But old Frostpin got lonely in his palace of icicles, started stretching winter further every year. When spring tried to bud early, he—" Ember's tail drooped. "Well, you'll see." They found Frostpin in a clearing shaped like a broken clock. The Winter Keeper was not the bearded giant Lila had imagined, but a boy no older than herself, his hair white as birch bark, his cloak stitched from owl feathers. He stood before a pillar of ice, imprisoning a green-haired girl whose fingers were still curled around unfurling fern fronds. "You can't keep her frozen forever," Ember growled. Frostpin whirled, eyes glacier blue. "She'll skip away again, leave nothing but mud and pollen, at least this way." His voice cracked. "At least this way, someone stays." Lila stepped forward, the music box warm against her chest. "But seasons need to change, like stories need new chapters." She pointed to spring's prison, where droplets glistened down the ice. "Look, she's melting herself free. You can't stop time, but you don't have to be alone in it." Something thawed in Frostpin's gaze. He touched the ice pillar, and with a sound like 1,000 wind chimes, it shattered. Spring tumbled out, sneezing dandelion fluff. Tilda. The reunion of the Season Keepers was a symphony of chaos. Summer arrived in a hurricane of sunbeams, apologizing for oversleeping. Autumn spun in on a carousel of falling leaves, scattering acorns that sprouted into temporary bridges. Together they taught Lila the secret of the music box. Each note corresponded to a season's heart song, but the final note, the one that tied them together, had been silenced when Frostpin withdrew. "It's not a song of control," Spring murmured, weaving clover into Lila's hair. "It's a song of balance. Listen." Lila closed her eyes. Beneath the creak of frost and the babble of newborn streams, she heard it, the missing note, trembling in the space between breaths. When she hummed it, the music box shuddered. The frozen river burst into bloom, the suspended leaves finally drifted earthward. Frostpin, watching winter retreat to its proper quadrant, whispered, "It's softer than I remembered, but not unkind." Tilda. At the border between worlds, Ember nuzzled Lila's hand. "You'll forget this, you know. Mortals always do." But Lila, who had tasted snowflakes on summer's tongue and learned the names of 3 constellations from a boy made of frost, simply smiled. I think remembering's overrated, feeling's what sticks. She woke in her bed, dawn painting the walls apricot. The music box sat silent on her nightstand, whole and unremarkable. Yet when she opened her window, the first crocus of the year nodded on the sill, its petals edged with frost. Downstairs, Grandmother Marigold was singing a lullaby Lila didn't recognize, 3 deep notes, followed by a 4th that rang clear as an icicle snapping in the sun. Epilogue: The quiet changes. Years later, when Lila had children of her own, a girl who talked to spiders, a boy who collected rain in teacups, she'd tell them of winter's gentleness, of how endings make room for beginnings. The music box lived on the mantel, its song silent but its presence a comfort, like a held breath. One December evening, her daughter lifted the lid. 3 notes chimed. A 4th hovered unplayed. Outside, the first snow began to fall, softly, softly, as if someone had finally learned how to let go. Story 12. The amber light of dusk settled over the little village of Wickerbrush like a quilt pulled tight against the chill, painting chimney smoke in shades of apricot and lavender. In a cottage where the scent of cinnamon still lingered from morning buns, a girl named Clara wiped flour from her hands and reached for the attic ladder. Her mother had mentioned an old tea set needing cleaning, and Clara always liked how the cobwebby attic smelled of forgotten stories and cedarwood secrets. Her fingers found something unexpected behind a box of moth-eaten scarves, not the anticipated china, but a spherical teapot glazed in the deep blue of midnight skies, its surface flecked with silver like distant stars. As she turned it in her hands, warmth pulsed through the ceramic as though holding a captured sunrise. The spout curved like a question mark, and where a handle should be, twin moon crescents embraced the pot's belly. "Strange little thing," Clara murmured. The words stirred the air like a spell. From the teapot's mouth spiraled a ribbon of steam that coalesced into 3 shimmering words above the attic's dust motes. Follow the warmth. Clara nearly dropped her discovery. The teapot's surface now glowed faintly, its star patterns rearranging into an arrow pointing northwest. Through the attic window, beyond the darkening elm forests, a single star twinkled precisely where the arrow aimed. Her practical mind whispered nonsense, but her heart thrummed a curious rhythm against her ribs. The journey began at dawn with the teapot wrapped in a knitting basket, its gentle heat against Clara's back like a patient friend, nudging her onward. Where forest paths forked, the starry glaze shifted patterns to guide her. By midday, she found herself in a clearing where sunlight fell in honeyed shafts through oak branches, and there she met her first companion. A hedgehog in a waistcoat woven from dandelion fluff stood atop a toadstool, tiny spectacles perched on his snout. "Lost traveler?" he asked in a voice like rustling parchment. "Though one doesn't usually lose their way to something without first losing it from something, if you follow my meaning." Clara blinked. "I'm following this teapot's directions." "Ah, then you'll be needing the keeper of Thistledown Pass." The hedgehog produced an acorn cap filled with dew. "Drink the forest plays tricks on thirsty minds." The water tasted of cold stone and secret springs. As Clara sipped, the trees seemed to lean closer, their whispers suddenly decipherable. "They say you seek the garden of daily miracles," the hedgehog observed. "Mind the stone ravens they bite, though mostly metaphors." The path grew stranger as afternoon painted the sky in watercolor hues. Ferns uncurled to reveal tiny lanterns hung by unseen hands, their light guiding Clara through thickening mist. Where shadows pooled deepest, a badger in a cloak of stitched maple leaves emerged stirring a clay pot that smelled of thunderstorms and fresh-turned earth. "Storm brew," the badger rumbled, ladling steaming liquid into a birch cup. "The mists here steal memories if left unchecked," drink but only half, save some for the bridge. True to warning, the mist recoiled from the brew's ginger-scented steam. Clara portioned the drink carefully, tucking the remainder in her basket. The badger nodded approval. Wisdom recognizes what's yet needed. Remember this when you reach the sundial. As twilight bled into evening, the teapot's glow intensified, its heat now radiating through the basket. The promised bridge appeared as Clara's boots grew heavy, a span of living willow arching over a ravine where water sang in hidden cataracts. Yet the bridge's center was missing planks, gaping like a missing tooth. From her pocket came a skittering sound. A mouse with fur the color of wheat fields tumbled out, clutching a walnut shell hat. "Pardon the stowaway," she chirped. "Name's Thimble." "You've been trailing starlight all day, couldn't TT resist a peek." Thimble scampered to the broken bridge edge, twitching whiskers at the chasm. "Needs mending, but nails won't hold in living wood. Ah, the storm brew mix it with bridge tears." "Bridge tears?" Clara asked. The mouse gestured to dewdrops collecting on willow leaves. "Sorrow for travelers turn back, catch them in the cup." Collecting silvery droplets with care, Clara blended them with the remaining brew. Poured across the gap, the mixture sparked and grew into luminous planks of solidified mist. As they crossed, Thimble whispered, "The sundial's guardian lost his laughter, help him find it, but don't make him smile." The garden of daily miracles lay beyond, though not as Clara imagined. Wilted petals carpeted the ground, their colors leached to ashen gray. At the center stood a sundial cracked down the middle, its stone stained with dried tears. Perched atop, it was a creature of living shadow with eyes like dying embers. "Another thief come to steal miracles," it hissed, voice echoing from empty places. "This garden died with the last keeper." Clara's fingers tightened on the teapot, now hot enough to pulse in time with her heartbeat. Thimble nudged her ankle. "His laughter's trapped in the sundial crack, needs mending, but—" The shadow creature spread wing-like darkness. "Begone before I—" "Your sundial is thirsty," Clara blurted, remembering the hedgehog's warning about stone ravens. She uncorked her water flask. "May I give it drink?" The creature stilled. "It hasn't been offered kindness in many turnings." Pouring water into the crack, Clara added, "And I brought tea." The teapot trembled in her hands, brewing on its own. Steam coalesced into shapes, a younger garden vibrant with color, the shadow creature singing to blooming flowers, then an argument over stolen dewdrops that cracked the sundial. "Forgive me," the shadow whispered, tears of liquid starlight falling. Where they struck stone, the sundial mended. Where they touched dead soil, crocuses pushed through in brazen yellow. As the garden awakened, the creature's form softened into a great owl with plumage like midnight velvet. The miracle was never the garden, it said, but the care that tended it. The teapot chose well. Dawn found Clara back in her kitchen, the mystical teapot now ordinary save for its starry glaze. Yet when neighbors visited, their tea leaves always settled into helpful symbols, a loaf indicating when the baker needed aid, a heart shaped for lonely old Tom down the lane. The real magic, Clara understood, wasn't in grand quests, but in noticing what needed mending and having the courage to offer what warmth one carried. Years later, when a wide-eyed child followed a map drawn in cookie crumbs to Clara's door, they found the teapot waiting with steam that spelled adventure calls. And so the quiet magic continued, passed hand to hand like a flame that grows brighter when shared. Story 13. The cobblestone streets of Willowmere glowed amber in the twilight, their rain-slicked surfaces reflecting the warm lights from cottage windows. In a crooked little house where the ivy grew 3 shades greener than anywhere else, a girl named Mira brushed dust from an old biscuit tin marked button collection, "Do not open." The attic air tasted of forgotten things, dry parchment and cedar resin, with a faint hint of peppermint that made her nose twinkle like a rabbit's. Beneath a tangle of mismatched buttons, her fingers found cold metal. What emerged wasn't a button at all, but a pocket watch with a cracked face, its chain twisted like a sleeping snake. When Mira turned it over, the moonlight through the attic window caught strange etchings. A fox curled around a teapot, stars tangled in a spiderweb, a door where the number 12 should be. The first chime startled her so badly, she nearly dropped it. Not the tinny tick-tock of clockwork, but a deep, resonant bong that made the dust motes dance. At the 7th chime, the attic shadows deepened into velvet blackness, pierced by pinpricks of light. Mira found herself standing not on creaky floorboards, but soft moss that sighed with each step, beneath a sky swirling with constellations. She'd never seen a rabbit carrying a lantern, a ship made of crescent moons, a great bear wearing a crown of ice. "Bit early for stargazing, isn't it?" croaked a voice. Perched on a toadstool the size of a dinner plate sat a disheveled owl, one feather sticking up like a quill behind his ear. "Name's Tallow, you've opened the sundial watch, I see. Best close it before the hourglass beetles come sniffing about." Before Mira could ask what hourglass beetles were, the ground trembled. Through the starlit forest came skittering sounds, like 100 knitting needles clicking together. Tallow's feathers puffed out twice their size. "Or," he amended hurriedly, "we could run. Hold the watch face toward due Celadon and think of tea kettles." The world blurred into streaks of gold and green. When the dizziness cleared, Mira found herself in a glade where willows wept silver leaves into a brook. Tallow was busy preening his ruffled feathers, muttering about reckless human notions. A soft snuffling sound revealed a hedgehog curled beneath a dandelion clock, its spines glimmering with dewdrops. "Oh dear," said the hedgehog in a voice like wind through a keyhole. "You've brought the sundial, haven't you? The sundial always brings changes." She uncurled to reveal spectacles made of acorn caps, balanced precariously on her tiny nose. "I'm Pippin, historian 3rd class of the Glimmerfolk, at your service." As Pippin explained, the watch wasn't a timekeeper, but a pathfinder created long ago by starlight weavers to navigate the twilight corridors between worlds. "But the gears have slipped," she fretted, pointing a tiny paw at the cracked face. "The corridors are fraying. Soon the only things moving between worlds will be shadows and hungry things." Mira turned the watch in her hands. Through the crack, she glimpsed something moving, not clockwork, but liquid moonlight flowing through golden veins. "Can it be mended?" "Perhaps," came a new voice, deep and slow as tree roots shifting. The brook's surface rippled upward, forming into a woman made of water and reflected stars. "But the starlight forge lies beyond the obsidian maze, and the maze." Her liquid form shivered. "Has grown teeth where it once had thorns." Tallow hooted softly. "Used to be you could navigate the maze by following the kindness in your heart. Literally, the hedges parted for gentle thoughts, but something's poisoning the corridors." The water spirit extended a shimmering hand. In her palm floated a teardrop-shaped key made of frost. "This will open the forge, but the maze requires a different key." Her form began to dissipate. "Remember, child, not all walls are made to be broken." The obsidian maze rose before them like a chessboard brought to life, its glossy walls shifting with oily rainbows. From within came whispers that curled around Mira's ears, her mother's laugh, the promise of cookies fresh from the oven, the scent of lavender soap. She took a step forward. "Wait," Pippin squeaked. "The maze drinks longing, those who rush in never." But Mira was already through the archway. The world flipped sideways. Suddenly she was back in her attic, ordinary moonlight through dusty windows, the sundial watch just a broken trinket in her palm. Her chest ached with loss. No, she whispered, clutching the watch to her heart. Real isn't always what you see. The attic wavered. She focused on the memories that truly warmed her Tallow's grumpy hooting, Pippit's earnest spectacles, the water spirit's starry tears. The false attic dissolved like sugar in tea. The maze walls now glowed faintly, responding to her heartbeat. Where earlier there had been only cold stone, Mira noticed faint carvings, tiny scenes of creatures helping one another. A mouse giving a feather to a sparrow. A rain cloud sharing water with a wilted flower. Walls meant to be broken, she murmured, tracing the carvings. No walls meant to be opened. Pressing her palm to the stone, she whispered, I don't want to break you, show me the way. The obsidian warmed beneath her touch. With a sound like 1,000 pages turning, the wall became transparent as glass. Through it, Mira saw countless versions of herself in parallel corridors, some crying, some raging, one sitting quietly with eyes closed. The Mira holding the watch raised her hand in greeting. One by one, the other Miras turned and mirrored the gesture. Ah, breathed Tallow, suddenly perched on her shoulder. It's not about finding the path, but realizing you're never truly lost. The Starlight Forge turned out to be a cottage-sized snail shell, pearlescent curves humming with ancient song. Inside, galaxies swirled in a hearth made of dragonfly wings. The repair took all their combined efforts, Pippit's knowledge of forgotten lore, Tallow's knack for precision, and Mira's human hands to pour liquid starlight into the watch's cracked heart. As the last droplet fell, the world dissolved into golden light. Mira awoke in her attic, the sundial watch whole and glowing softly in her hands. Through the window, she saw Tallow winking from an oak branch, Pippit's spectacles glinting in the moonlight below. Days later, villagers marveled at how Mira's grandmother suddenly started remembering things again, names, stories, the secret ingredient in her famous honey cakes. No one noticed the girl leaving saucers of cream by the hearth, or how the grandfather clock sometimes chimed 13 times on starry nights. But when children couldn't sleep, they'd visit Mira's garden. Sitting among the moonflowers that bloomed only for kind hearts, they'd watch the hedgehog-shaped cloud that never drifted away, and listen to stories about mazes that weren't really mazes at all. The sundial watch found its way back to the biscuit tin, right atop the button collection. Sometimes, when both moons are full and the wind smells of somewhere else, you might hear it chime a sound like silver spoons ringing against teacups, inviting the brave and the gentle to dance with shadows until the stars sing lullabies. Story 14. Story 15. Story 16. Story 17. In the heart of the whispering woods, where maple leaves turned to stained glass when backlit by dawn and pine needles hummed lullabies in the wind, there existed a hollowed oak known as the guardian tree. Its roots cradled a community of creatures who understood the secret language of rainfall and the dance of sunlight through canopy cracks. Among them lived a small hedgehog with quills like frosted cinnamon sticks, whose sneezes sent dandelion fluff swirling in perfect spirals. She spent her days patrolling the forest edges where bluebells trembled like suspended raindrops, keeping watch over the delicate balance between shadow and blossom. The trouble began when the guardian tree's leaves started falling upward. Mossback, the 300-year-old tortoise whose shell bore maps of forgotten streams, first noticed the anomaly. The roots dream troubled dreams, he rumbled, his voice like stones rolling down a mossy hill. The season threads are unraveling. Indeed, autumn's crimson blush lingered weeks beyond its time, while winter's first snowflakes melted midair without touching ground. The fireflies' evening dance grew erratic, their golden trails spelling warnings in the dusk. Young Hazel the hedgehog volunteered to seek answers, her nose quivering as she packed a satchel with preserved blackberries and a thimble-sized lantern made from a walnut shell. "Follow the weeping willow's tears northward," advised Luna, the great horned owl whose feathers held constellations. "Where the water flows backward, you'll find the moonpool's mirror." Her amber eyes softened. "But mind the silence there. Some questions answer themselves too loudly." The journey unfolded like the peeling of an onion's silver skin. Hazel navigated fern cathedrals where spider silk hammocks swayed empty, passed through the amber pass where trapped sunlight from decades past still warmed the stones. When her paws grew sore, a family of voles offered transport on their leaf boat down a brook singing reverse lullabies, its current flowing from valley to peak. "Beware the hollow melodies," chirped the eldest vole as they disembarked. "They hunger for company." At twilight's breath, Hazel reached the moonpool, a liquid mirror where koi fish swam through reflected stars. The water's surface showed not her own face, but the guardian tree's roots choked by glowing vines that pulsed like captured lightning. As she leaned closer, the pool's whispery voice seeped into her mind. "Balance bleeds where light and shadow feud. Seek the 4 season keepers before the roots forget their song." Her return journey became a race against creeping wrongness. Spring buds froze mid-bloom, icicle petals tinkling like broken wind chimes. Summer's creek ran thick with honey, drowning ants in golden amber. Hazel consulted the forest's elders, a council of badgers in a chamber lined with fossilized ferns. "The season keepers are ancient spirits," wheezed old Thistle, his milky eyes seeing beyond the present. "They slumber in their elemental shrines, but their dreams sustain the turning wheel." Thus began the delicate labor of rousing dormant deities. For spring, Hazel climbed the crystal thicket, where sap ran upward through diamond-veined trees. She found the verdant weaver asleep in a cocoon of melted frost, her hair a tangle of cherry blossoms. "Awaken," Hazel implored, offering a dewdrop collected from the first crocus of spring. The spirit stirred, breathing life into 1,000 dormant seeds that erupted through the frozen earth. Summer's guardian required different coaxing. In the sunken grove where fireflies hibernated in glass cocoons, Hazel sang the forgotten verses of the solstice song while badger cubs drummed on hollow logs. The Ember Sultan emerged, a stag with antlers dripping golden resin, his hooves melting winter's stubborn patches as he strode westward. Autumn's trial proved most perilous. The saffron alchemist dwelled in a tower of interlocked maple keys, her body shifting between owl and old woman. "Prove your heart sees beyond decay," she croaked, presenting Hazel with a pear rotting on one side, blooming on the other. The hedgehog placed it gently in the earth. "All endings feed beginnings," she murmured. Satisfied, the alchemist scattered seeds from her cloak that bloomed into pumpkins with glowing interiors. Winter's keeper almost went undiscovered. Hazel followed fox tracks that appeared only in peripheral vision to a cave where icicles grew inward. There slumbered the frost spinner, her breath forming snowflake patterns that evaporated before touching ground. "Cold is not cruelty," Hazel whispered, recounting how winter's rest made spring's vigor possible. The spirit smiled in her sleep, knitting a blanket of snow that healed the scorched earth where summer's heat had lingered too long. As the last guardian resumed their watch, Hazel raced homeward. The forest sighed with realignment, icicles dripping downward, leaves rustling in familiar rhythms. But the guardian tree still bled silver sap where poison vines clung. "The external cure is applied," rumbled Mossbeck, "but the internal wound remains." It was then the smallest creatures emerged, beetles with iridescent wings, earthworms glimmering with bioluminescent slime. They began methodically chewing through the glowing vines. "Every heart knows its own healing," Luna observed as the tree's bark knit itself. When the last vine fell, the forest exhaled a perfumed breath, jasmine and petrichor and wood smoke blending into a tangible peace. At dawn's first light, the creatures gathered beneath the guardian tree. Hazel trembled as luminous sap anointed her forehead, the tree imparting memories of centuries past, how each generation faced their imbalance, how solutions lived in collaboration between old wisdom and young courage. "The forest remembers through your eyes now," Mossbeck said, and for the first time in living memory the tortoise smiled. Years later, when new troubles arose, a brook forgetting its course, a suspicious lack of acorns, the creatures sought Hazel not for answers, but for questions. She'd take them to the moonpool's edge or the crystal thicket's base, teaching them to listen to the wind's layered voices. On winter nights, young ones nestled in her quills as she recounted the great realignment, always ending with, "The balance isn't in perfection, but in the mending, the space where many small truths weave something stronger." The whispering woods thrived in its cyclical dance, sometimes stumbling, always recovering. Creatures learned to read the warning signs, when spiderwebs formed perfect geometric shapes, too orderly, or when rainbows appeared without rain, too eager. But there was less fear now in the face of change, for they'd built not just solutions, but understanding. On the night Hazel's quills turned snow-white, the guardian tree produced a single fruit, a glowing orb containing the forest's complete history in layered scents. It was planted where the poison vines had first emerged, growing into a sapling with leaves that changed seasons hourly. The young ones marveled at its rapid transformations, while elders nodded sagely. "The reminder grows among us," Luna would hoot during night flights, "that balance is a verb, not a statue." And when wanderers occasionally stumbled into the whispering woods, a lost child, a weary traveler, they'd swear the very air hugged them like a grandmother's shawl. Stories spread of a special clearing, where fireflies spelled comforting words and streams offered drinks that tasted like childhood memories. Few noticed the hedgehog watching from the ferns, her eyes holding autumn's wisdom and spring's hope in equal measure, ensuring the forest's heartbeat continued its rhythm, a lullaby woven from countless tiny harmonies. Story 18. The amber light of late afternoon spilled through the attic's cobwebbed window, dust motes swirling like forgotten secrets around the girl kneeling before an ancient cedar chest. 12-year-old Mara traced the carvings on its lid, interlocking waves and mountain peaks worn smooth by generations of fingertips, before lifting it with a creak that sounded like the earth itself sighing. Inside lay a quilt unlike any she'd seen in grandmother's house, its patches shimmering faintly as if woven from twilight. "Ah," came a voice like wind through barley. Grandmother stood in the doorway, her smile crinkling the constellation of age spots across her cheeks. "The story blanket found you at last." She settled beside Mara, her gnarled hands smoothing the fabric that seemed to shift colors. Deep forest green bled into sunset orange where the squares met. "Each patch holds a memory from our people, not just any memories, little sparrow, the kind that breathe." The first square pulsed warm beneath Mara's palm. Suddenly she smelled pine resin and heard the chuckle of a mountain stream. A vision bloomed, women with Mara's same cinnamon braids laughing as they strung garlands of juniper berries between cottages. "Long ago," grandmother murmured, "when storms stole our crops, we wove sweetness into the wind for neighbors." The scene shifted, children leaving berry baskets on starving families' steps, elders teaching strangers to mend fishing nets. Mara's throat tightened as she recognized the truth humming in the threads. Kindness is a language that needs no translation. Dusk deepened to a velvet blue as Mara pressed the second patch, this one embroidered with silver owls. Cold bit her cheeks. She stood knee-deep in snow beside ancestors building a vast ice hall, their breath hanging crystalline. A girl no older than Mara chipped glacial blocks with blistered hands. "We thought the long dark would claim us," grandmother said, "until we remembered cold could be shelter." In the vision, villagers from rival clans emerged bearing sleds of caribou pelts. Together they raised arched walls that turned winter's bite into a sanctuary, glowing with shared hearths. The lesson seeped into Mara's bones like thawing earth. Even what wounds can become warmth when carried together. The final patch near the quilt's heart glowed faintly gold. As Mara touched it, salt spray stung her lips. She swayed on the deck of a storm-tossed ship, watching ancestors clutch weeping children against the howling dark. Then a light. First one, then 100 blooming along the craggy coastline, as strangers lit beacon fires to guide the lost vessels home. They didn't know our songs or stories, grandmother whispered, but they knew we belonged to the same sky. Mara wept as the quilt's truth cradled her. No one is born knowing where to anchor. That's why we learn to build harbors for each other. Moonlight silvered the attic when Mara emerged from the last vision. The quilt now glimmered with a soft inner light, its patterns alive, migrating geese forming and reforming between the stitches. It's been waiting, grandmother said, pressing a velvet pouch into Mara's palm. Inside lay a needle threaded with iridescent filament. For you to add your story. For 7 sunrises, Mara gathered fragments, the lavender sprig from Madame Lefever's garden, tended though she could no longer bend. A snippet of fishing net mended by the dockside orphans, a maple leaf from the tree where refugees sheltered during last autumn's rains. As she stitched her patch by firelight, the quilt whispered how every act of courage rippled through time like stones cast into the family well. When she fastened the final knot, their entire blanket sighed contentedly. New threads spiraled out from Mara's square, tendrils connecting to empty patches yet unfilled. See. Grandmother wrapped the quilt around them both as dawn pinked the horizon. The story never ends, only grows. Years later, travelers would speak of the cottage atop Hearth Ridge, where 2 women kept a fire always burning. They'd come seeking shelter from life's storms and leave with a square of cloth stitched with their own tales, each thread a bridge between past and future, each knot a promise. You too belong to the weaving. And on winter nights when the northern lights danced, some swore they saw the quilt's patterns shimmering across the stars, an ever-expanding tapestry of what happens when we turn memory into medicine and inheritance into invitation. Story 19. The Whisperwood Seed. In a valley cradled by ancient, snow-capped mountains, there existed a village where chimney smoke curled into the sky like lazy ribbons. The cobblestone streets smelled of freshly baked rye bread and wild thyme, and the laughter of children echoed through orchards heavy with apricots. It was here, in this pocket of warmth beneath the cold peaks, that a boy named Milo discovered something extraordinary. Milo was small for his age, with a mop of chestnut hair perpetually tousled by the wind. He preferred the company of books to boisterous games, spending hours in the village library, a cozy nook above the bakery, filled with volumes that smelled of vanilla and aged parchment. But his favorite place was the edge of the Whisperwood, a forest so dense and old that the villagers claimed its trees could speak. They warned children not to wander too far, for the wood was full of peculiar magic. One autumn afternoon, while chasing a stray page from his notebook, Milo stumbled upon a clearing he'd never seen before. Golden light filtered through the canopy, illuminating a circle of mushrooms with caps like polished amber. At its center lay a single luminous seed, no larger than an acorn, but glowing with a soft, silvery light. When Milo picked it up, warmth spread through his fingers, and a voice, like wind through reeds, sighed, "Plant me where shadows dance at noon." The seed hummed in Milo's palm all the way home, its light pulsing gently. That night he pored over his books by candlelight, searching for clues. Between sketches of rare plants and maps of the valley, he found a faded illustration, a tree with leaves like crescent moons, labeled Lunara. The text read, "Born of starlight, guardian of thresholds, blooms only in realms unseen." At dawn, Milo packed a satchel with a trowel, a jar of honeyed tea, and his compass. The clue, where shadows dance at noon, puzzled him until he remembered the Sundial Gorge, a narrow canyon where sunlight struck the rocks at midday to create fleeting, shadowy figures. It was a half-day's hike, but Milo's legs carried him swiftly, the seed's warmth urging him onward. When he arrived, the gorge was eerily quiet. Sunlight sliced through the cliffs, casting elongated shadows that flickered like dancers. Milo knelt, trowel in hand, and buried the seed in the gravelly soil. For a moment, nothing happened. Then the ground trembled and a sapling shot upward, its trunk shimmering like mercury. Leaves unfurled, silver on one side, midnight blue on the other, and a doorway appeared in the tree's heart, framed by vines heavy with glowing berries. Milo stepped through. The world beyond was a twilight realm, bathed in perpetual dusk. Bioluminescent fungi clung to trees like constellations, and the air smelled of rain-soaked earth and elderflower. A path of white pebbles wound ahead, leading to a village unlike any Milo had seen. Houses nestled in hollowed trees, their windows aglow with firefly lanterns. But the villagers were not human. Pebbles crunched behind him. Milo turned to find a hedgehog in a waistcoat, balancing a tray of star-shaped tarts. "You're early for the moonlit gathering," the hedgehog chirped. "I'm Bramble, by the by. You've got the look of a threshold walker. Did the Lunara send you?" Milo gaped. I planted a seed, and splendid means the wood trusts you." Bramble shoved a tart into Milo's hand. It tasted of caramelized walnuts and memories of bonfires. "Come along, the elders will want to meet you." The elders resided in a great hall woven from living branches. 3 figures awaited, a badger in a moth-wing cloak, an owl with eyes like liquid moonlight, and a fox whose fur shifted colors like the northern lights. "The human child," rumbled the badger Thorn. "You've come at a grave hour." The owl Lyra tilted her head. "The veil between our world and yours is fraying. Darkness seeps through, a blight that devours light. And you," said the fox Ember, "must help us mend it." Milo's knees wobbled. "Me, but I'm just..." "Chosen by the Lunara," Lyra interrupted. "The seed responds only to a heart unclouded by greed." She extended a wing, revealing a map etched on birch bark. "The blight's source lies in the obsidian caves, but the path is perilous. You'll need guides." Bramble puffed his chest. "I'll go, and you'll want Fern, surely." Fern, it turned out, was a girl with moss-green hair and skin like birch bark, who emerged from a thicket carrying a basket of glowing mushrooms. Her eyes widened when she saw Milo. "A human, here to help with the blight." "If I can," Milo said. Fern grinned. "Adventure's better with company." Their party set out at first light, or what passed for light in this eternal twilight. Bramble navigated using his nose, Fern sang to plants to clear their path, and Milo clutched the Lunara seed, now cold and dormant. They followed a river of liquid starlight, its banks edged with flowers that chimed when touched. But as they neared the caves, the world grew sickly. Trees twisted into claw-like shapes, their leaves brittle and black. The air reeked of burnt sugar, a scent that made Milo's head swim. "The blight," Fern whispered. "It feeds on fear." In a clearing they found the source, a rift in the air, jagged and pulsing like an infected wound. From it oozed a viscous shadow, spreading across the forest floor. Milo's breath hitched. "How do we stop it?" "The Lunara's light can seal the rift," Fern said. "But someone must carry the seed into the heart of the blight. It'll try to frighten you, show you nightmares." Bramble squeezed Milo's hand. "We'll be right here, lad." The shadow recoiled as Milo approached, then surged forward, morphing into his deepest fears. A library consumed by flames, villagers pointing and whispering, useless, foolish, a vast, empty void where no one answered his calls. His chest tightened, but he clutched the seed, now glowing fiercely. "You're not real," he whispered. "I'm not alone." Behind him, Fern's voice rose in a song, a melody of spring buds and steadfast roots. Bramble drummed a rhythm on his tart tin, and Thorn's growl reverberated, "Courage, child." Milo thrust the seed into the rift. Light exploded, piercing the darkness like 1,000 dawns. The shadow shrieked and dissolved, and the land sighed, color returning to the trees. When the light faded, the rift was gone. In its place stood a young lunara tree, its branches heavy with starlit fruit. The journey home was bittersweet. At the village, the elders gifted Milo a vial of starlight for remembrance and a cloak woven from moonbeam threads. "You'll always find your way back," Lyra said, nodding to the lunara sapling now growing by the sundial gorge. Years later, villagers would speak of the quiet boy who'd saved the Whisperwood. Milo grew taller, his courage rooted deep, but he never boasted. Sometimes, on moonless nights, he'd slip into the forest where a hedgehog, a fox, and a girl with mossy hair waited to share tarts and tales by the lunara's glow. And in the village library, a new book appeared, its pages blank until touched. Then words shimmered into being, telling of twilight realms and kindness that lights the darkest paths. The end. Story 20. The cottage at the edge of Willowbrook Village always smelled of cinnamon and possibilities. Its wooden beams creaked like old friends sharing secrets, and its windows glowed amber in the twilight as 12-year-old Mira wiped dust from the attic's forgotten trunk. Her fingers brushed against something smooth beneath yellowed sheet music, a teapot the color of storm clouds, its surface etched with symbols that seemed to shift like minnows in a stream. "Grandmother's stories were true," Mira whispered, tracing a spiral that glowed faintly beneath her touch. The spout hummed when she tilted it, releasing a melody of wind chimes and distant laughter. That night, as steam curled from the spout in ribbons of silver, the liquid pooled in her cup didn't reflect the kitchen's firelight, but a path through moonlit ferns to a place where trees wore bark like mother of pearl. The journey began with a hedgehog. Not just any hedgehog, a creature with eyes like polished hazelnuts and quills dusted with starlight, who rapped on Mira's window pane with a tiny acorn cap. "You've awakened the wanderer's cattle," he announced, adjusting a helmet made from a thimble. "I'm Bramble, last of the Teapot guardians. We've much to do before the moon wanes." Together they followed the map in Mira's cup, past fields where wheat swayed in chromatic harmonies, to a forest where trees whispered riddles in rustling tongues. Bramble's knowledge of route pathways and due signposts proved invaluable, though he froze like a bristly statue whenever owls hooted. "It's not fear," he insisted, as Mira carried him past a shadowy thicket. "Simply strategic retreating." Their first true test came at the Glimmerfin, a marsh where will-o'-the-wisps danced malicious circles. The kettle's song grew faint, its steam dissipating in the damp air. "Lost are we," croaked a voice from a hollow log. Out shuffled a turtle whose mossy shell bore constellations of bioluminescent fungi. "Answer this and cross my bridge. What grows sharper the more you give it away?" Mira thought of grandmother teaching her to knit, calluses forming as the scarf lengthened. "Understanding," she said. The turtle's bridge of lily pads solidified, each step releasing the scent of rain-soaked pages. Deeper they ventured, until the trees formed a cathedral of intertwined branches. Here, the air thrummed with the heartbeat of something ancient. A figure emerged from the bark, a woman woven from willow switches, her hair cascading leaves. "I am Cora," she sang, sap tears glistening. "The kettle's song has waned since the village forgot shared stories. Reignite its magic at the heartspring, child, but know this: the final guardian demands not deeds, but discernment. The heartspring glowed in a clearing where fireflies pulsed like liquid gold. As Mira poured the kettle's water into its pool, the ground trembled. Not with danger, but transformation. The spring's surface solidified into a bridge of light, leading to a cottage mirroring her own. There, in a rocking chair that creaked in two worlds simultaneously, sat a girl her age with eyes like tarnished silver. "I'm the echo," the girl said, fingers passing through the kettle she'd once carried. "Every century the kettle chooses someone to mend what's frayed between wonder and worry. You've done well, but tell me, how will you help others see the map in their own cups?" Mira thought of Bramble's nervous bravery, of Cora's sorrow for forgotten tales. By being the steam, she realized, the warmth that makes the invisible visible. The echo smiled, dissolving into mist that settled on Mira's skin like a promise. Dawn found Mira back in her attic, the kettle now radiating gentle heat. Below, villagers gathered, drawn by the scent of lavender and something deeper, a longing they couldn't name. As Mira poured tea for Mrs. Higgle with her arthritic hands, the widow gasped. "Why, it's Albert's fishing pond. He always said the reeds there hummed at dusk." Word spread. The postman found courage in his steaming cup to court the bookshop owner. Children traced maps to hidden blueberry patches. And Bramble, now sporting a helmet lined with dried rose petals, took up residence in the cottage's herb garden, holding court with befriended snails. Years later, when a wide-eyed boy discovered a compass hidden in grandmother's quilt, Mira smiled. She'd learned that magic isn't in the finding, but the sharing, that every ordinary thing holds extraordinary secrets, waiting for the right heart to steam them gently awake. The fire crackled as she poured the boy's first cup, its glow painting stories on the walls, and somewhere in the shadows, a willow branch tapped the window in approval. Story 21. The Whispering Locket and the Valley of Echoed Memories. In a village hugged by silver-barked willows and crowned with chimney smoke that curled like kitten tails, there lived a girl with autumn in her hair and curiosity in her bones. Her name was Lila, though most knew her simply as the girl who talked to spiders and saved fallen stars in jam jars. She dwelled in a cottage with a roof of mossy thatch, where her grandmother had once taught her to hear the music in rainfall and spot constellations in the dappled shadows of leaves. But since her grandmother's passing, the world had felt quieter, as if someone had muffled the earth's heartbeat beneath a thick woolen blanket. One twilight, while dusting the attic's forgotten corners, Lila discovered a small cedar box hidden beneath a quilt stitched with moon phases. Inside lay a locket no larger than a hazelnut, its surface etched with spirals that seemed to shift when touched by the fading light. When she pressed the clasp, it sprang open to reveal not a portrait, but a tiny, glowing pool of liquid starlight. As she held it to her ear, a voice like wind through reeds whispered, "Seek the valley where memories grow roots, and you'll mend what the shadows unwove." That night the locket hummed beneath her pillow, tugging her dreams toward the eastern woods, a place villagers avoided, speaking of shifting trees and songs that made wanderers forget their names. But Lila had never feared the forest. She'd always sensed it wasn't malice that guarded the trees, but sorrow. At dawn she packed a satchel with blackberry tarts, a compass that pointed wherever she felt north to be, and her grandmother's well-worn book of herbal remedies. The locket she wore close, its warmth a steady pulse against her chest. The whispering threshold. The woods welcomed her with dappled light and the scent of pine needles steeped in sunlight. Yet as she ventured deeper, the air thickened with the tang of petrichor and something sharper, burnt sugar perhaps, or the metallic zing of a storm about to break. Trees leaned closer, their bark rippling like water, and ferns unfurled in her path as if rolled out by invisible hands. By midday she reached a clearing where a fox with fur the color of smoldering embers sat washing its paws in a brook. "You're late," it said, not looking up. Lila blinked. For the remembering. The fox shook water from its paws, and the droplets hung midair, each reflecting a different scene. A child laughing in a rainstorm, an old man planting acorns, a woman singing to a crescent moon. The valley of echoed memories is fading. The locket chose you to stitch it back together. Why me? Because you listen, the fox said simply, and because you still grieve. It trotted toward a birch tree whose trunk split into an archway veiled by ivy. Call me Tindra and mind the third step, it's fond of mischief. Beyond the arch the world softened. The sky deepened to twilight blue, though the sun still hung high above the mortal woods. Fireflies wove ribbons of gold through the air, and underfoot the grass shimmered like crushed opals. But as they walked, Lila noticed patches where the light dimmed, the earth cracked like parched pottery, and the fireflies sputtered out. In those spaces, half-formed shapes flickered, a crumbling tower here, a wilting rose there, all dissolving like smoke. Echoes of memories too painful to hold, Tindra explained. When mortals bury their sorrows, they take root here, but the valley can't thrive on joy alone, it needs balance. The weeping tree and the keeper of shadows. At the valley's heart stood a tree unlike any other, its trunk blackened, its branches sagging under the weight of glass orbs that wept amber sap. Beneath it sat a figure cloaked in shadows, their hands cupping a dying orb filled with a scene of two children building a sandcastle as waves crept closer. The keeper, Tindra murmured. Once the valley's guardian, now its prisoner. They tried to protect the realm by locking away all sorrow, and starved it instead. Lila approached, her boots sinking into earth that sighed with every step. The keeper's head lifted, revealing a face that shifted between countless forms, old, young, stern, gentle, as if mirroring every soul who'd ever hidden a memory there. Leave, they intoned, voice layered like a chorus. You cannot fix what's frayed. But the locket pulsed warmly against Lila's skin. She opened it, and its light spilled over the nearest cracked orb. Inside, a memory solidified. A woman, her grandmother, knelt in a garden, tearfully pruning a dead rose bush. But as the light touched it, the image shifted. The same woman, years later, smiling as a new bush bloomed crimson where the old one had stood. Memories aren't meant to be frozen, Layla realized aloud. They're meant to grow. The keeper recoiled. Growth brings pain and wisdom. She reached into her satchel, pulling out her grandmother's remedy book. Pressed between its pages were yarrow flowers, their dried petals whispering of resilience. You can't heal by cutting away the hurt, you have to let it breathe. The mending. What followed was a dance of light and shadow. Guided by Tindra's cunning and the locket's gentle radiance, Lila wandered the valley, tending to the fractured echoes. She sang lullabies to a memory of a broken friendship, and watched as the image shifted to show the same friends years later, laughing over a shared pot of tea. She planted mint seeds around a crumbling memory of a failed harvest, and vines burst forth, weaving new scenes of communal feasts born from shared struggle. Yet the hardest echo lay in the valley's deepest crevice, a memory of her grandmother's final days, frail and fading. Lila's hands trembled as she held the locket over it. But as the light merged with the memory, the scene rippled, not showing an end but a beginning. Her grandmother's voice, warm and clear, spoke words she'd forgotten. The best part of a story isn't the ending, little fern. It's the seed it leaves behind to grow. When she looked up, the keeper stood beside her, their cloak now dappled with starlight and moss. You've reminded the valley how to breathe, they said, offering a seed shaped like a teardrop. Plant this where your sorrow runs deepest. The blossoming. The journey home was shorter, the woods parting like a curtain to spill her back into her sunlit attic. In the garden where her grandmother's rose bush had once withered, Lila planted the seed. It bloomed overnight into a tree with silver leaves and flowers that chimed in the breeze, each petal a preserved memory, not frozen but alive, changing hue with the seasons. Villagers soon came to sit beneath its branches, sharing stories they'd long buried. And though Lila still missed her grandmother, the ache now felt like a shared hymn rather than a solitary cry. Tindra visited often, trading riddles for blackberry tarts, and on quiet evenings, the locket's whispers mingled with the creak of rocking chairs and the drowsy hum of fireflies. The end. Story 22. In the quiet village of Bramble Hollow, where chimney smoke curled into the sky like lazy question marks, there lived a girl named Mira with hair the color of autumn oak leaves and a curiosity as deep as the root cellars beneath the cottages. Her days were spent helping in her father's bookbinding workshop, where the scent of aged paper and leather glue hung in the air like a familiar song. But it was in the evenings, when golden light slanted through the attic window, that Mira pursued her true passion, sorting through the forgotten treasures left behind by generations of her family. One chilly twilight, as Mira traced her finger along the spines of moth-winged ledgers, a soft ping echoed from an overturned biscuit tin. Inside lay a tarnished soup ladle, its bowl dented and handle wrapped in fraying blue ribbon. When she lifted it, the room filled with the aroma of rosemary and rain-soaked earth, though no herbs grew in the attic's dusty corners. A voice like the creak of a well-loved rocking chair spoke from the ladle's curve. 3 turns west, where the willows weep, the pot waits for its keeper. Mira nearly dropped her discovery, but the ladle warmed gently in her hands, as if comforting her. That night, curled beneath a quilt stitched with constellations, she dreamed of a cauldron the size of a cider barrel, its iron sides etched with runes that glowed like fireflies. When she awoke, her palms still smelled of woodland moss and possibility. Her journey began at the edge of Weeping Willow Grove, where the trees trailed their branches in the Silver Thread River. There she met Thistle, a pine marten with a tail like a paintbrush dipped in sunset, who wore tiny spectacles balanced on his pointed nose. "You've brought the whispering ladle," he exclaimed, paws clasped in delight. "The great soup pot hasn't sung since the last keeper scattered its recipes to the wind." Thistle explained that the pot, hidden in a glade deep in the grove, once nourished the entire valley with soups that could mend bones or lift sorrows. But its magic had faded when people stopped believing meals could be more than fuel. "The pot's gone cold and cranky," Thistle sighed. "It'll take more than kindling to relight its fire." As they ventured deeper, the undergrowth thickened into a tapestry of thorn and shadow. Moonflower vines tangled Mira's ankles until a soft giggle revealed Juniper, a will-o'-the-wisp no larger than a dandelion puff, whose light pulsed in time with her laughter. "The pot's heart is frostbitten," she chimed, settling in Mira's hair like a living hairpin. "But mind the stinging nettles, they guard the path with sharp words and sharper thorns." True to warning, the nettles lashed their barbed leaves as Mira approached. "Turn back, small fool," they rasped. "No mortal remembers the true taste of warmth." The ladle trembled in her grip, but Juniper glowed brighter. "Stories," the wisp whispered. "They're lonely, not angry." Mira knelt, ignoring the pricks at her knees, and poured her memories into words, the velvet weight of potato leek soup on a sick night, the citrus spark of her mother's summer gazpacho. One by one the nettles stilled, their thorns softening into ferny fronds that parted to reveal a clearing. The great soup pot sat forlorn on a hearth of crumbling bricks, its once gleaming surface dull as old ashes. When Mira touched it, the iron groaned like an ancient oak in the wind. "It's not ingredients it needs," Thistle realized, whiskers drooping. "The pot's forgotten why it cooks." For 3 days and nights, Mira tended the hearth. She stirred broths made from pine needles and patience, while Juniper sang lullabies in a language of flickers and Thistle recited recipes from his spectacled memory. But the pot remained cold, its depths silent. On the fourth dawn, as frost painted the grass, Mira sank onto a lichen-cushioned stone and began to cry. Her tears fell into the ladle, which hummed with sudden warmth. Understanding bloomed like yeast in proofing dough. Mira placed the ladle against the pot's side and whispered, "You don't exist to fix or magic, you exist to gather." The runes ignited. Wood smoke and caramelized onions perfumed the air as the pot shuddered to life, its surface shedding rust like autumn leaves. From its depths rose a broth that shimmered liquid gold, though no fire burned beneath it. Thistle dipped a paw and marveled, "It tastes like my first snowfall." Juniper dove in, emerging with light brighter than ever. Like laughter, she trilled. As Mira sipped from the ladle, flavors unfolded, sugar-dusted bayonets at her grandmother's table, the tart blackberries she'd picked with childhood friends, the humble onion soup her father made when the workshop ledger grew too heavy. The pot hadn't needed magic ingredients, but the stories and shared moments that transformed food into comfort. Word spread through Bramble Hollow of the pot's revival. Villagers brought crooked carrots and misshapen potatoes, and in return received sustenance that eased arthritic joints or softened grief's edges. The ladle, now hanging proudly from the pot's rim, whispered recipes only when someone approached with open hands and a heart ready to listen. Years later, when travelers asked how a dented soup ladle and an iron pot could work such wonders, Mira would smile and stir the ever-simmering broth. "The magic was never in the objects," she'd say. "It's in the spaces between, the giving and receiving, the remembering and sharing. That's where true warmth lives." And on quiet evenings, when fireflies danced above the grove, you might glimpse a girl with oak-leaf hair, a pine marten in tiny spectacles, and a wisp of laughter light, all sipping soup that tasted exactly like coming home. Story 23. Story 24. The Lantern of Whispering Woods. Beneath a sky quilted with twilight stars, where the air smelled of pine resin and secrets, there lay a village cradled by ancient trees. The people of Mossgrove called their home the Threshold, for while their thatched roofs and cobblestone paths seemed ordinary, every child knew the true magic began where the lantern light ended. Yet only one soul in a generation could find the hidden path to Lumithra, the heart of the forest, where time bloomed backward and rivers sang in harmonies only the lonely could hear. This is the story of a girl named Lila, whose hands were always smudged with charcoal from sketching ferns, and whose heart ached for something she couldn't name. Lila felt most alive in the liminal hours, dawn's first blush, twilight's lingering sigh, when shadows stretched long and the world seemed to hold its breath. On the eve of her 12th birthday, while chasing a moth with wings like stained glass, she stumbled upon an oak whose roots cradled a rusted lantern. Its surface was etched with symbols that shimmered when touched, though the light within had long since dimmed. "A star's ember," whispered a voice like wind through reeds. Lila turned to find a hare standing upright, his fur silvered as moonlit frost and eyes twin pools of liquid night. "That lantern hasn't glowed since the last keeper vanished. You've the look of someone who listens to shadows." He twitched his nose toward the trees. "Come, the woods have been waiting." Thus began Lila's descent into the heart of Lumithra. The hare, who introduced himself as Thistledown, guided her through a thicket that unraveled like a knot undone, revealing a glade where fireflies pulsed in time with her footsteps. Here the trees bore fruits like tiny lanterns, their golden skins translucent as parchment. "Moonberries," Thistledown explained. "They taste of memories you've yet to make." As Lila bit into one, warmth spread through her chest, and for a fleeting moment she glimpsed a woman with her own storm-gray eyes lighting the forgotten lantern in a circle of stones. Lumithra was a tapestry of wonders, rivers that flowed uphill to feed star-shaped blossoms, hedgehogs who baked acorn pies in mushroom-cap ovens, and a library tended by badgers, its shelves carved into living cedar trunks. Yet beneath the beauty hummed a discordant note. The lantern's symbols grew fainter each day, and with them, the boundaries between Lumithra and the outside world frayed. Flowers wilted mid-song, the library's oldest books dissolved into mist. "The lantern binds our worlds," said Marigold, a fox with fur the color of autumn sunlight, who taught Lila the language of root and rainfall. "Its light reminds both realms of their shared breath. Your people's laughter feeds our rivers, our starlight softens your winters, without a keeper to tend it." She gestured to a patch of sky where constellations blinked erratically, like a sputtering candle. Lila's hands trembled as she polished the lantern each night, whispering stories she'd hoarded, of her mother's lullabies, of the way dawn painted the village spire gold, of her secret wish to be someone the world needed. Yet the wick remained cold. The crisis came on a night thick with the scent of impending frost. The northern border of Lumithra collapsed, spilling shadows into Moss Grove. Lila awoke to find her baby brother's cradle choked with vines that thirsted for moonlight, their blooms shriveled and bruised purple. In the village square, elders murmured of cursed crops and nightmares that crept from under doors. "You must complete the bonding," urged Thistledown, his ears flat against his skull. "Light the lantern with your truth, the one you've buried deepest." Lila's throat tightened. All her life she'd been the quiet one, the girl who preferred sketches to speeches, who hid her sketches lest someone call them childish. How could something as vast as two worlds resting on her whispered truth? Yet as she knelt in the glade, lantern cradled against her chest, she let the fear rise. "I'm afraid," she confessed to the listening trees. "Afraid I'm not brave enough, afraid of being invisible, and afraid of being seen." The first tear fell against the lantern's base. "But I want to try." A spark flickered, small, tentative, then bloomed into a flame the color of dawn's first light. It poured through the glade, mending fractured streams, reviving forgotten melodies in the wind. The shadows retreated, not in defeat, but gently, as if remembering they belonged elsewhere. In the days that followed, Lila walked between worlds. She taught Mossgrove's children to plant moonberry seeds along their windowsills, ensuring sweet dreams. She guided Lumithra's creatures in crafting gifts for the village, honey that never spoiled, cloaks woven from spider silk and stardust. The lantern's light waxed and waned with her honesty. When doubt crept in, she learned to pause, breathe, and name it aloud. On the first day of spring, as Lumithra's festival of intertwined lights bathed both realms in gold, Thistledown pressed a pendant into Lila's palm, a tiny lantern filled with liquid light. "For when your path feels dark," he said, "remember, keepers walk not ahead or behind, but with." Years later, villagers would speak of the gentle woman who lived at the forest's edge, her hair streaked silver, though her eyes stayed young. She taught that courage isn't the absence of fear, but the choice to kindle light anyway, and that every heart contains a world waiting to be seen. As for the lantern, it burns still, a steady glow in a glade where two worlds overlap, tended by all who have learned to whisper their truths to the dark. And if you wander Mossgrove at twilight, you might glimpse Lila's shadow, always accompanied by a hare, a fox, and the soft, persistent radiance of a light that refused to die. Story 25. In the heart of the verdant vale, where willows whispered secrets to passing clouds and rivers hummed lullabies carved into their banks, there lived a hedgehog named Thistle, whose quills shimmered with dewdrops even at midday. Each morning he followed the scent of sun-warmed juniper to a moss-cradled clearing, where fireflies strung constellations between fern fronds and the very air seemed to breathe in time with the forest's pulse. It was here, beneath the amber eye of an ancient grandfather oak, that the creatures of the vale gathered when the world tilted out of balance. One crisp autumn dawn, Thistle noticed the maple leaves crunching beneath his paws held no sweetness, their usual caramel fragrance replaced by the sharp tang of frost too early. A worried murmur rippled through the forest as ladybugs huddled in wilted thistle blooms and squirrels scrambled to bury acorns in earth already hardening to iron. The worst sign came at twilight when Thistle glimpsed the starlight hares, ethereal beings who danced moonlight into the soil, trembling as their silver fur dulled to ash. "The season threads are fraying," rasped Elder Bramble, a great horned owl whose feathers held the patina of centuries. Perched in his hollow filled with preserved rose petals and maps inked on birch bark, he spread wings that smelled of forgotten attics and wisdom. Long ago, when the first snow met the first spring bud, the forest wove 4 sacred talismans: the amber acorn of autumn, the frost bloom of winter, the dew chalice of spring, and the emberstone of summer. These rest in the chamber of echoing roots, tended by the stone badgers, but the chamber's door hasn't opened since the last great storm. Thistle's heart pattered like rain on ivy. Why can't the stone badgers bring the talismans forth? Elder Bramble's amber gaze grew heavy. The door answers only to a harmony of 4 voices, one from each season's heart. You must gather companions, someone who carries spring's hope, summer's courage, and winter's stillness. And so Thistle embarked at moonset, his lantern a captured firefly swarm in a hollowed pumpkin. In a glade where cherry blossoms defiantly perfumed the frostbit air, he found Juniper, a snowshoe hare whose ears twitched to rhythms no others heard. She stood ankle-deep in a brook, coaxing water to spiral into liquid chimes. "The streams sing in minor keys," she fretted, her voice like wind through reed flutes. When Thistle explained their quest, she immediately tucked a blossom behind her ear, a pink rebellion against the unseasonal cold. Their path led them next through the cinderwoods, where charred tree skeletons groaned in the wind. Beneath a shield of living embers that rained no heat, they discovered Sorrel, a fox whose russet fur flickered like a banked fire. He was methodically transplanting glowing blue fungi onto scorched earth, each spore burst leaving a sapphire shimmer in the air. "The emberstone's pulse weakens," he growled, smoke curling from his nostrils. "I'll join your song, hedgehog, if only to silence this infernal cold." Last, in a valley where icicles hung like crystal daggers from summer oaks, they found Myrtle. The elder badger's claws carved symbols into the frozen stream, her breath blooming into ice flowers that wept when they melted. "The frost bloom's heartbeat falters," she rumbled, her voice glacier deep. Without another word, she shouldered a pick forged from permafrost and fell into step behind them. The chamber of echoing roots lay behind a waterfall that flowed upward, droplets hanging suspended like a million quicksilver berries. As the 4 approached, roots erupted from the soil to form an archway veiled in living mist. Thistle stepped forward, the pumpkin lantern's light catching the dewdrop clinging to his quill. "Autumn's gratitude," he offered, recalling the scent of cider-steeped orchards. Juniper wove water droplets into a shimmering scale. "Spring's renewal." Sorrel breathed a flame that danced without consuming. "Summer's perseverance." Myrtle's pick struck the earth, releasing the clean mineral scent of deep stone. "Winter's rest." The mist dissolved into the warm, loamy aroma of turned soil after rain. Before them stretched a cavern where bioluminescent worms traced constellations across stalactites, their light reflecting in 4 stone pedestals. Upon each rested a talisman, the amber acorn, its surface swirling with trapped sunset, the frost bloom, crystalline petals chiming like wind chimes, the dew chalice overflowing with liquid that rippled without spilling, the emberstone, its core pulsing like a captive heartbeat. "They've been neglected," gasped Juniper. The frost bloom stem was webbed with cracks, the dew chalice's liquid murky. Thistle reached instinctively. "Wait," Myrtle placed a cautionary paw on his shoulder. "The talismans aren't ornaments to be taken, they must be remembered." Understanding bloomed in Sorrel first. The fox began to hum, a crackling melody of bonfires and cicada songs. Myrtle answered with a drone like wind over tundra, juniper with rippling arpeggios. Thistle closed his eyes, recalling the forest's autumn voice, rustling cornstalks, the drumroll of acorns on rooftops, the sigh of leaves releasing their hold. As their harmonies intertwined, the talismans brightened. The amber acorn split, releasing a cascade of maple keys that dissolved into gold mist. The frost bloom's cracks sealed as Myrtle sang of silent nights under wolf moon. Juniper's melody drew rainwater upward to replenish the dew chalice, while sorrel's flames spun molten threads around the emberstone. Outside, the forest breathed anew. Frost retreated from autumn oaks in glistening sighs, confused apple blossoms folded back into buds to await true spring. The starlight hares resumed their dance, their footfalls coaxing up the first tender shoots of winter wheat where snow ought to have been. At dawn, the four companions emerged to a vale restored, crisp but not cruel, the air spiced with wood smoke and impending frost. Elder Bramble awaited them, a new softness in his gaze. "You've woven the seasons back into balance," he said, talons gently pressing a preserved crimson leaf into Thistle's paw. "Remember this harmony when the threads next fray." As years turned, the hedgehog often returned to the chamber, sometimes with his original companions, sometimes with new voices, a mole who sang of deep earth, a kingfisher whose trills held river depths. The talismans never dimmed again, for the forest had learned, balance isn't a relic to guard, but a song forever sung anew. And on the coldest winter nights, when the vale's creatures gather under the grandfather oak, they still speak of how a hedgehog, a hare, a fox, and a badger taught the seasons to listen, not just to the turning earth, but to the quiet courage of those willing to lend their voice to the chorus. Story 26. The Whisperwood Melody. Beneath a sky quilted with plum-colored clouds, where fireflies scribbled golden trails in the dusk, there stood a village cradled by ancient oaks. The cottages wore roofs of mossy thatch, their windows glowing like amber coins in the twilight. It was here, in this place where chimney smoke curled into riddles and the river sang lullabies over smooth stones, that a girl named Mira discovered the music box. It happened on an afternoon steeped in the scent of rain-soaked earth. Mira had been chasing the silvery laugh of the wind through her grandmother's attic, a labyrinth of dust-draped trunks and portraits with eyes that seemed to follow you. Behind a tapestry woven with constellations, her fingers brushed cold metal. The box was small, its surface etched with vines that shifted when touched, as if alive. At its center gleamed a key shaped like a crescent moon. When Mira turned it, the room filled with a melody that wasn't sound but feeling, the warmth of sunlight through maple leaves, the quiet thrill of a secret kept safe for centuries. The music tugged at her like a thread tied to her heart. It led her past the village's edge, where the path dissolved into ferns and into the Whisperwood, a forest locals avoided, speaking of it in hushed tones. Trees that remember, they'd say, and roots that listen. Yet Mira walked unafraid, for the melody hummed in her bones, softening shadows into shades of indigo and silver. She didn't notice when the air grew sweeter, nor when the stars above sharpened into crystals, until she stepped into a clearing where the moon hung low, a luminous pearl in a pool of midnight. There, sitting atop a toadstool ring, was a fox. Not red but silver as mercury, with eyes like liquid amber. His tail swept the air, scattering sparks that smelled of burnt sugar. "You're late," he said, though his voice held no reproach, only amusement, like a puzzle finally solved. Mira's breath caught. "You talk. And you listen," the fox replied, leaping down. "A rare talent, I am Sorrel." He nodded at the music box cradled in her hands. "You've brought the Heartwood's key, clever thing to choose a child." "Choose me for what?" Sorrel's ears twitched toward the trees. The whisperwood is fading, its magic leaks away drop by drop because the heartwood tree, the source of all its songs, has fallen silent. That box holds the last true melody. Together we must reawaken the tree before the shadows devour this world. He said it plainly, as though asking her to fetch water, not venture into realms unknown. Mira traced the vines on the box, now pulsing faintly. Why me? Because you heard the music when others dismissed it as wind. Because you see the forest not as a thing to fear, but to wonder at. Sorrel tilted his head. Also, you've excellent taste in companions. Their journey began at dawn, though time moved strangely in the whisperwood. Morning light filtered through canopies in ribbons of green gold, dappling moss so thick it swallowed their footsteps. Sorrel taught Mira to drink from dewdrops clinging to spiderwebs, they taste of beginnings, and to avoid patches of shadow that rippled like oil, they bite. She learned his sparks could light fires without wood, drawing heat from hope itself, and that his laughter made bluebells bloom. Yet the forest grew stranger as they deepened into its heart. Trees bore fruits like glass bells that chimed when ripe. Rivers flowed upward, their waters full of fish that shone like captured stars. Once they passed a grove where willows wept honey, and the ground sighed when walked upon. But beauty hid peril, a thicket of roses, their thorns dripping venom, guarded the path. They respond to kindness, Sorrel murmured. Sing to them. Mira's voice trembled at first, but the music box's melody rose to meet her, weaving through her song like a duet. The roses shivered, thorns retracting, petals brushing her cheeks in apology. You see. Sorrel nuzzled her hand. Even sharp things soften when heard. Days blurred, marked only by the music box's glow dimming as shadows thickened. They encountered a hare whose fur shifted with the seasons, who traded them a compass carved from a single sapphire for a lock of Mira's hair, for remembering, it sighed. They outwitted a river spirit by solving her riddle, what grows when shared but dies when kept. A story, Mira answered, and crossed her waters on a bridge of the spirit's own tears. Yet the forest's decay worsened. Clearings crumbled at the edges, consumed by void. Trees petrified mid-sway, leaves disintegrating to ash. The music box's song grew strained, each note fighting to survive. We're close, Sorrel said one evening as they sheltered in a hollow tree. Its walls pulsed with a heartbeat rhythm. The heartwood is near, but the final trial. His tail flicked nervously. It requires truth. The tree won't wake for cleverness or courage alone. It demands vulnerability. Mira hugged her knees. What if I'm not brave enough? Sorrel rested his chin on her shoulder. You've already been brave, now perhaps you must be scared and continue anyway. The heartwood tree stood in a cavern of living crystal, its roots braided through the earth like arteries. But its bark was gray, branches skeletal, and the air smelled of dust and forgotten things. Before it loomed a gate of twisted brambles, and within those thorns floated a creature of smoke and shattered light, the shadow Sorrel had warned of. Turn back, it hissed, voice like cracking ice. This tree is mine. Sorrel bared his teeth, sparks flaring. You've no right to its song. The shadow coalesced into a woman's form, her eyes hollow. I have every right, I am its grief, the note it could never sing. She swept a hand toward the tree. Centuries ago, humans carved their names into its flesh, took its magic for trinkets. The tree sealed its heart away to protect itself. I am what remains, its pain, its loneliness, and I will let it rot rather than suffer again. Mira stepped forward, music box clutched to her chest. But it's suffering now, so are you. The shadow stilled. You don't fear me. I'm sad for you, Mira whispered. You're not a monster, you're a wound. Something flickered in the shadow's face. The brambles shrank slightly. Sorrel's voice was gentle. Let her try. Mira approached the tree, her reflection fractured in the crystal walls. She pressed her palm to the cold bark. I'm sorry they hurt you, she said. But not all humans are takers. Some of us want to listen, to protect. She opened the music box. The melody spilled out, tentative at first, then stronger, weaving with her words. You don't have to be alone. Let us help you remember joy. For a terrible moment, nothing happened. Then, a shiver ran through the roots. The shadow gasped as cracks of gold spread across the tree's trunk. The music box's song swelled, joined by a deeper, resonant hum from the tree itself. Light burst forth, liquid and warm, melting the brambles, filling the shadow's hollows until she glowed like dawn mist. Thank you, the shadow breathed, her voice now a chorus of wind chimes. I forgot how light could feel. With a sigh, she dissolved into the tree's light, her pain finally released. The heartwood bloomed. Leaves unfurled in emerald spirals, flowers erupting in technicolor bursts. The crystal cavern sang, its walls refracting rainbows over Mira and Sorrel. And the music box's melody settled into the tree, becoming one with its song. In the village, Mira returned to a life of herb gardens and stargazing. But some nights she'd find a silver fox waiting by her window, bearing gifts, a teardrop-shaped opal from the river spirit, a map drawn on birch bark, showing realms yet unseen. And always the music box on her desk, its vines now forever in bloom. The whisperwood thrived, its magic seeping into the human world in subtle ways, children's laughter lingering sweeter, bread rising higher, wounds healing quicker. And though Mira grew older, her step never lost its spring, her hair always smelling of pine and possibility. On the eve of her 30th year, as she sat by a fire, the music box began to play. The melody led her outside, where Sorrel waited, unchanged by time. Ready? He asked, eyes gleaming. She smiled, taking his paw. Always. They vanished into the woods, two shadows dancing under a moon that winked, as if keeping a delicious secret. And in the village, they tell of a woman who never aged, who conversed with foxes and healed broken things with a song. But most agree it's just a tale, except for the children who hear the music in the wind and know, deep in their bones, that magic is simply a friend we've yet to meet. Story 27. In a village nestled between rolling hills and a river that sang as it flowed, there lived a girl with a patchwork satchel and a heart full of questions. Her name was Lila, and though she loved the familiar comforts of home, the smell of her grandmother's cinnamon tea, the creak of the old windmill, her thoughts often wandered to the edge of the wildroot forest, where the trees stood so close together their branches braided secrets into the sky. No one in the village ever ventured beyond the first few oaks, for the woods were said to be home to things best left unbothered. But one twilight, as fireflies blinked their golden greetings, Lila noticed something new, a path, thin as a thread of moonlight, winding into the shadows. The next morning she packed her satchel with oat biscuits, a jar of honey, and a feather she'd found on her windowsill, its edges shimmering as though dipped in stardust, and followed the path into the unknown. The forest welcomed her not with silence, but with a symphony. Leaves rustled like pages turning in a storybook, and the air hummed with the scent of pine resin and wild mint. Sunlight filtered through the canopy in dappled coins, illuminating mushrooms that glowed softly, as if holding tiny lanterns within their caps. She hadn't walked far when she heard a sound like tiny bells. Peering around a tree trunk, she spotted a creature no taller than her knee, a rabbit with fur the color of twilight, ears tipped in silver, and eyes like polished violets. It held a daisy in its paws, nibbling the petals with a thoughtful air. When it noticed Layla, it didn't flee, it bowed. "You're the first human to visit in 100 years, it said, its voice a blend of wind chimes and creek water. Are you lost? Not lost, Lila replied, though her pulse fluttered. Just curious. The rabbit twitched its nose approvingly. Curiosity is a good compass, but mind the bramble hollow ahead. It tangles more than just roots. Thanking the rabbit, Lila pressed on. True to its warning, the path soon narrowed into a tunnel of thorns, their branches twisted into knots that seemed to shift as she approached. The air grew heavy with the scent of damp earth and elderflowers. She hesitated, then remembered the feather in her satchel. When she held it aloft, its shimmer brightened, and the thorns shivered away from its light, unraveling like yarn. Beyond the hollow, the forest opened into a meadow where the grass swayed in patterns, as if dancing to a song only it could hear. At its center stood a tree unlike any other, its trunk a mosaic of amber and jade, its branches heavy with translucent fruits that pulsed like heartbeats. Beneath it sat a round, prickly creature with moss growing along its spine and a crown of blueberries. "Hallo," it said in a voice like a yawn. "I'm Pippin. Are you here to help me find my way home?" "Where's home?" Lila asked, kneeling. Pippin blinked sleepily. "Where the stones hum and the ferns tell jokes. I wandered too far chasing a cloud that looked like a teacup." Lila offered him an oat biscuit. "Let's look together." As they walked, Pippin's tiny claws tucked into her palm, Lila noticed the forest shifting. A rock shaped like a lion here, a stream that flowed upward there. They passed a family of frogs wearing hats woven from lily pads, and a tree whose hollow bore a tiny door adorned with snail-shell hinges. Finally, they found a cluster of singing stones beside a brook, where ferns giggled when tickled by the breeze. "Home," Pippin sighed, curling into a mossy nook. "Take a fruit from the amber tree. It'll help you remember the way." Back in the meadow, Lila plucked a glowing fruit. It burst softly in her hands, releasing a mist that curled into the shape of an arrow, floating northward. The mist led her to the edge of a glen where the trees grew in spirals, their roots cradling a pool of water so clear it reflected not the sky, but constellations she'd never seen. A fox with fur the color of autumn bonfires lay by the water, watching her. "You've come far, little traveler," it said. "Do you know what the pool shows?" Lila shook her head. "The stories you've yet to live," the fox replied. "But to see them clearly, you must give it something you've carried a long time." Lila thought of her satchel, the honey, the feather, the last biscuit. Then she reached for the worry she'd brought with her, the fear that the forest might swallow her, that she'd never find her way back. She let it fall into the water like a stone. Ripples spread and the constellations shifted, forming a bridge of light across the pool. On the other side stood a gate woven from willow branches. Beyond it the path turned homeward, golden with late afternoon light. The fox nuzzled her hand. "Courage isn't the absence of fear," it said. "It's the choice to wonder what's on the other side." The journey back was a tapestry of familiar wonders. The rabbit waved, the bramble hollow parted without a fuss, and the glowing mushrooms lit her way like tiny sentinels. When Lila emerged from the forest, her village greeted her with lanterns and relieved hugs, but she knew she hadn't truly left the wild root behind. That night, as she drifted to sleep, she found a sprig of silver leaves under her pillow and the distant sound of laughter in the wind. Years later, when others asked about the forest, Lila would smile and say, "The unknown isn't something to fear. It's just a friend you haven't met yet." And sometimes, when the moonlight fell just so, she'd glimpse a violet-eyed rabbit or a flicker of autumn fur at the edge of the trees, winking as if to say, the adventure never ends. It only waits for curious hearts. Story 28. Story 28. In a valley cradled between mountains that wore crowns of perpetual mist, there lived a girl named Thalia, whose hands hummed with the quiet magic of summer. She tended sunflowers that turned their faces like compass needles, coaxed plump berries from reluctant vines, and could make the warm rain fall in perfect silver curtains. Yet when the first maple leaf blushed crimson at summer's end, Thalia's chest tightened as if her heart were a rosebud curling inward against the frost. The villagers of Bramble Hollow cherished the turning seasons, the crackle of autumn bonfires, the hush of winter's first snowfall, the frothy green lace of spring willows. But Thalia hid in her sun-warmed garden as the world changed around her, whispering to her pumpkins, "Stay gold just a little longer," her magic pooling in her palms like liquid amber. The squash obliged, glowing defiantly yellow while their cousins in other patches softened to muted ochre. She didn't notice the soil beneath her feet growing as parched and brittle as old parchment, nor the confused swallows circling overhead, their migration songs faltering. One twilight, as Thalia brushed her fingers over the stubbornly green leaves of the great oak behind her cottage, an acorn dropped onto her shoulder. It sprouted instantly, tendrils curling around her braid like a living ribbon. "Enough, little storm cloud," came a voice like creaking branches and wind chimes. Her grandmother, Sylvana, stood framed in the cottage doorway, her apron pockets overflowing with dried lavender and moonwort. "You've made the trees forget how to undress for winter. Come, the equinox grove needs our tending." Thalia's boots scuffed against frost-kissed cobblestones as they walked, the sprout in her hair trembling. "Why must everything end?" she murmured, watching her breath curl into the air. Sylvana didn't answer but pressed a warm porcelain cup into her hands. The cider inside tasted of wood smoke and forgotten apples, its heat sliding through her like a sunbeam. At the village square, lanterns shaped like fireflies bobbed above stalls brimming with hazelnuts and knitted scarves. A boy with a fox's grin and hair the color of burnt umber waved, Milo, who carved flutes from river reeds and knew the secret paths where moral mushrooms grew. Look what the wind blew in. He tossed her a maple key that spun in a perfect spiral. "The cider barrels are ready, but Old Man Hemlock says the apples won't ripen right unless someone," he raised an eyebrow at her wilted sunflower crown, "stops hexing the harvest." That night Thalia lay awake watching constellations pivot across the sky. The moon painted her walls with silver filigree, and somewhere in the distance, a stream sang a lullaby over smooth stones. She touched the acorn sprout, now studded with pearl-sized leaf buds. What if I forget the sun? She wondered, and the thought tasted sharper than unripe persimmon. The turning point came when Thalia found the first confused crocus pushing through the icy soil near her doorstep, a spring flower lured too early by her summer-long incantations. Her magic, once as easy as breathing, now prickled under her skin like static before a storm. That's when Sylvana brought her a cloak stitched with constellations and a basket of blackberry scones. "The woods remember what you've forgotten," she said, tying the cloak's ribbons with hands that smelled of sage. "Walk until the ache in your bones matches the rhythm of the earth, then listen." Milo joined her at the forest's edge, his pockets full of cinnamon candies and a flute tucked in his belt. "Don't look so grim," he laughed, kicking up a swirl of copper leaves. "Adventure's just trouble you haven't met yet." They followed deer trails embroidered with frost, past thickets where winterberries glowed like embers, and into a clearing where the air shimmered as if the world itself were breathing. At the center stood a tree unlike any other, its trunk a mosaic of ash gray and charcoal, branches splitting into 4 canopies, one blooming with cherry blossoms, another heavy with peaches, a third blazing in autumn fire, the 4th skeletal and glittering with ice. Beneath it sat a child made of dappled shadows and sunlight, weaving vines into a crown. "Ah," the child said, voice echoing with the chatter of squirrels and the creak of growing roots, "the Summerkeeper arrives. Come, warm my winter side." Thalia's hands trembled as she placed them against the wintry bark. Cold shot up her arms, but she held on, watching her breath cloud the air. The tree shivered, and suddenly she felt it, the deep, slow pulse of roots drinking from frozen streams, the patient dreams of bulbs sleeping under snow, the crisp clarity of air scrubbed clean by frost. A tear slid down her cheek, crystalline, catching the pale winter light. Again, the forest child urged. Spring bark under her left hand, autumn under her right. This time the sensations flooded her. Spring's giddy ache of daffodil shoots punching through mud, autumn's bittersweet release as leaves pirouetted earthward. Thalia laughed wetly as a ladybug crawled across her knuckle, its shell as red as the sumac syrup Milo drizzled over snow cones. "It's not endings," she whispered. It's the world breathing out and in." The forest child nodded, their eyes twin pools of molten gold. "Your magic fought time's river, let it flow with the current now." They snapped their fingers, and the acorn sprout in Thalia's hair burst into bloom, first a rose, then a chrysanthemum, then a snowdrop, each petal dissolving into stardust. When Thalia returned to Bramble Hollow, the villagers gasped. Where she stepped, crocuses poked through frost in her wake, not as intruders but as promiscuous harbingers. At the harvest feast, she placed her hands on the cider barrels and sang a new song, one that let apples remember they'd once been blossoms. The cider tasted deeper that year, of roots and rain and the longing of orchards yet to be planted. Milo played his flute by the bonfire, its melody twining with the crackle of burning pine. "Still hate autumn?" he asked, tossing her a caramel apple. Thalia bit into it, sweetness exploding with a tart undertaste that made her tongue curl joyfully. She looked around at the villagers dancing, their breath making ghosts in the air, at Sylvana teaching children to string cranberry garlands, at the stars wheeling above in their endless, comforting dance. "No," she said, and her smile felt as wide as the horizon. "It's just another kind of beginning." Years later, when wide-eyed children asked about the tree that bloomed all seasons behind her cottage, Thalia would smile and stir her ever-simmering pot of spiced pear tea. "Magic isn't holding on," she'd say, tracing the scar on her palm where the winter bark had bitten. "It's learning when to let the wind carry your seeds." Outside, snow fell, gentling the world into a hush, and in that stillness, everything hummed with the quiet thrill of what might come when the earth turned again. Story 29. Story 29. In a quiet village nestled between rolling hills of lavender and thyme, there lived a girl named Lila with a curiosity as vast as the starlit sky. Each evening she'd sit by her window, tracing constellations and wondering what secrets lay beyond the horizon. One night, as the full moon hung low like a silver coin, a soft hum drifted through her open shutters, a melody that seemed to pulse from the ancient oak forest at the edge of town. Though her grandmother had warned her never to wander into those woods after dark, Lila slipped on her patchwork cloak, laced her boots, and followed the sound into the shadows. The trees parted for her as though they'd been waiting. Moonlight filtered through the canopy, painting the forest floor in patterns of lace. Soon the air grew warmer, sweeter, and the hum swelled into a chorus of chiming bells. Layla emerged into a valley she'd never seen on any map, a place where the very air shimmered. Rivers of liquid starlight wound through meadows of flowers that glowed like embers, their petals shifting from gold to violet as she passed. Trees with bark like braided caramel curled upward, their leaves whispering secrets in a language almost familiar. And above it all floated lanterns shaped like dandelion puffs, drifting lazily on a breeze that smelled of cinnamon and rain. "You've found the Glimmergrasp," said a voice like wind through reeds. Lila turned to see a creature no taller than her knee, a fox made of living moss, its eyes twin opals and its tail a plume of starlight. "I am Tindra," it said, bowing its head. "Keeper of Crossroads, you're the first human to visit since the last blue moon." "Why did the valley call to me?" Lila asked, kneeling to meet Tindra's gaze. "All wanderers hear the call," Tindra replied, twirling so that sparks trailed from its tail. "But only the curious dare answer. Come, the Glimmergrasp has wonders to share, if you've the heart to see them." Together they crossed a bridge of woven moonbeams, where fish with translucent fins leapt from the starlit river below, scattering droplets that rang like piano keys. In a grove of amber trees, Lila met the Lumini, a tribe of rabbits with fur like spun glass, who gifted her a lantern that burned with captured sunlight. For when your path grows dim, their elder said, its whiskers twitching in a smile. But the valley wasn't without its trials. When a sudden mist swallowed the landscape, Tindra nosed Lila's hand. The fog of forgetting, they murmured. It makes strangers of friends and labyrinths of straight paths. Hold tight to your purpose. Lila closed her eyes, focusing on the hum that had first guided her. Slowly the mist thinned, revealing a staircase of floating stones, leading to a hilltop crowned with a tree whose branches held tiny, pulsing stars. At the summit they found a wounded creature, a badger with wings of stained glass, one pane cracked and dim. Thistle got too close to the thorn spire, Tindra sighed. Its light is fading. Without hesitation, Lila knelt, using threads from her cloak to bind the broken wing. As she worked, the Lumini's lantern glowed brighter, sealing the cracks with ribbons of light. Thistle nuzzled her cheek, his wings chiming like wind chimes. "Thank you, little bridge builder," he rumbled before soaring into the sky, trailing a wake of rainbows. The final challenge came at the valley's heart, a gate of intertwined roots guarded by a tortoise whose shell mirrored the night sky. To pass, it intoned, you must answer this riddle. I'm born in silence, grow with wonder, and live beyond the veil. What am I? Lila glanced at Tindra, who blinked encouragingly. She thought of the humming melody, the glowing flowers, the way Thistle's wings had flickered back to life. A story, she said softly. The kind that starts with a question and ends with a friend. The tortoise's eyes crinkled. Wisely answered. The roots unraveled, revealing a pool where the moon's reflection rippled like quicksilver. Tindra pressed a paw to the water. This mirror shows what the heart holds dearest. Look. Lila saw her village, the lavender fields, her grandmother's cottage, children laughing by the well. But overlaying it all were the Glimmergrisp's wonders, starlight rivers threading through rooftops, Lumini rabbits nibbling clover beside the chickens, Thistle perched on the weather vane. The valley isn't just a place, she realized aloud. It's a possibility. Tindra's opal eyes gleamed. For those who carry its light within. As dawn tinged the horizon, Lila retraced her steps, the Lumini's lantern swinging gently in her hand. At the forest's edge she turned for one last glimpse, but the Glimmergrift had vanished, leaving only dew-kissed ferns and birdsong. Yet when she arrived home, she found a single glowing flower blooming by her window, its petals shifting gold to violet in the sunrise. That evening, village children gathered at her feet as she spun tales of moss foxes and starlit rivers. And though some doubted, the tiniest listeners swore they saw a flicker of opal eyes in the shadows and heard a distant chime, like laughter riding the wind. Years later, when a shy boy with a lantern followed a mysterious melody into the woods, Lila simply smiled. "Stay curious," she whispered, pressing a glowing petal into his palm. "And say hello to Tindra for me." Story 30. Story 30. In a valley cradled between whispering pines and mountains wearing crowns of perpetual snow, there lived a young girl named Marisol with autumn in her hair, strands of copper and gold that shimmered like fallen leaves caught in sunlight. Her village, nestled in the heart of this timeless landscape, thrived under a peculiar magic. The seasons did not simply arrive, but were ushered in by ancient guardians who dwelled in the oldest trees and deepest springs. Each equinox the air would hum with anticipation as villagers polished their lanterns and stirred pots of spiced cider, waiting to welcome the new season's keeper. Marisol had always adored the day of turning, when summer's warmth surrendered to autumn's crisp embrace. She reveled in the scent of wood smoke and the way maple leaves spiraled down to carpet the forest paths. But this year, as the first chill of winter whispered through the pines, her heart grew heavy. The villagers spoke of a new guardian arriving, a keeper of frost and silence, and the thought of bare branches and endless white made Marisol's chest tighten. Change, she decided, was a thief disguised in pretty frost patterns, stealing away the colors she loved. One twilight, as she sulked by the edge of the Mirror Brook, a stream whose waters reflected not images but the truest feelings of those who gazed into it, she noticed something peculiar. The brook's surface, usually dancing with silvery ripples, had frozen into a perfect pane of ice. Etched across it were delicate fractals that seemed to pulse with a soft blue light. Before she could retreat, the ice melted into mist, and from the swirling vapor emerged a figure tall and pale as a birch, with eyes like frozen starlight. "You've been avoiding my arrival, little one," said the winter guardian, her voice the creak of snow-laden boughs. "Why do you fear what you do not yet understand?" Marisol's breath clouded the air. "Winter makes everything empty." The guardian knelt, frost blooming where her fingertips brushed the earth. "What if I told you that beneath the snow, secrets stir, that the quietest seasons hold the loudest growth?" She pressed the pendant into Marisol's palm, a teardrop of ice that glimmered with captured light. "Keep this close. When you're ready to see differently, it will show you." For days the pendant hung cold against Marisol's chest as she trudged through the village, watching summer's last blooms wither. Her best friend, a boy named Tobin with a laugh like crackling firewood, tried to cheer her with tales of ice skating on frozen ponds and the auroras that danced over the northern hills. "You'll miss the magic if you keep glaring at your shoes," he chided gently, steering her toward the forest path where the first snowflakes had begun to fall. That night, Marisol dreamt of roots. Thick, winding tendrils burrowing deep beneath the frost, cradling sleeping seeds, wrapped in velvet darkness. She woke to find the pendant glowing warmly, its icy surface now swirling with flecks of gold. Curious, she ventured into the woods, following the pull of the light until she stumbled upon a grove where the trees wore coats of ice, their branches clinking like wind chimes. There, between two ancient oaks, stood a door woven from frost. The pendant pulsed. Marisol reached out and stepped into a world of muted blues and silvers. The air smelled of pine and distant hearths. Before her stretched a labyrinth of ice walls, their surfaces etched with scenes, a bear sleeping in a den, its breath steady, a bulb beneath the soil, patiently gathering strength, a river flowing slow and deep under a shield of ice. As Marisol wandered, the pendant grew warmer, and she realized the labyrinth was not a trap, but a story. Each turn revealed another hidden truth about winter's purpose, the necessity of rest, the beauty of patience, the strength found in stillness. Yet the deeper she went, the thicker the ice became, until she stood before a towering wall blanketed in snow. The pendant dimmed. Marisol's throat tightened. "I don't know how to do this," she whispered. "You don't have to do it alone," came Tobin's voice. Startled, she turned to find him standing there, cheeks rosy from the cold, holding a lantern filled with glowing emberflies. "I've been following your footprints. Thought you might need a guide who actually likes winter." Together, they studied the wall. Tobin traced a finger over the snow, revealing a hidden pattern of interlocking circles. "Look, it's like the rings of a tree," he murmured. "Layers of time." Marisol blinked. Where she'd seen only blankness, Tobin saw a map. She pressed her pendant to the wall, and as its light merged with Tobin's lantern, the snow melted away to reveal a passage. Beyond it lay a garden frozen in time, crystal flowers mid-bloom, ice vines curling around arches, and at its center, a tree made entirely of glass. Beneath its branches sat the winter guardian, weaving something from threads of moonlight. "You've learned to let others illuminate your path," she said, nodding to Tobin. "But there's one lesson left." She gestured to the tree, where a single leaf of amber glass trembled. touch it." Marisol hesitated, then placed her palm against the leaf. Instantly, warmth flooded her veins. Visions flickered, herself as a sapling bending in a storm, as a river narrowing to navigate rocks, as a seed breaking open to reach for the sun. When she opened her eyes, the glass tree was glowing, its branches heavy with leaves of every season: spring green, summer gold, autumn crimson, winter silver. "Change isn't something to defeat," said the guardian. "It's the soil in which we grow our truest selves." The pendant around Marisol's neck melted away, replaced by a tiny snowflake that settled into her palm. She closed her fingers around it, feeling not cold, but potential. When she returned to the village, the first true snowfall had begun. Instead of mourning the lost autumn, Marisol lifted her face to the flakes, noticing how each one caught the moonlight like a tiny prism. Tobin grinned, already packing a basket for their midnight picnic under the auroras. And as the seasons turned, Marisol found herself listening more closely, to the whispered wisdom of icicles, to the patient rhythm of roots dreaming underground, to the quiet joy of a world that knew how to rest before it bloomed. Years later, when a young villager confessed their fear of spring's relentless newness, Marisol simply smiled and pressed a snowflake pendant into their hands. "Let me tell you a story about a door made of frost." Story 31. Story 31. The air on Luminara Prime tasted of cinnamon dust and starlight, a peculiar blend that occurred only during the twin moon's eclipse. Mira tucked her frayed scarf tighter around her ears as she trudged through the singing sands, the violet grains humming beneath her boots in a melody older than civilizations. At 17 solar rotations, she'd walked this path between the crystal mesas 1,000 times to gather twilight lichen for her father's stasis generators. But tonight the desert breathed differently, a metallic tang cutting through familiar spices, the hair on her arms lifting as if charged. Behind the third mesa, where the obsidian rocks formed natural amplifiers, she found the crater. Still smoking. Mira's breath hitched as her glow lamp revealed the vessel no larger than an escape pod, its surface shimmering with fractal patterns that hurt to look at directly. When the hatch hissed open, she nearly dropped her gathering satchel. The creature inside uncurled like liquid mercury, 6 jointed limbs clicking against the sand in a rhythm that made her teeth ache. Designation T7K, it announced in a voice like wind through copper pipes, ocular sensors cycling through colors as it took her in. Query, are you the welcoming committee? She stumbled back, boots sinking into the humming sand. The stories warned of Metshwraiths from the void, but this being stood barely taller than her shoulder, its carapace reflecting the moonlight in ripples, a cluster of delicate antennae twitching above photoreceptors that held galaxies in their depths. "Why you crashed," Mira managed, fingers brushing the distress beacon on her belt. "In restricted sector." The creature tilted its head, mandibles clicking. "Observation correct. Addendum. Navigation systems compromised by your planetary harmonics." It extended a limb ending in 3 articulated digits. "Request assistance." Mira's glow lamp trembled in her grip. The antennae drooped. "Clarification, this unit operates under first contact protocols. Threat assessment, null." T7K retracted its limb, carapace dimming to muted gray. Addendum, regret for disturbance. Something in the way its light patterns stuttered reminded Mira of her baby sister's quivering lip before tears. She lowered the beacon. What kind of assistance?" Thus began the most improbable partnership in 7 galaxies. T7K's ship required crystalline resonance to reboot something Mira's Lichen Harvest could provide. But the desert tested them at every turn. When solar winds scrambled the robot sensors, Mira taught it to navigate by the scent of ozone rising from the east. When Mira's breather mask cracked during a silica storm, T7K wove a replacement from its own thermal shielding fibers, leaving its joints exposed to the abrasive winds. "You'll rust," Mira protested as they sheltered under a sandstone overhang, the storm howling outside. "Assurance, my alloy matrix can withstand 3.7 standard cycles of particulate exposure." The robot's voice softened. A harmonic Mira was learning meant amusement. "Priority, your pulmonary systems require protection." Their greatest challenge came not from the elements, but from misunderstanding. T7K couldn't comprehend why Mira risked returning to her settlement each dusk. Efficiency analysis suggests permanent encampment at crash site. Mira grew frustrated when the robot dismantled her father's broken glow lamp without asking. It held memory echoes. The turning point came during the hollowing when Luminara's core went silent for 3 nights, plunging the desert into true darkness. Mira's people believed the planet died during these nights, that the sands drank foolish wanderers whole. "Proposal, remain at settlement," T7K urged as the first sun dipped below the horizon. Mira stared at the empty lichen baskets. "Without twilight lichen, our stasis generators fail. The children." A hum vibrated from the robot's core. Declaration, then we harvest in darkness. Through the frigid night, T7K's carapace glowed soft gold, projecting wavelengths Mira's eyes could barely perceive. When she stumbled over unseen rocks, 6 limbs caught her with impossible gentleness. When electromagnetic pulses disrupted T7K's gyros, Mira sang the desert's humming songs to guide them home. "You've memorized the resonance patterns," T7K observed as they deposited the final lichen cluster at dawn. Mira smiled, touching the fresh scar on her breather mask where the robot's fibers held. "Friends, listen." The day the ship's engines finally thrummed to life, Mira found T7K dismantling its own thruster array. "Explanation, required converter for your settlement's water recycler," it stated, antennae flicking in what she now recognized as embarrassment. "You can't cannibalize your ship." "Counterpoint, my creators will transmit repair schematics in 5.2 cycles." The robot's photoreceptors dimmed. "Addendum, this unit finds discomfort in your hydration scarcity." Mira's laughter echoed off the crystal mesas. When was the last time she'd laughed? She pressed her palm against T7K's carapace, warm from sunlight. "Let's find another way, together." And so they did, discovering that lichen could filter water when combined with T7K's sonic purifiers. The settlement elders called it a miracle. The children called the robot Uncle Click-Clack and draped it in woven scarves. When the retrieval ship finally pierced the atmosphere, its shadow darkening the desert, T7K's antennae lay flat against its head. Mira found it polishing the already immaculate thruster couplings. "Your people are here," she whispered. Affirmation. The robot didn't turn from its task. "My core directive requires return." The desert wind carried the scent of impending rain. Mira blinked against the dust. "I'll miss our star mapping sessions." A harmonic chime sounded deep in T7K's chassis, a sound she'd never heard. It extended a limb, depositing something cold in her palm, a perfect crystal grown from lichen and stardust, its facets holding swirling galaxies. Statement: friendship transcends coordinates. Its carapace rippled cobalt blue luminaire sky at twilight. Addendum, this unit, I would very much like to stay. Under the twin moon's embrace, as the retrieval ship departed empty, a girl and her star metal companion walked home through singing sands. Somewhere a new story began of how wisdom grows in the space between different heartbeats, of how friendship's gravity bends the universe itself. Story 32. Story 33. Story 34. Story 35. Story 36. 37. Story 38. Story 39. Story 40. Story 41. Story 42. Story 43. Story 44. Story 45. Story 46. In a quiet village hugged by hills of amber and olive, there lived a girl with a cloak the color of twilight and a curiosity as vast as the starry sky. Her name was Lila, and though she loved the familiar comforts of home, the smell of cinnamon bread from Mrs. Bramble's oven, the creak of the old willow rocking chair, the way fireflies winked hello at dusk, she often wondered what lay beyond the misty ridge at the edge of town. The ridge was fringed with pines that whispered secrets to the wind, and one crisp autumn morning, when the air tasted like cider and the leaves crunched like sugar underfoot, Lila decided to find out. The path beyond the ridge was not a path at all, but a tapestry of moss and moonlight, weaving through trees with trunks as wide as cottages. Their bark shimmered faintly, as if dusted with starlight, and their branches cradled lanterns made of hollowed gourds, glowing with soft blue flames. Lila trailed her fingers over the moss, which pulsed gently beneath her touch, and followed a melody she couldn't name, a hum that seemed to rise from the roots below and the canopy above all at once. She soon stumbled upon a clearing where the air rippled like water. At its center stood a tree unlike any other. Its leaves were silver coins, clinking softly in the breeze, and its roots cradled a pool so clear it reflected the clouds drifting in the tree's own wooden branches. Kneeling by the water, Lila glimpsed movement below, not fish, but shapes like liquid rainbows darting beneath the surface. When she dipped her hand in, the pool warmed around her fingers, and a voice, bright as a wind chime, spoke from nowhere and everywhere. "Traveler of the in-between, what do you seek?" Lila hesitated, then smiled. "I just want to see what's here." The pool shimmered approvingly. From its depths rose a creature no taller than her knee, with a body like an otter's, fur the deep green of pond algae, and eyes that swirled like galaxies. It trilled a laugh and scampered up the bank, shaking off droplets that turned into tiny butterflies midair. "Then see you shall," it chirped. "But mind the bramble hollows, they are fond of nibbling shoelaces." The creature, who introduced itself as Nettle, led Lila deeper into the woods, where flowers bloomed in impossible colors and trees grew sideways, their branches forming archways draped with vines that chimed when brushed. They crossed a bridge woven from spider silk, strong as steel and sticky as honey, and Nettle warned her not to peek into the ravine below. The shadows there have teeth, but only if you notice them. As dusk painted the sky lavender, they reached a meadow where the grass grew in spirals, curling into nests that cradled glowing stones. Here they met the bramble hollows, round, prickly beings with mushroom-cap hats, who indeed eyed Lila's boots with tiny, eager mouths. But when she knelt and offered them a handful of maple seeds from her pocket, they cooed gratefully and presented her with a thread spun from moonlight, which Nettle tied around her wrist. "For remembering," they said cryptically. The journey's true test came at the edge of the Whispering Wolds, a grove where the trees grew so close their trunks fused into walls, and the only way forward was through a door of knotted wood. The door had no handle, but its center bore a carving of a fox with a tail of autumn leaves. "To open it," Nettle said, "you must give the fox what it lacks." Lila studied the carving. The fox's eyes were shut, its posture tense, as if listening for something. She glanced at the thread on her wrist, then knelt and whispered, "You're waiting for a story, aren't you?" The wooden fox's ears twitched. Lila sat cross-legged and began to speak, of her village, of the ridge she'd crossed, of the wonders she'd seen. As she spoke, the fox's tail began to sway, and when she reached the part about the bramble hollow's laughter, the door creaked open, revealing a glade bathed in golden light. Inside stood a fox made of living autumn, its fur a tapestry of crimson and gold, its eyes wise and kind. "Courage wears many coats," it said, its voice like rustling leaves. "Yours is curiosity lined with kindness." It nudged a stone into Lila's palm, smooth and milky white, veined with gold. "This is a sea stone. Look into it when doubt follows you home." The return journey felt shorter, Nettle chattering beside her about underwater constellations and the best ways to tickle a cloud. At the edge of the enchanted wood, Lila turned to say goodbye, but the clearing was already fading, the trees dissolving into mist. Only the sea stone in her hand remained, warm as a heartbeat. Back in her village, Lila found that the world hadn't changed. Bramble's bread still perfumed the lanes, the willow chair still creaked, but she had. That night, as she curled by the hearth, she held the sea stone to the firelight. Inside its depths she glimpsed not her reflection, but a flicker of silver leaves, a flash of green fur, the wink of a fox's tail. And she understood the unknown wasn't a thing to fear, but a friend waiting to be met with open hands and a story to share. Years later, when younger children asked about the ridge, Lila would smile and say, "Adventure isn't about how far you wander, but how deeply you listen. Even the quietest places have songs, if you know how to hear them." And sometimes, on nights when the moon hung low and the world hummed with secrets, she'd slip the sea stone beneath her pillow, dreaming of otters made of stars and doors that opened to the sound of a grateful heart. Story 47. Story 48. Story 49. Story 50. Story 51. Story 52. Story 53. The Amber Guardian. In a valley where autumn never truly faded, where maple leaves glowed like stained glass against perpetual golden hour, there lived a girl named Lila whose footsteps never crunched. Though she walked the forest paths daily, her boots left no mark on the russet moss, her passing noted only by the shiver of silver birches leaning close to whisper. The villagers called her the Quiet One, though had they listened beyond their looms and plows, they might have heard the way chickadees trilled melodies only she could answer, or how the creek altered its course to show her polished stones shaped like teardrops. It was on one such meandering walk that Lila found the first thread, a strand of luminous orange suspended between two foxgloves, humming faintly. When she reached to touch it, the forest inhaled. Ferns curled inward. Clouds paused mid-drift. The thread dissolved into mist that pooled around her ankles, forming a path that glistened like snail tracks under moonlight. "Curious things choose curious souls," murmured a voice like wind through reeds. Behind a hawthorn bush stood a fox with fur the color of smoldering embers, one ear tipped with velvet black. Its eyes held the patient gleam of someone who'd watched centuries unfold. Lila knelt, palms upturned. "Are you lost?" The fox blinked slowly. "Lost implies I had a destination. You found the unwoven edge, child, where the world frays when stories go untold." It nodded to the disappearing mist path. "Something's unraveling deeper in. Will you mend it?" Most children would have fled. But Lila, who knew the weight of being overlooked, who'd spent years listening when others spoke, simply plucked a milkweed pod from her pocket and blew. Seeds parachuted toward the fox, catching in its ruff. "Show me." The mist led them through a thicket where brambles unknotted themselves to let them pass, into a clearing dominated by an ancient oak. Its trunk bore a vertical slit glowing amber, wide enough to step through. Beyond pulsed a warmth that smelled of cinnamon and safety. "Ah," said the fox, tail twitching. "The Heartwood Gate, it's been some time." Lila pressed her palm to the tree. Bark rippled outward in concentric circles. "Who are you really?" "A keeper of neglected tales. You may call me Ember." The fox brushed against her leg, surprisingly solid. "What we seek is a spindle stolen from this tree long ago, a sliver of its core that spins starlight into seasons. Without it, the forest's magic dwindles. Yours does too, though you haven't noticed yet." Lila frowned. Her hands had been colder lately, her shadow less distinct at noon. "Who took it?" fear. Ember's ears flattened. A creature born from loneliness who thought hoarding light might cure its ache. It dwells in the clockwork hollow now, where time pools stagnant. The tree's aperture brightened, beckoning. Lila stepped through, and into a world where trees grew upside down, roots fanning like chandeliers dripping with bioluminescent moss. The air thrummed with the lazy drone of giant bees, carrying pollen that sparkled like crushed diamonds. But beneath the beauty lurked wrongness, patches of gray void where colors drained away, leaves crumbling to dust mid-sway. Ember nudged a decaying bluebell with his nose. The hollow's corruption spreads. We must reach the spindle before the equinox, when the gate seals for another century. Their journey wove through surreal landscapes, a meadow where flowers chimed when touched, requiring Lila to compose a melody to open a path. A river of liquid shadow that demanded she surrender a memory to cross. She gave the recollection of her mother's lullabies, voice growing hoarser each year, and wept silent tears as it flowed away. A bridge guarded by stone owls who posed riddles. Tilda, I slip through fingers yet anchor kingdoms. I'm sung by brooks and mourned by flames. What am I, Tilda? Time, Lila answered, though the word tasted bittersweet. The owls crumbled to gravel, revealing a staircase spiraling into mist. Ember observed her with newfound respect. You hesitate to claim your cleverness. Why? Lila traced the owl's remaining plinth, still warm from sunlight it no longer felt. Solutions found alone are just answers, solutions found together. She met the fox's gaze. Those become stories. Something shifted in Ember's posture, a loosening of guard. The creature we seek, it wasn't always monstrous. Once it wove dawn's first light into tapestries so vivid, birds mistook them for true skies, but mortals stopped looking up, their indifference starved it. Lila pocketed a pebble from the bridge, a habit from home, where her windowsill held a mosaic of found treasures. Maybe it just needs someone to see it. The clockwork hollow revealed itself at twilight, a cavernous space where colossal gears turned sluggishly beneath a ceiling of fossilized constellations. In the center sat a throne of welded timepieces, upon which hunched a figure more shadow than substance. Its hands, too many, sprouting like fractured branches, clutched a spindle pulsing with captured sunlight. Ember growled low. The thief of hours. Lila stepped forward, boots echoing. The creature's head snapped up, eyes burning sulfur yellow. Little thief, it rasped, voice layered with echoes. Come to steal what you cannot create. I've come to listen. Lila's heart hammered, but her voice held steady. She opened her palm, revealing the owl's plinth pebble. You took the spindle because no one saw your art, but what if someone wants to see now? The hollow shuddered. Gears groaned. The creature blurred, reforming as an androgynous being with hair like spun mercury, skin etched with glowing constellations. Its spindle hand trembled. Lies, all eyes craved the spectacle, none the craft. Ember limped forward, favoring a paw injured during the river crossing. You're right, mortals are distractible, myopic creatures. He flicked his tail toward Lila. But occasionally one appears who sees deeper. She didn't come to take, she came to understand Tilda. The creature shrank, becoming child-sized. Understanding requires time, I have none left to give. Lila approached, each step measured. What's your name? A beat of silence. Names have power. So do stories. She knelt, eye level with the being. I'm Lila, this is Ember, will you share yours? Wind howled through the hollow. The creature extended a hand, fingertip brushing Lila's forehead. And she saw Tilda. Millennia ago, a young guardian weaving auroras, delighting in the Oz of villagers below. centuries passing. Faces tilting downward toward plows and parchments. The Guardian's tapestries growing desperate, volcanic sunsets, neon-striped storms, until the day a child finally looked up and sneered, "It's just sky." The spindle's theft hadn't been malice, but a scream for attention. "Aster," Lila breathed, the name blooming unbidden. "Your name is Aster." The Guardian recoiled as if struck. Ember's ears pricked. "The Starmaker, but you faded eons ago." Fade, persist, what difference? Aster's form flickered between being and shadow. Mortals name constellations after dead things, Orion, Cassiopeia, never the hands that arranged them. Layla unbuttoned her cardigan, revealing a neckline stitched with embroidered stars, crude but earnest. "I've tried weaving my own. They're lopsided, but I could learn if you taught me." Aster stilled. The spindle's glow softened to honeyed gold. "You would care to know." Ember sat back, tail curling thoughtfully. "The equinox approaches. Return the spindle, and perhaps an arrangement could be made. The girl needs guidance, you need purpose. Even a fox can see the symmetry." Dawn found them at the Heartwood Gate, spindle restored. The oak's fissure knit itself closed, leaving only a faint scar. Colors bled back into the forest, sapphire morning glories, crimson sumac, but Lila's hands remained translucent. Ember sighed. "You gave too much at the Shadow River. The memory you surrendered anchored your spirit to this world." Lila flexed her fading fingers. "Can it be fixed?" "There's a way," Aster said, emerging from the tree. They'd taken a new form, a traveler in a patchwork cloak, face obscured by a hood. "But it requires equal exchange, a story for a soul." So Lila spoke. She told of a girl who moved unseen until a fox saw her. Of a thief who forgot their worth. Of a forest that healed through shared wounds. As she spoke, her hands solidified, palms etching with faint constellations, Aster's fingerprint. "The spindle needs a bearer," Aster said. "Someone to weave seasons without controlling them, someone who listens." They pressed the artifact into Lila's hands. It melted into her skin, warmth spreading through her veins. Ember chuckled. "Seems you've inherited a celestial heirloom, little listener." Years later, villagers still speak of the quiet woman who dwells in the maple woods. They bring her honey and wool, though no one recalls why. Children leave sketches of starlings at her doorstep, which she stitches into quilts that shimmer oddly under moonlight. If you wander the trails at dusk, you might glimpse her, a figure with storm-cloud hair and eyes like captured twilight, followed by a rust-furred fox. Together they mend frayed edges, guiding lost hikers via firefly trails, untangling ivy from stone, humming melodies that make willows dance. And in the deepest thicket, where the Heartwood Gate once stood, a single oak leaf spins eternally on its stem, weaving sunlight into stories, patiently awaiting the next curious soul. Story 54. Title: The Whispering Wood's Secret. In the tranquil village of Elderglow, nestled within the embrace of a lush, ancient forest, there lived a young girl named Mabel. Elderglow was a place where the air was always sweet with the scent of blooming lilacs, and the gentle rustle of leaves in the whispering woods seemed to carry secrets from times long past. The village was small, with stone cottages dotting the landscape like scattered pebbles, each one warmed by the glow of hearth fires that never seemed to fade. Mabel, with her curious hazel eyes and a heart full of wonder, was no ordinary child. She had a penchant for exploring, often venturing to the edges of the village where the whispering wood began. The villagers spoke of the wood with a mixture of reverence and caution, for it was said to be alive with magic, a place where the boundary between the ordinary and the extraordinary was as thin as the morning mist. One crisp autumn afternoon, as the sun dipped low and painted the sky in hues of amber and rose, Mabel set out towards the forest. Her mother had tucked a warm woolen scarf around her neck and placed a gentle kiss on her forehead, saying, "Stay on the path, my little adventurer, and listen to the whispers of the trees. They speak if you know how to listen." Mabel nodded, her eyes gleaming with excitement. She knew the woods well, having spent countless afternoons beneath its towering oaks and whispering pines. Today, however, felt different. There was a tingling in the air, a sense of anticipation that danced along her skin like the first touch of winter's breath. As she wandered deeper into the forest, the world around her shifted subtly. The light filtering through the canopy was dappled and golden, casting playful shadows on the forest floor. The leaves crunched softly under her boots, and the air was filled with the earthy scent of fallen leaves and damp moss. It wasn't long before Mabel came across something unusual, a glimmering stone, half buried in the soft earth. It was the size of a robin's egg, and shimmered with an iridescent glow that seemed to pulse with its own gentle light. Mabel knelt down, her heart pounding with the thrill of discovery. As she reached out to touch it, a soft, melodic voice filled the air, so faint it was almost a sigh. "Seek the heart of the wood, little one, and the truth shall be revealed." Startled, Mabel glanced around, her eyes wide. The voice seemed to come from nowhere and everywhere at once, as if the forest itself had spoken to her. She picked up the stone, feeling its warmth seep into her palm, and slipped it into her pocket, determined to follow its silent call. The deeper she ventured, the more the forest seemed to change. The trees grew taller and more ancient, their bark etched with patterns that looked like mystic runes. The air grew cooler, and a gentle breeze whispered through the branches, carrying with it a soft, tinkling sound like distant chimes. As she walked, Mabel noticed something extraordinary. The forest floor was dotted with clusters of tiny, luminescent mushrooms that glowed with a soft blue light, illuminating her path. She followed the trail of light deeper into the heart of the wood, her breath visible in the cool air. At last, Mabel arrived at a clearing bathed in moonlight. In the center stood an ancient oak, its gnarled branches stretching skyward like the arms of a wise old guardian. At the base of the tree, nestled among its roots, was a small door carved into the trunk. It was adorned with intricate carvings of woodland creatures and swirling vines. With a mixture of awe and trepidation, Mabel approached the door. She felt the stone in her pocket grow warm, and the carvings on the door seemed to shimmer in response. Taking a deep breath, she gently pushed it open and stepped inside. The interior was a wonderland of light and color. The walls glowed with a soft golden hue, and the air was filled with the scent of honeysuckle and wild roses. At the center of the room stood a table carved from a single piece of crystal, its surface reflecting the light in a myriad of colors. Seated at the table was a figure cloaked in shadows, yet Mabel felt no fear. There was a kindness in the air, a sense of welcome that put her at ease. The figure gestured to a chair opposite, and Mabel sat, her eyes wide with curiosity. "Welcome, Mabel," the figure said, their voice as soothing as the murmur of a gentle stream. "I am the keeper of the Whispering Wood, and you have been chosen to receive a gift." Mabel listened intently, her heart filled with wonder. "A gift?" she asked, her voice barely above a whisper. The keeper nodded, and with a wave of their hand, the room filled with images, scenes of the forest through the ages, its beauty and magic captured in a tapestry of light. "This stone you carry," the keeper said, "is a shard of the forest's heart, a fragment of its ancient magic. With it, you hold the power to listen to the whispers of the world, to understand the language of nature." Mabel gasped, her fingers brushing the stone in her pocket. "But why me?" she asked, her voice filled with awe. The keeper smiled, their eyes twinkling like stars. "Because, dear child, you have the heart of a true listener, one who sees the beauty in the world and cherishes it. Use this gift wisely, and you will bring joy and harmony wherever you go." Mabel nodded, her heart swelling with gratitude. "I will," she promised, her voice strong and clear. As the keeper faded into the shadows, the room began to dissolve into a swirl of light and color. Mabel felt herself being gently lifted, the world spinning around her until she found herself back in the clearing, the ancient oak standing silent sentinel under the moonlit sky. The journey back through the forest was a blur of wonder and joy. The stone in her pocket pulsed with warmth, and the forest seemed to hum with life around her. As she emerged from the woods, the village of Elderglow lay ahead, its lights twinkling like stars in the gathering dusk. Mabel returned home, her heart filled with the magic of the Whispering Wood. She knew that her life would never be the same, that she had been forever changed by the gift she had received. And as she lay in bed that night, the stone glowing softly on her bedside table, she listened to the whispers of the world, her heart open to its secrets. In the days that followed, Mabel discovered that her new gift allowed her to communicate with the natural world in ways she had never imagined. She could hear the songs of the birds, the gentle murmur of the brook, and even the soft sighs of the wind as it danced through the trees. The village of Elderglow seemed to come alive with magic, its beauty magnified by Mabel's newfound ability to listen and understand. Word of Mabel's gift spread quickly through the village, and soon people began to seek her out, eager to hear the stories she could tell and the wisdom she had gained. Mabel, ever kind and generous, shared what she had learned, helping those around her see the world with new eyes. One day, a young boy named Oliver approached Mabel with a look of worry etched on his face. Oliver was known for his mischievous spirit, often getting into trouble with his playful antics. He was well liked, but his restlessness sometimes got the better of him. "Mabel," Oliver said hesitantly, "there's something strange happening in the meadow near my house. The flowers have stopped blooming, and the bees are nowhere to be found. Can you help?" Mabel nodded, her heart filled with determination. "Of course, Oliver. Let's go see what we can do." Together, they made their way to the meadow, the soft grass whispering beneath their feet. As they arrived, Mabel noticed the silence that hung heavy in the air, the absence of the usual buzz of life that filled the summer days. Closing her eyes, Mabel reached out with her senses, listening to the whispers of the earth beneath her feet. She felt the pulse of the meadow, its energy dampened and subdued. Slowly the truth revealed itself. A patch of tangled brambles had grown unchecked, their thorny vines choking the life from the flowers and blocking the bees' path. "We need to clear the brambles," Mabel said, her voice filled with certainty. "Once the flowers can breathe again, the bees will return." With Oliver's help, they carefully cleared away the brambles, their fingers working gently to free the delicate blooms hidden beneath. As they worked, Mabel could feel the meadow's energy shift, the life returning to the soil and the air. By the time they finished, the sun had begun to set, painting the sky in shades of pink and gold. Mabel and Oliver stood together, watching as the first bees returned, drawn by the sweet scent of the newly freed flowers. "You did it, Mabel," Oliver exclaimed, his eyes shining with gratitude. "We did it," Mabel corrected, smiling at her friend. Sometimes all it takes is a little listening and a lot of heart. As the days turned to weeks, Mabel's gift continued to bring joy and harmony to Elderglow. She helped the villagers understand their connection to the natural world, teaching them to listen to its whispers and cherish its beauty. One crisp morning, as the first hints of winter touched the air, Mabel was walking through the village when she noticed an elderly man sitting alone on a bench. His eyes were clouded with sorrow, and Mabel's heart went out to him. "Hello," Mabel said softly, sitting down beside him. "Is there something troubling you?" The man sighed, his voice tinged with sadness. "I used to play the violin," he said, his gaze distant, "but my hands are no longer steady, and the music has left me." Mabel reached out, her hand gently resting on his. "Maybe the music hasn't left," she said gently. "Perhaps it's just waiting for you to listen again." The man looked at her, hope flickering in his eyes. "Could you help me find it?" Mabel smiled, nodding with understanding. "Close your eyes and listen with your heart," she instructed softly. "Feel the rhythm of the world around you." Together they sat in silence, the sounds of the village weaving a gentle symphony. Gradually the man's expression softened, the lines of worry smoothing into a look of peace. "I can hear it," he whispered, his voice filled with wonder. "The music is still there." Mabel beamed at him, her heart warm with joy. "It's always there," she said softly. "Sometimes you just need to be still and listen." The man's eyes shone with gratitude as he looked at Mabel. "Thank you," he said, his voice choked with emotion. "You've given me back my music." As the first snowflakes began to fall, Elderglow was transformed into a winter wonderland, its rooftops blanketed in white and the air filled with the crisp scent of pine. Mabel continued to share her gift with the village, her heart full of the magic that had been entrusted to her. One evening, as she sat by the fireplace, her family gathered around her. Mabel's mother smiled at her daughter with pride and love. "You've brought so much light to our village, Mabel," she said softly. "The forest chose well." Mabel looked around at her family, her heart swelling with happiness. "The forest taught me to listen," she replied, her voice gentle and warm, "and in listening, I found a world full of wonder and friends." As the fire crackled and the wind whispered outside, Mabel knew that her journey had only just begun. With each new day, she would continue to listen, to learn, and to share the magic of the Whispering Wood with those around her. And as she drifted into a peaceful sleep, she dreamed of the endless possibilities that lay ahead, her heart open to the whispers of the world and the promise of tomorrow. And so, in the village of Elderglow, where the air was always sweet and the forest alive with magic, Mabel's story became a cherished tale of friendship and wisdom, a reminder that sometimes all it takes to change the world is a little listening and a lot of heart. Story 55. Story 56. Story 50. Story 58. In the quiet village of Wicksbottom, where chimney smoke curled into shapes of sleeping dragons and cobblestones remembered every footstep, there lived a flaxen-haired girl named Mira who could hear the secret songs of buttons. Every morning as she sewed bright fasteners onto coats in her aunt's tailor's shop, tiny voices trilled against her fingertips, brass ones humming marches, pearlescent buttons singing lullabies, wooden toggles chanting sea shanties. But it was the silent button that changed everything, a tarnished silver disc at the bottom of Mrs. Bramble's mending basket, quieter than snowfall. One crisp October evening, when golden light pooled like spilled honey across the workroom, Mira pressed the cold metal to her ear. Instead of song, she felt a pull behind her navel, as if the button's shank had hooked her very soul. The world blurred into a swirl of cinnamon-scented shadows, and when her feet found solid ground, she stood in a moonlit meadow where willows wept silver tears into a brook. There beneath a tree wearing a scarf of moss sat a badger in a waistcoat, sipping tea from an acorn cup. Late by 17 years, but punctuality's overrated, the badger rumbled, patting the grass beside him. His spectacles glowed with trapped fireflies. "You've come for the stitching, I presume." Thus began Mira's tutelage under Thaddeus T., loom, badger emeritus of temporal seams. Each night the silent button whisked her to the meadow, where Thaddeus taught her to mend not fabric, but moments. With thread spun from dandelion wishes and a needle forged from a star's sigh, she learned to darn torn memories, patch frayed hopes, and secure loose ends of time itself. "The world's unraveling, stitch by stitch," Thaddeus muttered as Mira practiced binding yesterday's regrets to tomorrow's promises. "Someone's been snipping vital threads." The trouble arrived as frost painted ferns on the tailor's shop windows. A creeping chill seeped through Wicksbottom, not the kind that reddens noses, but one that made bread refuse to rise and candles burn blue and cold. Villagers brought Mira garments haunted by fading, a baker's apron where dough forgot to swell, a midwife's shawl that no longer remembered lullabies, the mayor's gloves that shook with indecision. Through her button, Mira saw the truth, frayed silver threads connecting every person and place, snapping like overstretched yarn. "Time's tapestry is coming undone," clucked Nettle, a clockwork songbird companion Thaddeus crafted from sundial parts and a nightingale's heart. Perched on Mira's shoulder, her brass feathers whirred anxiously. "We need the weaver's comb." Their quest led them through the buttonhole gate into the hinterlands of memory. They navigated forests where trees grew rings like storybook pages, crossed rivers of spilled secrets that whispered around their ankles, and outwitted a melancholy fog that tried to stitch their shadows to the ground. In a valley of forgotten birthdays, they met their second ally, a patchwork girl named Calico, whose hair was ribbon scraps and whose laugh jingled like scissors. The combs guarded by the unraveler, Calico warned, fingers flying as she repaired Mira's wind-tattered cloak with threads of twilight. He wasn't always cruel. Once he trimmed Time's split ends, but grief made him spiteful. Her button eyes gleamed. He needs remembrance, not defeat. The tower of hourglass stones loomed over a plain of broken clocks. Inside, the unraveler spun on a wheel of snapped threads, his form shifting between a sorrow-eyed man and a monstrous tangle of scissors. Mira's fingers trembled, but Thaddeus nudged her forward. "Stitch the truth, child." "You were loved," Mira whispered, threading her needle with starlight. As she spoke, her button grew warm not with magic, but with memories pouring through the silver disc, the unraveler teaching a small girl to knit, laughing as yarn cascaded around them, the same man sobbing over an empty cradle, his first vengeful snip at Time's fabric. With each stitch, Mira mended his story to the greater tapestry until his scissor hands stilled. "Forgotten hurts fester," the unraveler rasped, now a silver-haired man holding out the comb, a simple thing of cherry wood and spider silk. "Keep the weave whole, little stitcher." Back in Wick's bottom, Mira pressed the comb to the village weather vane. With Calico's ribbons fluttering guidance and Thaddeus growling tempo, she wove dawn's first light through every snapped thread. Bakeries exhaled yeast-scented sighs, gardens remembered their colors, and children skipped rhymes twined through the streets. The silent button now sang a new melody in Mira's palm, a lullaby of mended moments. Years later, travelers would marvel at the town where tea stayed perfectly warm in cups, where arguments dissolved like sugar, and where every child received a button on their 10th birthday. But locals simply smiled, tending their shops as autumn leaves drifted down like clipped threads, knowing a flaxen-haired mender walked the cobbles, her pockets jingling with silver discs and her ears full of the world's quietest, most important songs. And if you listen very closely tonight, as the fire pops its secret language and your quilt settles around you like a drifted cloud, you might hear it too, the soft snick of a button finding its proper place, stitching our scattered moments into something whole, something warm, something forever. Story 59. Story 60. 61. Story 62. Story 63. In the heart of an ancient forest, where the canopy overhead swayed like a sea of emeralds, there thrived a hidden world that few humans ever glimpsed. This was a place where sunlight dripped through the leaves like golden honey, where the air was sweet with the perfume of wildflowers and the earthy scent of moss. Here, the world pulsed with the quiet rhythm of life, orchestrated by the soft whispers of the wind and the gentle rustling of creatures unseen. Among the inhabitants of this enchanted realm were the Sylvans, gentle beings as old as the forest itself. They were small, with skin that shimmered like the bark of birch trees, and hair that danced in colors of autumn leaves. The Sylvans were the forest's caretakers, guardians of the delicate balance that nurtured all life within. In this haven of tranquility, the Sylvans lived in harmony with the creatures of the woods. Deer with eyes like pools of melted chocolate grazed alongside them, and birds with feathers of sapphire and emerald sang songs that wove through the branches like ribbons of melody. Each creature knew its place in the intricate web of life, guided by the wisdom passed down through countless generations. One such Sylvan was a young guardian named Leora. Her eyes reflected the deep greens of the forest, and her heart beat in tune with the ancient trees. Leora had always been fascinated by the changing seasons, each one a story written in the language of nature. Her favorite time was the gentle transition from summer to autumn, when the forest donned its cloak of fiery hues and the air was crisp with the promise of change. It was during this time of transition that a peculiar phenomenon began to occur. The wind, usually a playful presence that danced through the trees, began to carry a murmur of distress. The leaves whispered of an imbalance, a disruption in the harmony that sustained their world. The forest, once vibrant and thriving, seemed to hold its breath, waiting for something to set it right. Leora, with her deep connection to the forest, felt a stirring in her heart. She knew that the answer lay somewhere within the whispers of the wind and the rustle of the leaves. Gathering her courage, she set out to seek the wisdom of the elder oak, the oldest and wisest tree in the forest, whose roots delved deep into the earth and whose branches reached for the sky. The journey to the elder oak took Leora through paths carpeted with fallen leaves, their colors a tapestry of gold and crimson. The air was filled with the sound of crunching beneath her feet and the occasional scurry of woodland creatures. As she walked, a gentle rain began to fall, each drop a crystal note in the symphony of the forest. When Leora finally stood before the elder oak, she felt a sense of awe and reverence. The tree towered above her, its bark etched with the stories of ages past, its branches stretching wide as if to embrace the entire forest. Leora placed her hand against the rough bark, feeling the life that thrummed beneath her fingertips. "O wise elder," she whispered, "the forest is troubled. The balance has shifted, and I seek your counsel." The elder oak's response was a soft rustling, a language that Leora had learned to understand through years of listening. "The seasons are the breath of the forest," the tree seemed to say. "When one breathes too deeply, the others must adjust. The balance is delicate, like the web of a spider after rain." Leora pondered these words, letting them settle in her heart. She realized that the forest's harmony was not just a matter of nature's rhythms, but of understanding and cooperation among all its inhabitants. With newfound clarity, Leora returned to the sylvan village. She gathered the creatures of the forest, the deer, the birds, the squirrels with their bright eyes and bushy tails. Together, they listened as Leora shared the elder oak's wisdom. "We must work together," she said, her voice as gentle as the breeze. "Each of us plays a part in maintaining the balance. The wind, the rain, the sun, and the soil, each has a role, and so do we." The creatures nodded, understanding that they were part of a greater whole. They set about their tasks, guided by Leora's gentle leadership. The birds carried seeds to new places, ensuring the forest's renewal. The deer pruned the undergrowth, allowing light to reach the forest floor. The sylvans tended to the trees, nurturing the saplings that would one day stand as tall as the elder oak. As the days passed, the forest began to breathe easier. The murmur of distress faded, replaced by the harmonious song of life. The balance had been restored, not by force but by understanding and cooperation. And so the seasons continued their dance, each one a chapter in the forest's story. Leora, now wiser and filled with a deeper connection to her home, knew that the lessons of the elder oak would guide her and the generations to come. Under the canopy of stars, as the forest settled into the embrace of night, Leora sat beneath the elder oak, feeling the warmth of the earth and the cool kiss of the breeze. She closed her eyes, letting the peace of the forest fill her soul, knowing that she was part of something beautiful and eternal. In this ancient forest, where magic and reality intertwined, the hidden lives of natural creatures thrived in harmony, their stories woven into the fabric of the world. And as the gentle night wrapped its arms around the forest, all was as it should be, balanced, peaceful, and whole. Story 64. Story 65. Story 66. Story 67. Story 68. Story 69. Story 70. Story 71. Story 72. Story 73. Story 74. Story 75. Story 76. Once upon a time, in the heart of a lush and whispering forest, nestled a quaint, circular village known as Willow Grove. The village was a harmonious blend of nature and magic, where the roofs of cottages seemed to sway with the gentle breeze and tiny luminescent sprites flitted about, casting a warm glow that rivaled the stars. The villagers of Willow Grove were known for their kindness and their unique ability to understand the language of the forest. Each morning, the air hummed with the gentle sounds of nature and the cheerful bustle of villagers preparing for the day. But lately, something curious had been happening. Each night, as the moon cast its silver light over the village, strange occurrences began to unfold. The first incident was noticed by the village baker, Mr. Marlowe. One morning, he awoke to find all his freshly baked moonberry pies had vanished, leaving only a trail of shimmering flour leading out the door and into the forest. The villagers, puzzled by this spectacle, whispered among themselves but concluded it must be some playful forest spirit. However, the following evening, a new mystery arose. Mrs. Violet, the village seamstress, had been crafting a beautiful tapestry to hang in the village square for the upcoming Festival of Lights. But as dawn broke, her intricate creation was gone, replaced by a single strand of golden thread that glimmered like sunlight. The villagers gathered in the central square, a circle of ancient oak trees standing guard around them. They spoke in hushed tones, the leaves above rustling softly as if to eavesdrop on the conversation. Among them was a wise old man named Elder Rowan. Known for his deep understanding of the forest's mysteries, he stroked his long silver beard thoughtfully. "It seems," Elder Rowan began, his voice as smooth as the gentle stream that wound through Willow Grove, "that our village has attracted the attention of the forest's more mischievous creatures. But do not fret, for where there is mystery, there is also the chance for discovery." Curiosity piqued young Finn, a bright-eyed boy with an adventurous spirit, stepped forward. "Elder Rowan, how can we solve this mystery?" he asked, his voice tinged with both eagerness and a hint of trepidation. "Ah, young Finn," Elder Rowan replied with a twinkle in his eye, "the forest holds many secrets, and those who seek to uncover them must do so with an open heart and a keen mind. But worry not, for I believe you are up to the task." Finn felt a warm glow of encouragement spread through him, and with a determined nod, he set out to uncover the truth behind the strange occurrences. Alongside him trotted Luna, a small, silver-furred rabbit with eyes that sparkled like the night sky. Luna was no ordinary rabbit. She was a forest guide, wise beyond her years, and her presence filled Finn with reassurance. As dusk fell and the village settled into a peaceful slumber, Finn and Luna followed the shimmering trail left by the vanished pies into the heart of the forest. The trees loomed tall and majestic around them, their branches whispering secrets to the wind. Luna's keen senses led them deeper into the woods until they reached a clearing bathed in moonlight. There, in the center of the clearing, stood a peculiar sight. A circle of small, glowing creatures danced joyfully around a pile of moonberry pies and colorful threads, their laughter like the tinkling of tiny bells. They were the fabled moon sprites, known for their love of mischief and artistry. Finn watched in awe as the sprites crafted a magnificent tapestry of their own, woven from the threads they had borrowed from Mrs. Violet. It depicted scenes of the village bathed in moonlight, capturing the spirit of Willow Grove in a way that was both enchanting and heartfelt. Luna nudged Finn gently, and he nodded in understanding. With a soft voice, he called out to the sprites. "Dear moon sprites, your creations are beautiful, but the villagers are worried about the missing items. Perhaps we could find a way to share in your joy without causing them distress?" The sprites paused in their revelry, their eyes twinkling with curiosity. After a moment's consideration, the leader of the sprites, a tiny creature with wings that glimmered like stardust, fluttered forward. "We meant no harm," she chimed, her voice as delicate as the rustle of leaves. "We simply wish to celebrate with your delightful creations. But if it has caused concern, we shall make amends." With a nod of agreement, the sprites gathered the tapestry and the remaining pies, and together they returned to the village with Finn and Luna leading the way. As dawn's first light kissed the treetops, the villagers awoke to find the village square transformed. The tapestry hung proudly, a collaborative masterpiece that spoke of unity and celebration. Elder Rowan, observing the scene, smiled gently. "It seems our mystery has been solved, and with it, a new friendship has blossomed between our village and the moon sprites." From that day on, the villagers welcomed the sprites to their festivals, sharing in their laughter and creativity. The strange occurrences ceased, replaced by a newfound bond that enriched the lives of all. And so, in the heart of the whispering forest, the village of Willow Grove continued to thrive, its people and the magical creatures around them living in harmony, a testament to the power of understanding and friendship. As night fell once more, the gentle glow of sprites could be seen flitting through the trees, a reminder that sometimes the most enchanting mysteries are those that bring us closer together. And with that comforting thought, the village drifted into a peaceful slumber, cradled by the gentle embrace of the forest. Story 77. Story 78. The Whispering Woods, a Tale of Friendship and Magic. Once upon a time, nestled on the edge of a sleepy village, lay a forest unlike any other. Known as the Whispering Woods, it was a place where the trees stood tall and ancient, their branches twisting like gnarled fingers reaching towards the heavens. The forest floor was a soft carpet of moss, dotted with clusters of wildflowers that released a sweet fragrance into the air. A narrow, winding path cut through the woods, inviting those with curious hearts to explore its mysteries. In the village lived a young girl named Lily. With hair the color of chestnuts and eyes as bright as the morning sky, she was known for her inquisitive nature and a heart that brimmed with kindness. Though she was beloved by her village, Lily longed for adventure beyond the familiar cobblestone streets and quaint cottages. One golden afternoon, as the sun began its descent and painted the sky with hues of orange and pink, Lily stood at the edge of the Whispering Woods. Her heart fluttered with excitement and a touch of trepidation, for she had decided that today would be the day she ventured into the forest. Her friends often spoke of the woods with a mix of fear and awe, claiming it was enchanted, with secrets beyond human understanding. Clutching her small satchel filled with a loaf of bread, a flask of water, and a well-loved book of fairy tales, Lily took a deep breath and stepped onto the path. As she walked, the rustling leaves seemed to whisper secrets in her ears, their words just out of reach, yet strangely comforting. The forest was alive with the sounds of chirping birds and the gentle babble of a hidden brook, creating a symphony that accompanied her every step. The deeper she ventured, the more the woods enveloped her in their embrace. The sunlight filtered through the canopy, casting dappled shadows on the ground that danced with the breeze. Lily felt a sense of wonder and peace as the path wound its way deeper into the heart of the forest. After walking for what felt like hours, Lily came upon a small clearing, bathed in the soft glow of the setting sun. In the center stood an ancient oak tree, its trunk wide and strong, with branches that spread out like a protective canopy. At the base of the tree was a small wooden door, intricately carved with symbols that seemed to pulse with a gentle, inviting light. Curiosity piqued, Lily approached the door. She traced her fingers over the carvings, feeling the warmth they radiated. As if sensing her presence, the door creaked open, revealing a spiral staircase that wound down into the earth. Hesitant but intrigued, Lily descended the steps, her heart beating a steady rhythm of anticipation. At the bottom of the staircase, she emerged into a hidden world that took her breath away. The underground chamber was vast, its walls lined with shelves filled with books, trinkets, and curiosities from lands unknown. In the center of the room stood a round table, upon which lay a shimmering crystal orb that glowed softly in the dim light. As Lily approached the table, she was greeted by a soft, melodic voice. "Welcome, dear traveler," it said. "I am Eliana, the guardian of the Whispering Woods." Startled, Lily looked around, searching for the source of the voice. To her astonishment, a small, ethereal creature appeared before her, its form shifting like a wisp of smoke. Eliana had eyes that sparkled like stars and wings that shimmered with all the colors of the rainbow. "Do not be afraid," Eliana continued, her voice as soothing as a lullaby. "I have watched over these woods for centuries, and I have awaited someone with a pure heart to unravel the secrets hidden here." Lily, though initially taken aback, felt a sense of calm wash over her. "I am honored to meet you, Eliana," she replied, her voice steady. "What secrets do you speak of?" Eliana fluttered closer, her wings leaving trails of light in the air. "Within this orb lies the memory of the forest, a tapestry woven from the stories of those who have walked these paths before you. It is said that those who possess the courage and kindness to listen to these tales will gain wisdom beyond their years." Enchanted by the prospect, Lily reached for the orb. As her fingers brushed its surface, it pulsed with warmth, and a gentle hum filled the air. The room faded away, and Lily found herself standing in a meadow filled with vibrant wildflowers and the sound of laughter echoing in the breeze. In this vision, she saw two children, a boy and a girl, playing a game of hide-and-seek among the flowers. Their joy was infectious, and Lily couldn't help but smile as she watched them. As the vision unfolded, she realized that the children were none other than the founders of her village. their friendship the seed from which the community had grown. The scene shifted, revealing a young woman standing at the edge of a cliff, her face turned towards a stormy sea. Despite the tumultuous waves, her expression was one of determination and hope. Lily understood that this woman had once faced a great challenge, her courage and resilience serving as an inspiration for generations to come. As the visions continued, Lily felt her heart swell with understanding and compassion. Each story revealed to her the interconnectedness of life, the importance of friendship and courage, and the beauty of embracing the unknown. When the last vision faded, Lily found herself back in the chamber, the orb resting quietly on the table. Eliana hovered nearby, her eyes filled with warmth and approval. "You have seen the wisdom of the forest," Eliana said softly. "Hold these lessons close to your heart, for they will guide you on your journey." Lily nodded, feeling a newfound sense of purpose. "Thank you, Eliana. I will cherish these stories and share them with others, so their wisdom may continue to grow." With a knowing smile, Eliana gestured towards the staircase. "Go now, dear Lily, and let the light of your heart guide you." As Lily ascended the steps, she felt the gentle embrace of the woods around her. The path home seemed brighter, the whispers of the forest more harmonious than ever before. By the time she reached the edge of the woods, the stars were beginning to twinkle in the evening sky, casting a gentle glow over the village. Lily's heart was full as she stepped onto the cobblestone streets, her mind alive with the tales she had witnessed. She knew that her journey had only just begun, and that the Whispering Woods would always be a part of her, guiding her with its timeless wisdom. In the days and weeks that followed, Lily shared the stories of the forest with her friends and neighbors. She spoke of the strength found in friendship, the courage to face the unknown, and the beauty of life's interconnected tapestry. Her words inspired those around her, planting seeds of kindness and understanding that blossomed into a stronger, more compassionate community. As the seasons passed, the Whispering Woods continued to stand as a silent guardian over the village, its secrets shared with those who dared to listen. And Lily, with her heart full of wonder and wisdom, knew that the magic of the forest would forever be a part of her story. And so, beneath the watchful gaze of the ancient trees and the twinkling stars above, the Whispering Woods and its tales lived on, a testament to the power of friendship, courage, and the ever-turning wheel of life. Story 79. Story 80. Story 81. Story 82. Story 83. Story 84. Story 85. Story 86. Story 87. Story 88. Once upon a time, in the heart of the Whispering Woods, where the trees hummed gentle lullabies and the streams giggled with joy, there was a quaint little village called Chuckleborough. The village was known far and wide for its peculiar inhabitants and their delightful quirks, each more charming than the last. In a cozy cottage with a roof made entirely of sunflower petals lived a sprightly gnome named Gimble. Gimble was known for his sparkling blue spectacles, which he wore even during moonlit nights, claiming they helped him see dreams better. He was a tinker of sorts, creating odd gadgets that made the villagers chuckle. His latest invention was a teapot that played a merry tune whenever it poured a cup of tea. Next door, in a house shaped like a giant mushroom, lived a plump, cheerful squirrel named Nibble. Nibble was no ordinary squirrel. He wore a tiny red vest and had a tail that seemed to have a mind of its own, often wagging to the rhythm of his laughter. Nibble was the village's storyteller, regaling the young and old with tales of faraway lands and magical creatures. One sunny morning, as the dew glittered like diamonds on the grass, Gimble and Nibble gathered with their friends in the village square. There was a buzz of excitement in the air, for today was the annual Chuckleborough Jamboree, a day filled with games, feasts, and contests of whimsy. But as the preparations were underway, a peculiar problem presented itself. A mysterious fog, tinged with a hint of lavender, had settled over the village overnight. It wasn't an ordinary fog, for it seemed to shimmer and shift, and the villagers soon discovered that anyone who entered it found themselves speaking in rhymes. While this was amusing at first, it quickly became problematic. How could they organize the jamboree when every instruction was transformed into a poetic riddle? Gimble, with a twinkle in his eye, declared that they must find the source of this magical mist. A fog that speaks in verse and song must have a story to which it belongs, he mused, adjusting his spectacles. Nibble, his tail wagging excitedly, agreed. Let us seek the fog's creator and make our village celebrations greater. And so, the quirky duo set off on an adventure, accompanied by their friends, a bashful hedgehog named Prickle, who always wore a jaunty little hat, and a wise old owl named Hoot, who loved to solve puzzles. Their journey led them through the heart of Whispering Woods, where the trees whispered secrets of the past. As they followed the trail of the lavender fog, they encountered a series of delightful surprises. First, they met a family of fireflies who danced in the air, spelling out messages in glowing letters. One said, "To find the source, follow the course, where the sunlight kisses the forest floor." Guided by this luminous clue, the friends arrived at a glade where the sunlight streamed through the canopy in golden beams. There they found a small, shimmering pond, the surface of which was alive with ripples that formed words and rhymes. At the edge of the pond sat a whimsical creature, a tiny, giggling sprite named Limerick. With hair like spun silver and eyes like twinkling stars, Limerick was the master of the fog. She explained, between fits of giggles, that she had accidentally spilled her rhyming elixir into the air while practicing her spells for the jamboree. Oh dear, what a funny mistake! I only wanted a rhyme or two to make." Limerick chirped, her laughter ringing like chimes. Gimble and Nibble, both chuckling at the serendipity of it all, assured her that all was well. "With a bit of wisdom and a dose of cheer, we'll turn this mishap into a wondrous affair," Gimble said. Together, the friends and Limerick devised a plan. Using Gimble's clever tinkering skills, they crafted a series of rhyming games and contests for the jamboree, turning the fog into a feature rather than a flaw. The villagers embraced the challenge with laughter and song, weaving verses into their daily chatter with ease. As the day of the jamboree dawned, the village square was alive with color and sound. The lavender fog, no longer a puzzle, danced around the villagers, carrying their rhymes on the breeze. Gimble's musical Teapot played a merry tune, while Nibble spun tales that rhymed and delighted all. The highlight of the day was the grand rhyme-off, where villagers competed to create the most whimsical verses. Even Prickle, usually shy, joined in the fun, his rhymes earning him a hatful of applause. And Hoot, delighted by the linguistic creativity, judged the contest with wise and humorous comments. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a warm glow over Chuckleborough, the villagers gathered around the fire for the closing ceremony. Limerick, grateful for the friends who had turned her mistake into magic, gifted each of them a vial of her rhyming elixir, with a wink and a promise of future fun. And so, with hearts full of joy and laughter, the villagers of Chuckleborough drifted into dreams, cradled by the gentle rhymes of the Whispering Woods. Gimble adjusted his blue spectacles one last time, content with the day's adventures, while Nibble's tail wagged happily in his sleep. For in Chuckleborough, even the quirkiest of problems could be solved with friendship, creativity, and a touch of whimsical magic. And they all lived happily ever after, in a world where rhymes danced on the breeze, and joy was found in the most unexpected places. Story 89. Story 90. The Whispering Woods and the Lantern of Truth. Once upon a time, nestled in the heart of the lush and rolling hills of Oakshire, lay a small, quaint village known as Willowbrook. This village was surrounded by an ancient forest, known to all as the Whispering Woods. The woods were a place of mystery and enchantment, where the trees seemed to murmur secrets to the wind, and the leaves danced in the gentle breeze like 1,000 tiny fairies. In Willowbrook, there lived a young girl named Anwen. With her auburn hair and bright green eyes, she resembled the very woods she loved to wander. Anwen was known for her kind heart and boundless curiosity. She often spent her days exploring the edges of the forest, collecting wildflowers and listening to the gentle symphony of nature. One crisp autumn morning, as the sun painted the sky with strokes of gold and crimson, Anwen set out on a journey deeper into the Whispering Woods than she had ever ventured before. She had heard tales of a hidden world within the forest, a place where magic thrived and the ordinary transformed into the extraordinary. As Anwen walked, the soft crunch of fallen leaves under her feet echoed through the woods. The air was cool and fresh, carrying the earthy scent of moss and the sweetness of ripened berries. Sunlight filtered through the canopy, casting playful shadows that danced around her like old friends. After wandering for what seemed like hours, Anwen stumbled upon a clearing she had never seen. In the center stood a magnificent tree, its trunk wide and gnarled, its branches stretching towards the heavens like the arms of a gentle giant. This tree was unlike any other. Its bark shimmered with a silvery hue, and its leaves glowed with an emerald light. As she approached, Anwen noticed something unusual at the base of the tree, a small, ornate lantern, crafted from bronze and adorned with intricate carvings of stars and moons. The lantern emitted a soft, warm glow, as if harboring a tiny piece of the sun within its confines. Curious, Anwen reached out and touched the lantern. Instantly, she felt a surge of warmth spread through her fingertips and into her heart. The forest around her seemed to hold its breath, as if waiting for something wondrous to unfold. In that moment, the lantern spoke, its voice as gentle as a whisper, yet as profound as a distant echo. "Anwen," it said, "you have found the lantern of truth. With it comes the power to see into the hearts of others and unveil the truths hidden within their souls. But tread carefully, for truth can be both a blessing and a burden." Anwen, though taken aback, was not afraid. She felt a sense of purpose and a quiet determination growing within her. She knew that with great power came great responsibility, and she vowed to use the lantern's gift wisely. As Anwen journeyed back to Willowbrook, the woods seemed to come alive with a newfound energy. Birds sang with greater fervor, and the wind rustled the leaves in a melodious chorus. Anwen felt as if she were part of a grander story, one that was just beginning to unfold. In the days that followed, Anwen learned to wield the lantern of truth with care and compassion. She discovered that truth had the power to heal, to mend broken relationships, and to bring understanding where there was once confusion. With each revelation, Anwen's heart swelled with empathy and wisdom. But as time went on, Anwen also learned that truth could be painful. It could reveal hidden wounds and unearth memories long buried. She realized that not everyone was ready to embrace the truths the lantern unveiled, and she had to learn the delicate art of patience and timing. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and the village was bathed in the soft glow of twilight, Anwen found herself by the village pond. The water was as smooth as glass, reflecting the myriad stars that began to pepper the sky. As she sat there, the lantern of truth by her side, Anwen noticed a figure approaching. It was Rowan, a boy from the village who was known for his quiet demeanor and gentle nature. Rowan and Anwen often shared stories by the pond, their friendship blossoming like the wildflowers that grew along its banks. Tonight, however, Rowan seemed troubled. His brow was furrowed, and his usually bright eyes were clouded with worry. Anwen sensed that something weighed heavily on his heart. "Rowan," she said softly, "what troubles you so?" Rowan hesitated, his gaze fixed on the rippling water. "Anwen," he began, his voice barely a whisper, "there are things I have kept hidden, things I fear might change the way you see me." Anwen reached for the lantern, its comforting glow casting a gentle light between them. "Rowan, the truth is like the stars in the night sky. It is always there, even when hidden behind clouds. Trust that it will guide us, just as it guides the travelers who follow its light." With a deep breath, Rowan spoke of his fears and insecurities, the burdens he had carried in silence. As he spoke, the lantern's light seemed to envelop them both, wrapping them in a cocoon of warmth and understanding. In that moment, Anwen realized that the lantern's true power lay not in revealing truth, but in creating a space where truth could be shared without fear. It was a power that fostered connection, empathy, and healing. As the night wore on, Anwen and Rowan talked until the stars began to fade and the first light of dawn kissed the horizon. They spoke of dreams and fears, of hopes and past regrets, their hearts growing lighter with each word shared. From that day forward, Anwen used the lantern of truth not as a tool, but as a bridge, connecting hearts, mending rifts, and fostering friendships that transcended the boundaries of expectation. The villagers came to see the lantern not as a relic of power, but as a beacon of hope and understanding. As the seasons turned and the years passed, Anwen's story became legend in Willowbrook. The Whispering Woods continued to hold their secrets. the leaves dancing to the wind's eternal song. And in the heart of the forest, the ancient tree stood as a reminder of the magic that lay within, and the truth that could transform the world. And so, as the fireside crackles and the shadows lengthen, we find ourselves at the end of our tale. But remember, dear listener, that truth is not just a lantern to be found in enchanted woods. It is a light within us all, waiting to illuminate the paths we walk and the stories we share. With a gentle sigh, the tale comes to a close, leaving behind the warmth of friendship and the glow of understanding. Sleep now, with dreams as bright and boundless as the stars that guide us home. Story 91. Story 92. Story 93. Story 94. Story 95. Story 96. Story 97. Story 98. Story 99. In a valley cradled between whispering pines and mountains wearing crowns of perpetual mist, there lived a young gardener named Lila, whose hands could coax blossoms from stubborn soil. Her cottage stood at the edge of Winding Brook village, its stone walls draped in honeysuckle that hummed with sleepy bees each afternoon. For years, Lila's world had been measured in predictable rhythms, the unfurling of fern fronds in spring, the precise tilt of sunflower faces tracking the sun, the way frost etched fractal patterns on her window pane every first of frost moon. But this autumn, the wind carried a different song. The trouble began when the clockwork oak at the village square, an ancient tree whose leaves turned like golden gears, began shedding its timekeeping foliage too early. Petals on Lila's moon lilies, which normally glowed until dawn, dimmed at midnight. Her fingers, usually sure and steady as they tucked seeds into earth, fumbled at their work. "It's just the season turning," she told her rabbit companion, Thistle, as they gathered asters by Silver Stream. But the water's reflection showed wrinkles that didn't belong to her 23 years, and when she blinked, they vanished like ripples. One twilight, as Lila scrubbed clay from her boots by the hearth, a knock trembled through her oaken door. There stood old Hazel, the village star reader, her cloak stitched with constellations that shifted when you didn't look directly at them. "The earth whispers that you've been feeding your roses salt water," she said, not unkindly, her breath smelling of lavender and something older than the hills. Behind her, Hazel's badger familiar, Nettle, carried a basket of peculiar mushrooms in his teeth. "My garden won't listen any more," Lila confessed, the admission curling like steam from her tea. "The more I try to make things stay as they were, the faster they." She gestured to her windowsill, where a vase of everblooms had shed their petals in a heap of crimson sorrow. Hazel's eyes softened, the way stones soften over centuries of river caresses. "Come to the Glimmerroot Grove at moon-high. Bring your fears and an empty jar." The grove was not marked on any village map, for its entrance revealed itself only to those who'd forgotten the path 3 times. Lila stumbled there by following the glow of will-o'-the-wisps that danced like misplaced stars, her boots crunching through frost-kissed ferns. What she found took her breath away, trees with bark like swirling galaxies, bioluminescent mushrooms pulsing in harmony with her heartbeat, an air so thick with magic it tasted of elderberry wine. "Every gardener tends 2 plots," Hazel said, emerging from behind a tree whose branches grew crystal apples. "The one you kneel in, calloused hands in dirt, and the one here." She pressed a palm to Lila's chest. "Yours has been all thorns and no rain." Nettle nudged Lila's ankle with his damp nose. When she knelt, the badger dropped a seed into her palm, iridescent, warm, slightly sad. "What does it grow?" she asked. "Whatever you've buried too deep to bloom." That night, Lila planted the seed in a clay pot by her bedside. She dreamed of a clock whose numbers were root systems, ticking backward. When she woke, a sapling had erupted from the soil, its translucent leaves reflecting not light but memories. Her mother's laugh tangled in wind chimes, the way her father's hands shaped scarecrows that waved at passing children, the last hug from her sister before she left to map the singing deserts. Each leaf trembled, threatening to fall. "It's dying," she whispered to Thistle at dawn. The rabbit thumped his foot, once, twice, until a shower of dandelion puffs drifted in through the open window. Where they landed, tiny voices chimed, "Let go, let grow. Let go, let grow." Hazel returned in a cloak of fog, bringing a compass that pointed not north, but toward whatever the holder feared most. "Walk where the needle leads," she instructed. "But take this." From her basket came a lantern powered not by flame, but a captured sunrise moth. Its light made shadows dance like eager storytellers. The compass led Lila to the hollow's edge, a cliffside where the village's forgotten memories pooled like groundwater. There, in a cave veiled by weeping vines, she found her own reflection in a stalagmite mirror. Not the face she washed each morning, but a younger self, 8 years old, knees grass-stained, cradling a robin's egg cracked during a storm. "You tried so hard to put it back together," the reflection said, voice echoing with cave damp. "But some breaks are doors." The girl opened her palms. Instead of shell fragments, a dozen butterflies emerged, wings the blue of twilight's first breath. When Lila returned home, the sapling in her room had grown thorns. Yet between the spikes hung buds shaped like teardrops. That evening, as she sang to her wilting moon lilies, a lullaby her grandmother had taught her, smelling of rye bread and resilience, the first bud bloomed. Its petals were mirrors, and in them Lila saw not flaws, but the tender green shoots beneath a forest fire's ashes. The village festival of the Frostfire lights arrived, a night when residents floated lanterns down Silver Stream to honor what they'd released. Layla stood apart, clutching an unlit lantern shaped like a closed rose. Hazel found her staring at the laughing crowd, their faces painted warm by firelight. "My sapling's finally flowering," Lila said. "But when I look at it, I feel homesick for my sadness. Isn't that foolish?" Nettle sneezed, conjuring a miniature rainbow that arched over their boots. Hazel chuckled. "The bravest magic isn't conquering change, but learning to miss the shore as you sail." She pressed a pine cone into Lila's hand that unfolded into a tiny owl. "Now light your lantern, child. The water's patient, but dawn isn't." What Lila released wasn't a single memory, but the dusty crate of nevers she'd hoarded. "I'll never have Mother's talent for weather magic. Never stop aching for the past." Never. The lantern caught fire mid-river, transforming into a swan that dove beneath the current and emerged as a constellation. At winter's first snow, Lila's sapling bore fruit, jewel-like orbs containing liquid starlight. When sipped, they granted visions of possible futures, her cottage with new vines clambering up the east wall, Thistle fathering a mischief of leverets, her sister returning with sand still clinging to her boots, laughing about cactus songs. None were certain, all were beautiful. Her moon lilies bloomed again that night, brighter than ever. Villagers would later swear they saw a girl dancing among them, barefoot in the snow, accompanied by a rabbit and badger chasing each other's shadows. The clockwork oak's gears slowed to their proper rhythm, though occasionally a leaf would still fall early, not as a mistake, but as a wink. When spring came, Lila planted a new garden at Hollow's edge. The flowers there changed daily, tulips that became snapdragons at noon, roses that melted into lavender under the stars. Children left letters to their future selves in its soil, which the earth swallowed with a contented sigh. Travelers tasting the nectar from its everblooms claimed it reminded them of something they couldn't name, something like the moment before a first kiss or the hush when a symphony lifts its bows. Hazel, sipping dandelion wine on Lila's porch as fireflies performed their twilight waltz, smiled at her apprentice. "You've mastered the 7th season. The one between winter and spring?" Lila asked, brushing soil from her palms. "The one that lives in all seasons," Hazel corrected, as Thistle dozed in her lap, nose twitching at dreams of clover. "The turning where endings hold hands with beginnings, and the bravest thing a heart can do is beat in three-quarter time. And so the valley hummed on, a lullaby of crickets and rustling pages, of rivers rewriting their stones, of a gardener who learned to hold life's melody lightly, like a petal balanced on an open palm, ready to dance when the next breeze came. Once upon a time, nestled deep within the heart of a vast and ancient forest, there lay a village unlike any other. This village, known as Luminara, was a place where the air was always sweet, with the scent of blooming wildflowers, and the gentle rustle of leaves whispered secrets of old to anyone who cared to listen. Each cottage was quaintly adorned with climbing ivy and surrounded by vibrant gardens, creating a tapestry of colors that danced in the golden light of the setting sun. In this enchanting village lived a young girl named Anwen. Anwen was known for her boundless curiosity and the sparkle of wonder that never left her hazel eyes. She spent her days exploring every nook and cranny of Luminara, often accompanied by her faithful companion, a clever little squirrel named Thistle. Together, they would venture into the heart of the forest, where the sunlight filtered through the canopy like streams of liquid gold, and the ground was a plush carpet of moss and fallen leaves. One crisp autumn morning, as the world was painted in hues of amber and rust, Anwen and Thistle embarked on a journey to the farthest edge of the forest, where the trees grew tall and wise, their branches reaching out like ancient arms. It was said among the villagers that beyond those trees lay a hidden world, a place where magic was as natural as the air they breathed. Anwen's heart danced with excitement at the thought of discovering this realm. As they wandered deeper into the forest, Anwen noticed a peculiar glimmer beneath a pile of freshly fallen leaves. With a gentle brush of her hand, she uncovered an exquisite pendant, its surface shimmering with an iridescent light that seemed to pulse with a life of its own. The pendant was shaped like a teardrop, and within it swirled a myriad of colors, like the northern lights captured in a single drop of dew. "Look, Thistle," Anwen whispered, cradling the pendant in her palm. "It's beautiful." Thistle chittered softly in agreement, his small eyes reflecting the pendant's glow. Anwen felt an inexplicable pull towards the pendant, as if it held secrets waiting to be unveiled. She slipped it around her neck, feeling its warmth spread through her like a gentle summer breeze. As they continued their journey, Anwen felt a strange sensation, as though the forest itself was awakening to her presence. The leaves rustled with a language she could almost understand, and the path seemed to unfold before her, guiding her steps. It wasn't long before they reached the heart of the forest, where the trees formed a natural archway, their branches entwined like the fingers of old friends. Anwen paused at the threshold, her heart pounding with a mixture of anticipation and trepidation. "Do you think this is the entrance, Thistle?" she asked, her voice barely above a whisper. Thistle nodded, his tiny tail flicking with excitement. Together, they stepped through the archway and into a world that defied all imagination. Beyond the archway lay a realm of breathtaking beauty, where the air was filled with the sweet melody of birdsong and the faint tinkling of unseen bells. The sky was a tapestry of swirling colors, painting the world in a perpetual twilight that shimmered with magic. Here the flowers glowed with an inner light, and streams of crystal-clear water wound their way through fields of emerald grass. As Anwen and Thistle explored this hidden world, they encountered creatures that seemed to have stepped out of a dream. Gentle deer with antlers adorned with flowering vines, iridescent butterflies that danced in the air like living jewels, and wise old owls with eyes that held the wisdom of ages. It was in this magical setting that Anwen met Lila, a kind-hearted fairy with wings that shimmered like sunlight on water. Lila was perched upon a toadstool, her delicate wings fluttering as she watched them with a curious smile. "Welcome to the Glade of Whispers," Lila said, her voice as soft as a breeze through the leaves. "We have been waiting for you, Anwen." Anwen blinked in surprise. "You know my name?" Lila nodded, her eyes twinkling with a light of their own. "The forest speaks of you, young seeker. It senses your heart's desire to understand its mysteries." Anwen felt a warmth spread through her chest at Lila's words. "I've always felt drawn to the forest," she admitted. "It's like it holds secrets just waiting to be discovered." Lyra's smile widened. Indeed it does, and you, Anwen, have found the pendant of verity, a magical object that reveals the truth within all things. Anwen glanced down at the pendant, its colors swirling with a gentle luminescence. What do you mean by reveals the truth? The pendant of verity has the power to see beyond appearances, Lyra explained, her voice like the soft rustle of leaves in the wind. It can unveil the true nature of things, allowing you to understand the world and yourself more deeply. Anwen's heart leapt with curiosity. How do I use it? By listening, Lyra replied simply. Listen with your heart, and the pendant will guide you. Encouraged by Lyra's gentle wisdom, Anwen placed her hand over the pendant and closed her eyes, focusing on the rhythmic pulse of its light. As she listened, she felt a shift within herself, as if a door had opened to a deeper understanding. In the days that followed, Anwen and Thistle explored the Glade of Whispers, discovering its many wonders and mysteries. With each new encounter, Anwen learned to see beyond the surface, to understand the heart of the creatures and the forest itself. She discovered that the world was a tapestry of interconnected lives, each thread woven with care and purpose. Through her journey, Anwen formed a bond with Lyra, and together they shared stories and laughter beneath the starlit sky. Lyra taught Anwen the language of the forest, the songs of the wind, and the secrets of the streams. In return, Anwen shared tales of her village, of the people she loved, and the beauty of the world beyond the forest. One evening, as the twilight deepened into a velvety night, Lyra revealed to Anwen a hidden grove within the glade. There, the trees formed a circle around a shimmering pool of water, its surface reflecting the stars like 1,000 tiny lanterns. This is the pool of reflection, Lyra said, her voice a soft song. It holds the memories of the forest, the stories of those who have come before. With the pendant of verity, you can glimpse these memories and learn from them. Anwen knelt beside the pool, her heart filled with a mixture of awe and reverence. She leaned over the water, and as she gazed into its depths, the pendant began to glow with a gentle light. Images danced across the surface, scenes of joy and sorrow, of friendship and courage. Through the memories, Anwen saw the stories of those who had walked the forest paths before her. She witnessed their triumphs and challenges, their moments of kindness and bravery. Each story touched her heart, weaving a tapestry of understanding and compassion. As the final image faded, Anwen felt a profound sense of connection to the world around her. She realized that her journey was not just about discovering the magic of the forest, but about understanding the magic within herself. With this newfound wisdom, Anwen returned to Luminara, her heart forever changed by the wonders of the hidden world. She shared her experiences with the villagers, inspiring them to look beyond the surface and see the beauty and truth in all things. As the seasons turned, Anwen continued to visit the Glade of Whispers, her bond with the forest and its inhabitants growing ever stronger. The pendant remained a cherished reminder of her journey, a symbol of the wisdom she had gained and the magic that lived within her heart. And so, under the watchful gaze of the ancient trees and the twinkling stars, Anwen's story became a part of the forest's tapestry, a tale of friendship, discovery, and the transformative power of seeing the world with eyes of wonder and a heart of truth. As the years passed, Anwen's once youthful curiosity matured into a profound wisdom that was respected and cherished by the villagers of Luminara. She became known as the Story Keeper, for her ability to weave the tales of the forest into lessons that taught love, empathy, and understanding. The children of the village would gather at her feet by the warm glow of the hearth, eyes wide with wonder as she recounted the stories of her adventures in the Glade of Whispers. Each story carried with it a gentle lesson, a reminder that true magic was not found in grand gestures or spells, but in the quiet moments of connection and compassion. One winter's eve, with snowflakes cascading gently from the sky, Anwen felt a familiar tug at her heart, a call from the forest that she could not ignore. With Thistle by her side, now older and wiser, she made her way through the snow-draped trees to the familiar archway of the Glade of Whispers. Lyra awaited her there, her wings shimmering with a soft, silvery glow that mirrored the moonlight. "Welcome back, dear friend," she greeted, her voice a melody of warmth and joy. Anwen smiled, her heart swelling with the familiarity of their friendship. "It's good to be home," she replied, her voice a whisper in the stillness of the winter night. As they walked together through the glade, Lyra shared news of the forest, of new life and the changes that time had wrought. Anwen listened with a heart full of gratitude, her love for this hidden world as strong as ever. Anwen, Lyra said softly, pausing beneath a towering oak, the forest has a gift for you, a token of gratitude for all that you have given to us. Curious, Anwen followed Lyra to the pool of reflection, where the water lay still and silent beneath a blanket of snow. As she approached, the pendant around her neck began to glow, casting a gentle light upon the surface of the pool. With a soft murmur, the water parted, revealing a small, intricately carved box that shimmered with the iridescence of the pendant. Anwen reached out, her fingers brushing against the smooth wood, and she felt a warmth spread through her, a sense of peace and fulfillment. "This is the box of echoes," Lyra explained, her voice filled with reverence. "It holds the echoes of your heart, the memories and wisdom you have gathered on your journey. It is a reminder that your story is woven into the very fabric of the forest." Tears of gratitude filled Anwen's eyes as she accepted the box, feeling the weight of its significance. She knew that her journey had come full circle, that the magic of the forest was now a part of her, as she was a part of it. With the box in hand, Anwen returned to Luminara, her heart filled with a sense of purpose and belonging. She continued to share her stories, her wisdom growing with each passing season, her love for the village and the forest as enduring as the stars in the night sky. And so, the tale of Anwen and the Glade of Whispers became a cherished part of Luminara's history, a story passed down through generations, reminding all who heard it that magic was not just something to be found, but something to be lived, in every act of kindness, every moment of understanding, and every thread of connection that bound their hearts to the world around them. As the years turned to decades, Anwen's legacy endured, her stories becoming a source of inspiration and guidance for the villagers of Luminara. Her presence was felt in the gentle rustle of leaves, the whisper of the wind, and the songs of the forest creatures that continued to thrive in the hidden world she had discovered. The villagers often spoke of the storykeeper with fondness and admiration, recounting her tales by the fireside during long winter nights and beneath the starry sky on warm summer evenings. Anwen's stories became a bridge between generations, a reminder of the power of love, friendship, and the indomitable spirit of exploration. Children who had grown up listening to Anwen's stories would often venture into the forest themselves, guided by the lessons she had imparted. They would seek the archway to the Glade of Whispers, their hearts filled with the same wonder and curiosity that had once guided Anwen on her journey. Although the forest remained a place of mystery and magic, Anwen's wisdom had taught the villagers to respect and cherish its secrets, to walk its paths with reverence and gratitude. The bond between the village and the forest grew stronger with each passing year, a testament to the enduring legacy of the young girl who had once listened to the whispers of the trees. Anwen herself continued to visit the Glade of Whispers, her friendship with Lyra deepening with each encounter. Together, they would sit by the pool of reflection, sharing stories and laughter as the stars twinkled above them like 1,000 tiny lanterns. One evening, as the forest was bathed in the silver light of the moon, Lyra placed a gentle hand on Anwen's shoulder. "You have given so much to the forest, dear friend," she said, her voice filled with warmth and gratitude. "Your heart has touched the lives of all who dwell here." Anwen smiled, her eyes reflecting the stars above. "The forest has given me more than I could ever repay," she replied softly. "It has taught me to see the beauty and magic in every moment, to cherish the connections that bind us all." Lyra nodded, her wings shimmering in the moonlight. "Your story is woven into the very fabric of the forest, Anwen. It will continue to inspire and guide those who come after you." With a heart full of gratitude, Anwen returned to Luminara, her spirit forever intertwined with the magic of the forest. The pendant around her neck, the box of echoes in her hand, were cherished reminders of her journey, symbols of the wisdom and love that had shaped her life. As the years passed, Anwen grew older, her hair turning silver like the moonlit sky, her eyes still shining with the same wonder and curiosity that had defined her youth. She remained a beloved figure in the village, her stories a source of comfort and inspiration for all who heard them. Eventually, Anwen's journey came to a gentle close, her spirit at peace with the world she had come to love so deeply. Her passing was marked by a quiet reverence, a celebration of a life well lived, a story well told. The villagers of Luminara gathered by the hearth, their hearts filled with gratitude for the story-keeper who had shared her wisdom and love with them. They spoke of Anwen's legacy, of the magic and beauty she had brought into their lives, and the lessons she had imparted. As the years turned to centuries, Anwen's story continued to be told, a timeless tale of friendship, discovery, and the transformative power of seeing the world with eyes of wonder and a heart of truth. And somewhere deep within the heart of the ancient forest, the Glade of Whispers remained, a hidden world where magic was as natural as the air they breathed, a place where the spirit of Anwen lived on, in the gentle rustle of leaves, the whisper of the wind, and the songs of the forest creatures that continued to thrive in its embrace. In a quaint village nestled between rolling hills and whispering woods, there lay a place where magic wound itself into the very fabric of everyday life. This was the village of Willowbrook, a realm where the sun painted the sky with hues of gold and pink each evening, and the stars blinked like 1,000 tiny lanterns in the velvet night. Willowbrook was known for its peculiar charm and gentle enchantments, but lately it had become the stage for a puzzling mystery that left even the wisest of villagers scratching their heads. Strange occurrences had begun to unfold, candles flickering without a breeze, teapots whistling tunes without a flame, and gentle chimes sounding from the old oak tree by the square, though no one was there to ring them. Among the kind-hearted inhabitants of Willowbrook was a young girl named Lila. She had eyes the color of the morning sky and a heart as warm as freshly baked bread. Lila loved the village and its quirky magic, but the recent oddities piqued her curiosity. Determined to uncover the source of the strange happenings, she set out with her faithful companion, a wise old tabby cat named Oliver, whose whiskers twitched with an air of knowing far beyond his years. As dusk painted the sky in lavender hues, Lila and Oliver began their investigation. They wandered through the cobblestone streets, where lanterns flickered with a soft glow, casting playful shadows on the walls of quaint cottages. The air was filled with the scent of honeysuckle and the distant sound of a babbling brook. Their first stop was the bakery, where the sweet aroma of cinnamon buns greeted them warmly. Mrs. Pumpernickel, the baker, was kneading dough with a smile as wide as a crescent moon. "Ah, Lila dear, come to solve our little mystery, have you?" She chuckled, wiping flour from her hands. "Yes, Mrs. Pumpernickel," Lila replied, her voice a gentle melody. "We've noticed the odd happenings and thought perhaps we might find some clues." Mrs. Pumpernickel leaned closer, her eyes twinkling like the stars. "Well, I've noticed the bread rising faster than usual, almost as if it has a mind of its own. Perhaps it's the work of the mischievous brownies." Brownies were small, magical creatures known for their playful antics and love of baked goods. Lila nodded thoughtfully. "We'll keep that in mind. Thank you, Mrs. Pumpernickel." With Oliver padding silently by her side, Lila continued to the village square, where the ancient oak tree stood. Its leaves rustled softly, whispering secrets only the wind could hear. As they approached, a gentle chime echoed through the air, though the tree's branches were still. Intrigued, Lila looked up and spotted a tiny, shimmering figure perched among the leaves. It was a sprite, its wings glistening like dewdrops in the morning sun. "Hello there," Lila called softly, her voice filled with wonder. The sprite fluttered down, landing gracefully on Lila's outstretched hand. "Greetings, child of Willowbrook," it chimed, its voice like the tinkling of distant bells. "I am Sylvan, guardian of this tree. What brings you to my realm?" "We seek to understand the strange occurrences in our village," Lila explained gently. "Do you perhaps know what might be causing them?" Sylvan's wings fluttered with delight. "Ah, the magic of Willowbrook has been mischievous of late. The brownies have been restless, their playful spirits heightened by the full moon's approach. They mean no harm, only seeking to share their joy." Lila's eyes brightened with understanding. "Perhaps we can find a way to help them channel their energy without causing confusion." With a nod of agreement, Sylvan whispered a plan to Lila. They would host a moonlit festival for the brownies, a celebration where their antics could be welcomed and enjoyed. That evening, as the moon rose full and bright, Lila and the villagers gathered in the square. Lanterns were hung from every branch, casting a soft, inviting glow. Tables were set with sweets and treats, and music filled the air, an enchanting melody that beckoned all magical creatures to join in the revelry. As the brownies appeared, their giggles like the rustle of leaves, they danced and played, their joy contagious. Lila watched, her heart full as she saw the village come alive with laughter and light. Even Oliver, usually reserved, found himself pawing at a stray ribbon with uncharacteristic abandon. The festival continued deep into the night, a celebration of magic and harmony. As the first light of dawn painted the horizon, the brownies thanked the villagers with a gentle breeze that wrapped them in warmth and contentment. With the mystery resolved and balance restored, Lila returned home, her heart as light as the morning mist. As she drifted into a peaceful slumber, she knew that in Willowbrook, where magic and kindness intertwined, there would always be a place for wonder and friendship. And so, beneath the gentle gaze of the moon and stars, the village of Willowbrook settled into a tranquil hush, wrapped in the comforting embrace of another enchanting day. Once upon a time, in a realm where magic danced through the air like glittering motes of stardust, there was a cozy little village nestled in a verdant valley. The cottages were adorned with thatched roofs and cheerful window boxes overflowing with vibrant blooms. A winding stream, its waters sparkling like liquid diamonds, flowed through the heart of the village, serenading the residents with its gentle melody. In one of these cottages lived a young girl named Willow. Her eyes shone with curiosity, and her heart was filled with a deep love for the natural world around her. Each morning, she would skip through the village streets, waving cheerfully to the friendly villagers and greeting the enchanted creatures that called the valley home. One crisp autumn day, as Willow was wandering through the woods, she noticed something peculiar. The usually vibrant leaves seemed to be losing their color, their once brilliant hues fading to a dull, lifeless gray. Confusion knitted her brow as she hurried deeper into the forest, only to find that the strange phenomenon was spreading, leaving a trail of grayness in its wake. Willow's heart raced with concern for the well-being of the woodlands and its inhabitants. She knew she had to unravel this mystery before it was too late. With determination sparkling in her eyes, she set out to seek the guidance of her dear friend, Oakroot, the ancient tree spirit who had watched over the forest for centuries. As Willow approached Oakroot's gnarled and towering form, the wise tree spirit sensed her distress. "What troubles you, young one?" Oakroot's voice was like the gentle creaking of ancient branches in the wind. Willow explained the strange phenomenon she had witnessed, her words tumbling out in a rush of worry. Oakroot listened patiently, his bark-covered brow furrowing in thought. "Ah, I sense the work of the grayling, a mischievous sprite with a penchant for draining the vibrancy from the natural world," Oakroot said solemnly. "Fear not, little Willow, for there is a way to restore the balance." With a rustle of leaves, Oakroot summoned a trio of friendly pixies, their gossamer wings shimmering with iridescent hues. "These pixies will guide you on your quest," he said. "Together, you must seek out the grayling's lair and find a way to persuade him to undo his mischief." Willow's heart swelled with determination, and she nodded resolutely. Hand in hand with the pixies, she embarked on a whimsical journey through the enchanted forest, following the trail of grayness that led deeper and deeper into the heart of the woodlands. Along the way, they encountered wondrous sights and helpful creatures. A family of curious gnomes offered them a basket of fresh-baked treats to sustain them on their quest. A wise old owl, perched atop a twisted branch, shared invaluable insights into the grayling's habits and whereabouts. At last, they reached a secluded glade, where a peculiar mist hung in the air, casting a dull pall over the surroundings. In the center of the glade stood a twisted, gnarled tree, its bark as gray as ash. Willow and the pixies exchanged a knowing glance. This was the grayling's lair. As they approached the tree, a small, impish figure emerged from a knothole, his mischievous eyes twinkling with delight. "Well, well, what have we here?" The grayling chuckled, his voice like the rustling of dry leaves. Willow stepped forward, her heart beating with a mixture of apprehension and determination. "Grayling, we've come to ask you to restore the color and vibrancy to the forest," she said, her voice steady but kind. The grayling tilted his head, considering her words. "And why would I do that?" he asked, a hint of mischief dancing in his eyes. It was then that one of the pixies fluttered forward, her gossamer wings sparkling like 1,000 tiny rainbows. With a gentle smile, she began to weave a tale of the beauty and joy that vibrant colors brought to the forest. The brilliant hues of the autumn leaves, the cheerful blossoms that dotted the meadows, the rich greens of the ancient trees. As the pixie spoke, the grayling's expression softened, and a wistful look crossed his impish features. Willow seized the opportunity, adding her own words of wisdom and appeal to the grayling's sense of whimsy and delight. Slowly but surely, the grayling's mischievous demeanor melted away, replaced by a newfound appreciation for the beauty and vibrancy he had inadvertently drained from the forest. With a wave of his gnarled hand, he released a shimmering burst of energy that rippled outward, restoring the brilliant hues to the woodlands. Willow and the pixies watched in wonder as the color and life flooded back into the forest, the leaves regaining their fiery autumnal shades, the flowers blooming with renewed vibrancy, and the very air seeming to sparkle with renewed energy. The grayling, his eyes shining with childlike delight, turned to Willow and the pixies. "Thank you, my friends," he said, his voice tinged with genuine gratitude. "You have shown me the true beauty of color and the joy it brings to this realm." From that day forth, the grayling became a cherished protector of the forest's vibrant hues, using his magic to enhance and celebrate the natural wonders that surrounded him. And Willow, her heart brimming with joy and gratitude, continued to wander the enchanted woodlands, her spirit ever entwined with the magic and wonder that thrived within its ancient boughs. Once upon a time, in a village nestled between rolling hills and whispering forests, there lived a curious young girl named Lila. Her eyes were the color of the morning sky, and her heart was as vast as the ocean. Lila spent her days exploring the meadows and woods around her home, but her dreams were filled with places she had yet to discover. One crisp autumn morning, as the leaves danced in the gentle breeze, Lila stumbled upon an ancient map tucked inside an old book in her grandmother's attic. The map was unlike any she had seen, with swirling lines and shimmering ink that seemed to change color in the light. At its center was a place called the Enchanted Hollow, a realm rumored to be filled with wonder and magic. With a spark of excitement in her heart, Lila decided she would find this mysterious place. She packed a small satchel with her favorite blanket, a loaf of bread, and a flask of warm tea. As she stepped outside, the morning sun painted the sky in hues of pink and gold, and she could feel the promise of adventure in the crisp air. Lila followed the map's winding path through towering trees and across babbling brooks. The forest was alive with the rustling of leaves and the songs of birds, creating a symphony that carried her forward. As she ventured deeper, she encountered a peculiar creature, a fox with fur as white as snow and eyes that gleamed like emeralds. The fox greeted her with a nod and, sensing her quest, offered to guide her through the forest. Together, they traversed paths cloaked in mist and fields carpeted with wildflowers, their colors vivid against the earth. The fox led Lila to a clearing where the air was sweet with the scent of honey, and a gentle stream sparkled under the sun's golden rays. Here, the fox pointed to a small, hidden trail that seemed to disappear into the earth itself. With a grateful heart, Lila thanked her new friend and ventured down the trail. The path led into a tunnel of vines and twinkling lights, and as she walked, the air shimmered with a gentle hum, like the whisper of a lullaby. The tunnel opened into the Enchanted Hollow, a place that seemed to exist just between a dream and reality. The hollow was a world of wonders. Trees with trunks of silver leaves stretched up to the sky, their branches swaying gently in the breeze. Flowers with petals of iridescent colors glowed softly, and the ground was covered in moss that felt like the plushest carpet beneath Lila's feet. Streams of crystal-clear water wound through the landscape, their gentle babble a soothing melody. As she explored, Lila met creatures she had only ever dreamed of. There were butterflies with wings like stained glass windows, glowing softly in the dim light. She watched as a family of gentle deer with antlers adorned in soft ferns grazed nearby, their presence serene and calming. But the most wondrous creature she encountered was a small, luminescent being called a starling. It hovered in the air, its wings twinkling like the night sky, and spoke in a voice as soft as a summer breeze. The starling told Lila of the heart of the hollow, a place where wishes were whispered and dreams were born. With the starling as her guide, Lila traveled to the heart of the enchanted hollow. There she found a pool of water so clear and still that it reflected the world above like a perfect mirror. The starling encouraged her to look into the pool and whisper her heart's deepest wish. Lila closed her eyes, and with a heart full of gratitude and wonder, whispered her wish for courage and the strength to explore the unknown. As her words floated into the air, the pool shimmered, and a warmth spread through her, filling her with a sense of peace and confidence. With her journey nearly complete, Lila realized it was time to return home. She bid farewell to her new friends, each one leaving her with a token of their world, a silver leaf, a tiny fern, and a single glowing petal. As she retraced her steps through the forest, the fox rejoined her, leading her back to the edge of her village. Under the light of the setting sun, Lila returned home, her heart brimming with stories and newfound courage. She tucked the tokens from the hollow into her satchel, reminders of her journey and the friends she had made. As she drifted off to sleep that night, the wind carried the scent of the forest through her window, and the stars outside twinkled with a familiar glow. Lila knew that whenever she needed courage, she only had to close her eyes and remember her journey to the enchanted hollow, where magic and dreams lived in harmony. And so, with a heart full of wonder and the whisper of the hollow in her dreams, Lila slept peacefully, ready for whatever adventures awaited her in the days to come. The Whispering Grove. In the quaint village of Willowbrook, nestled amidst rolling hills and dense whispering forests, there was a legend that had been whispered from generation to generation, the tale of the Whispering Grove. It was said that hidden deep within the heart of the ancient woods lay a grove where the trees had the ability to speak, their voices carrying the wisdom of ages. The villagers believed that whoever could find this grove would be granted insight and wisdom beyond their years. It was a crisp autumn evening when a gentle breeze carried the scent of pine needles and damp earth through the village. The sky was a canvas of fading golds and purples, and as the sun dipped below the horizon, a fiery-haired girl named Leora sat by the fireplace in her cozy cottage. The flames danced merrily, casting a warm glow that flickered off the walls and painted shadows that seemed to breathe with life. Leora was known throughout Willowbrook for her insatiable curiosity and her heart that yearned for adventure. Her eyes sparkled like the stars on a clear night, and her laughter was a melody that brought joy to all who heard it. But beneath her cheerful exterior, Leora felt a longing for something more, something beyond the gentle life of the village. Her grandmother, wise and kind-hearted, sat across from her in a rocking chair, knitting with nimble fingers. The soft click-clack of needles was a soothing rhythm that punctuated the cozy silence. "Grandmother," Leora began, her voice barely above a whisper, "do you believe the stories about the Whispering Grove are true?" The old woman paused, her eyes twinkling with a knowing light as she looked up from her knitting. "Ah, the Whispering Grove," she mused, her voice rich with the cadence of 1,000 stories. "Many have sought it, my dear, but few have found it. The grove reveals itself only to those who seek wisdom, not for themselves, but for the world." Leora pondered her grandmother's words, feeling a spark of determination ignite within her chest. "I want to find it," she declared softly, her voice tinged with a mix of excitement and resolve. Her grandmother chuckled, a sound like the gentle rustle of leaves in the wind. "Then you must listen to the whispers of the forest, Leora. Follow them with an open heart." The next morning, Leora set off at dawn, the air crisp and invigorating against her face. She dressed warmly in a cloak the color of autumn leaves and carried a small satchel filled with provisions. As she stepped into the forest, the world seemed to hold its breath. The only sound, the gentle crunch of leaves beneath her boots. The forest was a tapestry of vibrant colors, leaves painted in shades of amber, crimson, and gold. The air was thick with the scent of pine and earth, and shafts of sunlight pierced through the canopy, casting dappled patterns on the forest floor. Leora walked deeper into the woods, her heart guiding her as much as her feet. As the hours passed, the forest seemed to come alive around her. Birds flitted from branch to branch, their songs weaving melodies that danced through the air. Squirrels scampered along the ground, their bushy tails flicking as they collected acorns for the coming winter. Leora paused to rest by a babbling brook, the water clear and cold as it meandered over smooth stones. She sipped from her flask, the water refreshing her spirit as much as her body. As she sat, she closed her eyes, letting the sounds of the forest envelop her. It was then she heard it, a soft, gentle whisper, like the rustling of leaves in the breeze. At first, the sound was indistinct, but gradually it grew clearer, forming words that seemed to weave through her mind. "Seek the light that guides, the heart that listens," the whisper said, a voice both ancient and familiar. Leora's heart quickened, a thrill of excitement coursing through her veins. She rose to her feet, her senses attuned to the whispers that seemed to guide her deeper into the forest. She followed the sound, her footsteps light and sure. The day turned to dusk, the forest bathed in the soft glow of twilight. Leora's path led her to a clearing, and there, standing tall and majestic, was the entrance to the Whispering Grove. The trees here were ancient, their trunks wide and gnarled, their branches reaching skyward like outstretched arms. As she stepped into the grove, a feeling of peace and wonder enveloped her. The air was alive with the soft murmur of voices, a chorus of whispers that seemed to sing in harmony with the rustling leaves. Leora closed her eyes, letting the grove's magic wash over her. "Welcome, seeker of wisdom," the grove seemed to say, its voice a gentle caress. "You have come with an open heart, and for that you shall be get a gift." Leora felt a warmth spread through her chest, a sense of understanding and clarity that was both comforting and profound. The grove's whispers spoke of the interconnectedness of all things, the importance of kindness and compassion, and the beauty of the world that lay beyond the surface. As the last light of day faded, Leora knew it was time to return home. She left the grove, her heart filled with gratitude and a newfound sense of purpose. The journey back through the forest was a journey of reflection, the whispers of the grove echoing in her mind. When she returned to Willowbrook, Leora found that the world seemed both familiar and new. The village was the same, yet her perception had changed. She noticed the small acts of kindness that wove through daily life, the strength in the bonds of friendship and the beauty in simplicity. Her grandmother greeted her with a knowing smile, her eyes filled with pride. "You have found the grove," she said, her voice a gentle embrace. Leora nodded, her heart full of gratitude. "Yes, and I understand now that wisdom is not just knowledge, but the love and compassion we share with others." The days in Willowbrook passed gently, each one filled with the warmth of community and the joy of simple pleasures. Leora's journey had transformed her, and in turn, she shared the wisdom of the grove with those around her, weaving a tapestry of kindness and understanding that enriched the lives of all who heard it. And so, the legend of the Whispering Grove continued to be whispered through the village, a story of wonder and transformation, a reminder that the greatest journeys are those that lead us back to ourselves, with hearts open and spirits renewed. As the years passed, Leora grew older, her hair silvered with wisdom, her spirit as vibrant as ever. The village of Willowbrook thrived, a place where the whispers of the grove lived on in the actions and hearts of its people. On quiet evenings, as the sun set and the stars began to twinkle in the night sky, Leora would sit by the fire with the village children gathered around her. With a voice as soothing as the forest breeze, she would tell them the story of the Whispering Grove, her eyes sparkling with the light of countless adventures. The children listened with rapt attention, their imaginations painting vivid pictures of the magical grove and the ancient trees that whispered secrets of the universe. Leora's tales kindled a spark of curiosity and wonder in their young hearts, a spark that would guide them on their own journeys of discovery and growth. One day, as Leora wandered through the village, she noticed a young girl standing at the edge of the forest, her eyes filled with the same longing for adventure that Leora herself had once felt. The girl's name was Arya, and she was known for her gentle spirit and her love of stories. Leora approached her with a warm smile, her heart full of understanding. "Are you thinking of seeking the Whispering Grove?" she asked softly. Arya nodded, her eyes wide with excitement and a hint of trepidation. "I want to hear the whispers for myself," she admitted. Leora placed a reassuring hand on Arya's shoulder, her touch a gentle promise of guidance and support. "Then listen to the forest and trust your heart," she advised. "The grove will find you when you are ready, just as it did for me." With Leora's encouragement, Arya set off, her heart brimming with hope and anticipation. As she disappeared into the forest, Leora watched her go with a sense of peace, knowing that the cycle of discovery and transformation would continue with each new generation. The seasons turned, painting the world with the vibrant hues of spring, the golden warmth of summer, the rich tapestry of autumn, and the quiet beauty of winter. The village of Willowbrook remained a haven of harmony and kindness, its people bound together by the wisdom of the grove. As Leora sat by the fire, her heart full of contentment, she realized that the greatest gift the grove had given her was not just the knowledge of the forest's whispers, but the understanding that true wisdom was found in the love and connections she shared with others. With a heart as light as the gentle breeze that rustled through the trees, Leora closed her eyes, the whispers of the grove a soothing lullaby that carried her into a peaceful slumber. And so the story of the Whispering Grove lived on, a tale of wonder and wisdom that continued to inspire and enchant all who heard it, a reminder that the magic of life lay not in the destination, but in the journey and the love that guided us along the way. Once upon a time, in the quaint little village of Willowbrook, nestled between gentle rolling hills and whispering woods, lived a young boy named Finn. His days were filled with the sweet simplicity of village life, gathering wildflowers with his friends, listening to the soothing lull of the babbling brook, and exploring the endless wonders of the forest that bordered his home. Willowbrook was a place where the grass was always a lush emerald, and the air carried the fragrance of honeysuckle and freshly baked bread. Each evening, the sun would cast a golden glow across the thatched rooftops, promising the village another peaceful night. One serene afternoon, as Finn wandered through the forest, his gaze fell upon something peculiar. It was a small, ornately carved box, half hidden beneath a blanket of fallen leaves. The box was crafted from a rich, dark wood and adorned with intricate patterns that seemed to shimmer in the dappled sunlight. Curiosity piqued, Finn carefully lifted the box into his hands. As he did, a gentle warmth spread through his fingers, as though the box were alive with a quiet, comforting pulse. With a soft click, the box opened to reveal a single, delicate feather inside, iridescent and gleaming with colors that danced like the northern lights. This was no ordinary feather. It whispered secrets to Finn's heart, unlocking a sense of magic he had never known. The feather granted Finn an extraordinary ability to understand the language of the forest creatures, and so began his wondrous journey of discovery and wonder. Finn's first encounter was with a wise old owl named Sage, who perched regally on a gnarled branch. Sage's eyes, deep and knowing, regarded Finn with a hint of amusement. "Ah, young one," he hooted softly, "the forest speaks to those who listen. What brings you to our sacred woods?" Finn explained his newfound gift, and Sage nodded sagely, his feathers rustling like pages of an ancient book. "There is much to learn in these woods, but remember, wisdom is the key to understanding." With Sage as his guide, Finn journeyed deeper into the heart of the forest, where sunlight wove through the canopy in threads of gold. Along the way, he met a myriad of creatures, each with a story to tell and a lesson to share. There was Willow, the gentle deer, who taught Finn the importance of patience and observation. Her eyes, soft and brown like the earth, held a serenity that calmed Finn's restless spirit. Then there was Bristle, the mischievous squirrel with a knack for finding the hidden treasures of the forest floor. Bristle's chatter was a constant reminder that joy could be found in the smallest of things, and his laughter echoed through the trees like a playful melody. As Finn's journey continued, he found himself in a secluded glade where the air was thick with the scent of pine and the ground was carpeted with soft moss. Here, he encountered a challenge, a riddle posed by the enigmatic mist, an ethereal fox with eyes like liquid moonlight. Mist spoke in a voice that was both melody and mystery. To unlock the secret of the forest's heart, you must answer this. What is it that speaks without words, guides without force, and is felt but never seen? Finn pondered the riddle, feeling the cool breeze brush against his cheek, hearing the rustle of leaves and the distant call of a nightingale. He closed his eyes, letting the symphony of the forest fill his senses. And then, with a smile, he answered, "It is love." Mist nodded, her eyes twinkling with approval. "Indeed, young Finn, love is the language that binds us all, the unseen force that guides our hearts." With the riddle solved, the forest unveiled its deepest secret, a hidden grove where the ancient wisdom of nature was inscribed on the stones, like whispers of time. Here, Finn learned that true magic lay not in power or grand gestures, but in the kindness shared between friends, the quiet moments of understanding, and the gentle touch of love that connected all living things. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting the forest in a soft twilight glow, Finn returned to Willowbrook, his heart forever changed. The village welcomed him home with open arms, unaware of the magical journey he had undertaken. Yet Finn carried with him the lessons of the forest, whispering them to those who would listen, weaving them into the fabric of village life. And so, under the watchful gaze of the moon and stars, Willowbrook continued to thrive, a place where ordinary objects held extraordinary secrets, and where the gentle power of love and wisdom prevailed. With a heart full of warmth and a spirit enriched by the wonders of the forest, Finn drifted into peaceful slumber, knowing that the magic of the feather and the lessons it had taught would remain with him always. And in the quiet of the night, the forest whispered its eternal lullaby, cradling Willowbrook in its timeless embrace. Once upon a time, in a cozy little village nestled among rolling hills, there lived a young girl named Willow. Her days were filled with simple joys, chasing butterflies through sun-dappled meadows, listening to the gentle babbling of the nearby stream, and curling up by the fire with her favorite storybook. One crisp autumn morning, Willow woke to find a curious object on her nightstand, a small, intricately carved wooden box. Puzzled, she turned it over in her hands, admiring the intricate patterns etched into its surface. As her fingers traced the delicate grooves, something extraordinary happened. The box began to glow with a warm, golden light. Willow gasped in wonder as the lid opened, revealing a single feather resting within. It was no ordinary feather, however. Its radiant colors seemed to shimmer and dance before her eyes. Entranced, she reached out to touch it, and in that moment, a wave of energy washed over her. Suddenly, Willow found herself transported to a world unlike anything she had ever seen before. Towering trees of vibrant hues stretched toward a sky painted in dazzling shades of amber and crimson. Strange, enchanting creatures scampered through the undergrowth, their laughter like tinkling bells carried on the breeze. As Willow marveled at her newfound surroundings, a gentle voice called out to her, "Welcome, dear child, to the realm of wonders." Turning, she found herself face to face with a kindly old oak tree, its branches stretching wide and its trunk etched with ancient runes. "I am Elderwood, guardian of this realm," the tree continued. "The feather you found is a key, unlocking the door to a world of magic and adventure, but it is also a test, for only those with pure hearts and open minds can truly embrace its wonders." Willow listened, captivated, as Elderwood explained that a dark force threatened to consume the realm of wonders, casting its beauty into shadow. "You have been chosen, young Willow, to embark on a journey of self-discovery and courage, where you will face challenges that will shape your very soul." With a wave of his branches, Elderwood summoned two companions to guide Willow on her quest. First appeared Zephyr, a mischievous breeze spirit with an infectious giggle and a penchant for playful pranks. Then came Ember, a wise and gentle salamander, whose flickering flames cast a warm, comforting glow. Together, the trio set off into the heart of the realm of wonders, venturing through landscapes that seemed to shift and swirl with every passing moment. They traversed crystal-clear rivers that sang with the voices of 1,000 tiny fish, and climbed towering peaks wreathed in clouds of multicolored mist. Along the way, they encountered wondrous beings, chattering pixies who wove gossamer tapestries from moonbeams, and lumbering stone giants whose rumbling footsteps shook the very earth. Each new encounter brought with it a lesson, a whisper of wisdom imparted by the realm itself. Yet their journey was not without its trials. Dark shadows lurked in forgotten corners, jealous of the light and beauty that thrived in the realm of wonders. Time and again, Willow and her companions found themselves faced with challenges that tested their resolve and their hearts. In one particularly dire moment, they found themselves trapped in a maze of twisting, thorny vines that seemed to shift and contort with malicious intent. As Willow's fear threatened to overwhelm her, Ember's gentle flames illuminated a path forward, not by burning through the obstacles, but by coaxing the vines themselves to bloom with vibrant, fragrant flowers. It was then that Willow realized the true power of the realm of wonders, a power rooted not in brute force, but in kindness, patience, and understanding. With each challenge they faced, she grew stronger, her heart opening wider to the wonders that surrounded her. At last, after what seemed like an eternity of adventure, Willow and her companions stood before the source of the darkness that threatened the realm, a great, shadowy entity that fed on fear and doubt. But Willow was no longer the timid girl who had first stumbled into this magical world. Drawing upon all she had learned, she reached out with her heart, offering compassion and empathy to the entity. And in that moment, the darkness began to recede, transforming into a shimmering aurora of light and hope. As the realm of wonders was restored to its former glory, Elderwood's voice echoed through the land, filled with pride and gratitude. "Well done, young Willow. You have proven yourself worthy of the wonders that surround us, and in doing so have discovered the greatest wonder of all, the boundless strength and resilience of your own heart." With a final embrace for Zephyr and Ember, Willow found herself back in her own cozy room, the feather clutched tightly in her hand. But she knew that the magic of the realm of wonders would forever be a part of her, a guiding light in the years to come. As she drifted off to sleep, Willow smiled, her dreams filled with the laughter of pixies and the gentle crackle of Ember's flames. For she had learned that true wonder lies not in extraordinary realms, but in the extraordinary courage and kindness that burns within us all. In the heart of the whispering woods, where the trees seemed to hum soft lullabies, and the ground was carpeted with a tapestry of moss and wildflowers, there lay a quaint little village called Moon Haven. This village, nestled under the gentle glow of a perpetually twinkling sky, was a place where magic flowed as naturally as the babbling brook that wound its way through the center of town. Moonhaven was known for its serene beauty and the warmth of its community. It was a place where the houses were made of smooth, rounded stones, with thatched roofs that looked like they had sprouted from the earth itself. Each window glowed with the soft light of candles, and the air was always scented with the comforting aromas of freshly baked bread and blooming lavender. One crisp autumn evening, as the golden leaves danced gently down from the trees, a peculiar event began to unfold. The village's beloved clock tower, which stood proudly in the village square for generations, had started to chime at odd hours. Instead of its usual melody marking the passage of time, it now played a strange, lilting tune that no one recognized. This curious phenomenon puzzled the villagers, for the clock tower was enchanted to ensure it kept perfect time and harmony with the natural world. The villagers gathered in small groups, whispering under the glow of the street lamps, their breath visible in the cool evening air. Among the villagers was a young girl named Lila, known for her keen sense of curiosity and her love for solving puzzles. Lila lived with her grandmother, Eleonora, in a cozy cottage at the edge of the woods. Eleonora was a wise and gentle soul, whose knowledge of the old ways and stories of the forest was unparalleled. After the clock tower's melody drifted through the night once more, Lila turned to her grandmother with eyes wide with wonder. "Grandmother, what do you think could be making the clock tower chime so strangely?" Eleonora smiled softly, her eyes twinkling with the light of 1,000 stories. "Ah, my dear, the world is full of mysteries, each waiting patiently for the right heart to uncover them. Perhaps it is time you seek the counsel of the forest's guardians." Encouraged by her grandmother's words, Lila set out the next morning, her heart light with excitement. She followed the winding path through the woods, where the sunlight filtered through the leaves like streams of golden syrup. The forest was alive with the sounds of rustling leaves and the distant call of birds. Lila soon arrived at the ancient oak tree known as the heartwood. This tree was the oldest in the forest, its trunk wide enough to hide an entire family behind. It was said to be the dwelling of the forest's guardians, the elder tree sprites, who were wise creatures of gentle magic and deep understanding. As Lila approached, she noticed faintly glowing figures emerging from the bark of the tree. They were the elder tree sprites, their tiny forms shimmering with an ethereal light. Their eyes, like polished stones, watched her with curiosity and kindness. "Greetings, young Lila," they chorused in voices as soft as the rustle of leaves. "What brings you to the heartwood today?" Lila curtsied politely, a gesture she had learned from her grandmother. "Wise sprites, the clock tower in our village has been playing a strange melody at odd hours, and we cannot understand why. I seek your guidance to unravel this mystery." The sprites exchanged thoughtful glances, their forms flickering like candle flames. "The clock tower's melody is the song of the wind harp," they explained. "It is an ancient instrument, once played by the winds themselves. It seems the melody is calling out for something lost." Intrigued, Lila asked, "What could be lost that the melody seeks?" "The wind harp's song is woven with the essence of harmony and balance," the sprites continued. "Perhaps it seeks the return of something that has tipped the scales." Thanking the sprites for their wisdom, Lila made her way back to Moonhaven, her mind alight with possibilities. As she walked, she pondered what might be missing from their village that could upset such a delicate balance. Upon her return, Lila went to visit the clockmaker, a gentle old man named Mr. Thistle. His workshop was a treasure trove of gears and cogs, where the air was filled with the comforting tick-tock of timepieces. "Mr. Thistle," Lila began, "have you noticed anything unusual about the clock tower lately?" The clockmaker nodded, his expression thoughtful. "Indeed, young Lila, the clock's song is different, as if it sings of longing." "Do you recall anything that changed before the melody began?" Lila inquired. Mr. Thistle scratched his head, his brow furrowed with concentration. "Now that you mention it, a few weeks ago, a little bird's nest was found empty beneath the clock tower. The nest had been there for years, but the birds have vanished." Lila's eyes widened with realization. Perhaps the birds are what the wind harp song is calling for. They are part of the harmony that needs restoring. With newfound determination, Lila set out to find the missing birds. She followed the path that led deeper into the woods, listening closely for any sign of their song. The forest, with its tapestry of sounds, seemed to guide her steps. As she wandered, she came upon a clearing bathed in dappled sunlight. There, perched on the branches of a young maple tree, were the missing birds, their feathers shimmering like jewels in the sunlight. They chirped a sweet, melodious tune that seemed to echo the clock tower's strange melody. Lila approached gently, speaking softly to the birds. "Oh, little ones, the village misses your song. Won't you return to the clock tower and bring back the harmony?" The birds, understanding her gentle plea, fluttered their wings in agreement. With a joyful trill, they took flight, leading Lila back to Moonhaven. As the birds returned to their nest beneath the clock tower, the strange melody ceased, replaced by the familiar, comforting chimes that had marked the hours for generations. The villagers gathered to watch in awe as the birds settled in, their presence restoring the balance that had been missing. That evening, as the stars twinkled like diamonds in the sky, the village celebrated the return of their feathered friends. Lila, her heart full of contentment, sat by the fire with her grandmother, recounting her adventure. "You see, my dear," Eleonora said, wrapping an arm around Lila's shoulders, "sometimes the answers we seek are found by simply listening to the world around us. Balance and harmony are treasures worth nurturing." As the fire crackled softly and the night wrapped the village in its gentle embrace, Moonhaven drifted into a peaceful slumber, its harmony restored. And in the heart of the whispering woods, the clock tower stood tall, its melody a testament to the power of friendship and the wisdom of listening to the whispers of the world. The amber light of autumn afternoons had always been Lila's favorite time of year. It was when the forest behind her cottage seemed to hold its breath, leaves rustling secrets in hues of burnt umber and gold, and the air carried the crisp scent of apples and distant wood smoke. but this autumn felt different. The trees shed their leaves too quickly, the squirrels buried nuts with frantic urgency, and the river sang a lower, slower song than she'd ever heard. Lila clutched her woven basket of herbs tighter, her boots crunching over brittle ferns. She didn't like changes, not in her routines, not in her forest, and certainly not in herself. Lately her hands trembled when she tried to stitch her embroidery, and the tea she brewed, usually fragrant with mint and memory, tasted bitter, as if the plants themselves resisted her touch. That evening, as she sat by the hearth unraveling a knotted thread, a sound fluttered against her window, a moth with wings the color of twilight, tapping gently with antennae that glimmered like dewdrops. When she opened the pane, it alighted on her wrist, and she felt a strange warmth pulse through her veins. The moth led her gaze to the old oak desk by the wall, where her grandmother's journal lay open to a page she'd never seen before. The ink shimmered, words rearranging themselves. When the heart fears turning seasons, the roots must learn to bend. The next morning, Lila found the first crystal growing in her garden. It emerged from the soil where her rosemary plant had withered, a slender spire of amethyst humming faintly. By noon, 3 more had sprouted along the garden path, their facets catching the sunlight like prisms. She reached to touch one, and a vision flashed behind her eyes, a forest floor covered not in leaves, but in thousands of tiny crystals, each pulsing with soft light. A voice, deep and earthy, murmured, "You've forgotten how to listen." Panicked, Lila ran to the one person who might understand, old Bram, the beekeeper who lived at the forest's edge. His cottage smelled of honeycomb and pine resin, and his beard was dusted with pollen from his hives. He didn't look up from his carving as she burst in, breathless. "Ah," he said, smoothing the wooden owl in his hands. "The stones have been whispering about you." "What's happening to me?" she asked, her voice trembling. Bram set down his knife. "Same thing that happens to a hive when the queen is unsure. Everything gets stuck. You've been clinging to the way things were, Lila, but the forest and you are meant to grow." He pressed a jar of honey into her palms. "Take this to Maris by the willow grove, and listen on your way." The path to Maris's hut wound through the heart of the woods, where shadows danced longer than they should. Lila walked slowly, the honey jar warm against her chest. She paused where a creek giggled over stones, and there, beneath the water's surface, she spotted a pebble shaped like a crescent moon. As she fished it out, the crystal in her pocket vibrated, and the pebble's edges softened into a tiny silver bell. A laugh echoed, not her own, but bright and clear, like wind chimes. "That's for noticing," said a voice above her. Maris perched on a branch, her cloak stitched with feathers and spider silk. She swung down, landing light as a dandelion seed. "Bram's honey, is it? Good. We'll need sweetness for what's coming." "What's coming?" Lila asked. Maris tapped the bell now tied to Lila's basket. "Change, and not the easy kind, but you've got better guides than most." She nodded at the crystals now peeking from Lila's pockets, glowing in rhythm with her breath. Over the next week, the forest guided Lila through small, strange tasks. A family of foxes led her to a clearing where fireflies spelled out riddles in the air. A maple tree shed a single red leaf into her palm, which unfolded into a map of stars. Each time she solved a puzzle or followed an instinct, trusting the tug in her chest rather than her doubting mind, the crystals grew brighter and the bitterness in her hands faded. Yet the heart of her fear remained. One moonless night, she woke to find her garden transformed. Crystals towered like frozen flames, their light casting cobalt and topaz shadows. In their center stood a figure made of swirling autumn leaves, with eyes like molten amber. "Why do you resist?" it asked, its voice the crackle of a hearth. "I don't want to lose what I love," Lila whispered. The figure bent, and a leaf brushed her cheek. "Nothing is lost, only transformed." It gestured to the crystals. These are your fears hardened by holding on. Let them soften. Tears blurred her vision. How? Breathe. She inhaled, slowly, deeply, and the crystals shivered. With each exhale, their sharp edges blurred, melting into liquid light that pooled around her feet. The light seeped into the soil, and where it touched, flowers bloomed. Snowdrops in December, roses in spring colors, all seasons existing at once. "You see," said the figure, now a girl with moss-green hair and a crown of acorns. "You contain multitudes." She placed a hand over Lila's heart. "The magic wasn't leaving you, it was waiting for you to grow." By dawn, the garden had settled. The crystals remained but as slender obelisks humming with quiet music. Her herbs regrew, lush and fragrant, and when she brewed tea that morning, it tasted of sunlight and forgiveness. Wordlessly the forest folk gathered, Bram with a comb of golden honey, Maris with a cloak woven from dawn mist, the foxes bearing garlands of ivy. They didn't celebrate with feasts or songs, but with the gentle rustle of wind through crystals, the contented sigh of soil settling into new shapes. Lila sat among them, stitching an embroidery of a tree whose roots cradled 1,000 stars. Her hands no longer shook. That winter, when the first snow fell, it glittered with the memory of crystals. Children from the village would come to hear Lila's stories, and she'd tell them of the moth that whispers to closed hearts, the bell that rings only for those who pause, and the garden that taught her how to hold life seasons like a flame cupped in her palms, not tightly but gently, so the light could breathe. And deep in the forest, if you're very quiet, you can still hear the crystals singing, a lullaby of growth, soft as a root pushing through dark soil toward the unknown, grateful dawn. In the quaint village of Willowbrook, nestled amidst rolling hills and flourishing meadows, there was a peculiar legend whispered among its inhabitants. It spoke of the enchanted lantern, a magical object that had the power to illuminate hidden paths and reveal truths unseen. It was said to be tucked away in the heart of the mystic woods, a lush and verdant forest that bordered the village, where old oaks and whispering pines guarded secrets untold. The villagers often spoke of the lantern with both awe and caution, for it was believed that only those pure of heart could unveil its mysteries. Among the listeners was a young boy named Finn, whose eyes sparkled with an insatiable curiosity. Finn was known for his gentle nature and boundless imagination. He loved exploring the woods with his best friend, a clever raccoon named Pip, who often perched on his shoulder or scurried alongside him. One crisp autumn afternoon, as golden leaves cascaded from the trees like gentle rain, Finn found himself drawn to the edge of the mystic woods. The air was crisp and filled with the scent of pine and earth. He and Pip had heard the legend many times over crackling fires and beneath starlit skies, but that day the call of adventure was too strong to resist. "Pip," Finn murmured, his breath a soft cloud in the cool air, "what if we find the enchanted lantern? What wonders could we discover?" Pip twitched his nose and chirped in agreement, his tiny paws patting Finn's shoulder as if to say, "Let's go! Let's see!" With a heart full of hope and wonder, Finn stepped into the mystic woods, the leaves crunching softly beneath his feet. The forest was alive with the sounds of nature, the rustling of leaves, the distant call of a songbird, and the gentle babble of a hidden brook. Sunlight filtered through the canopy, casting dappled patterns on the forest floor, creating a tapestry of light and shadow that seemed to dance with every breeze. As they ventured deeper, the world around them seemed to shift. The forest was more than just trees and trails. It was a living, breathing entity that wrapped them in its embrace. The path wound its way through towering ferns and beneath ancient trees whose branches reached out like welcoming arms. The deeper they went, the more Finn felt a change within himself, a sense of belonging, a connection to something greater than he had ever known. "Do you feel it, Pip?" Finn whispered, his voice a soft echo in the stillness. Pip nodded, his eyes wide with wonder as they peered into the depths of the forest, where shadows played and light danced. Hours passed like minutes as they wandered, until they came upon a clearing bathed in a gentle golden glow. In the center stood an old stone pedestal, and upon it rested the enchanted lantern. Its glass was etched with intricate patterns that seemed to shift and shimmer, reflecting the colors of the forest around it. Finn approached with reverence, his heart pounding with a mix of excitement and trepidation. He reached out a tentative hand, and as his fingers brushed the cool metal, a warm light blossomed from within the lantern, casting a soft radiance that filled the clearing. In that moment, Finn felt a warmth spread through him, a gentle reassurance that whispered of possibilities and dreams yet to be realized. The world seemed to hold its breath, and the forest hushed as if in anticipation. Pip chirped softly, his eyes reflecting the light of the lantern as he watched his friend with unwavering trust. With the lantern in hand, Finn turned to the path ahead, which now glowed with a luminescent trail that beckoned them onward. It was a path that wove through the heart of the forest, revealing vistas of breathtaking beauty, hidden groves where flowers bloomed in riotous colors, and crystal-clear streams that sang as they danced over stones. As they walked, the lantern's light revealed more than just the path. It illuminated memories and dreams, hopes and fears, all woven together in the tapestry of Finn's heart. He saw moments of kindness and courage, laughter shared with friends, and the quiet strength that came from knowing he was never truly alone. The journey was not without its challenges, but Finn faced them with a newfound wisdom and the steadfast companionship of Pip. They crossed rickety bridges that swayed over deep chasms, clambered over rocky outcrops that tested their resolve, and weathered sudden storms that sought to turn them back. Yet through it all, the lantern's light never wavered, guiding them with unwavering certainty. As they ventured further, they discovered a hidden world within the forest, a place where the magic of nature thrived in harmony. They met creatures of all shapes and sizes, each with stories of their own. There was Luna, the wise old owl who spoke of the stars and the secrets they kept, and Thistle, the mischievous squirrel who shared tales of acorn feasts and daring escapades. In this hidden world, Finn and Pip forged friendships that defied expectations. They learned that true friendship knew no bounds, that it was a bond that transcended differences and celebrated the unique gifts each brought to the world. Through their journey, they came to understand that the greatest magic lay not in the lantern itself, but in the connections they made along the way. The days turned into weeks, and the forest became a second home, a place of peace and discovery. Yet, as all journeys do, theirs too had to find its end. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and painted the sky in hues of lavender and gold, Finn and Pip found themselves back at the edge of the mystic woods. The enchanted lantern, now a part of their story, rested gently in Finn's hands. He knew that its light was meant to be shared, that it was a gift for all who sought its wisdom. With a heart full of gratitude, he placed the lantern back upon its pedestal, where it would await the next seeker of dreams. As they made their way home, the village welcomed them with open arms, the warmth of familiarity and love wrapping around them like a cozy blanket. Finn's journey had changed him in ways he could not have imagined. He carried with him the lessons of the forest, the importance of friendship, the courage to face the unknown, and the magic that dwells within every heart. And so, with Pip by his side, Finn returned to the world he knew, forever changed by the journey he had taken. The enchanted lantern remained in the heart of the mystic woods, a beacon of hope and wonder, its light waiting to guide those with the courage to seek it. In the quiet of the night, beneath a sky strewn with stars, Finn and Pip lay in the warmth of their home, knowing that the magic of their adventure would live on in their hearts and in the stories they would share. And as they drifted into a peaceful slumber, the gentle glow of the lantern lit the path for the dreams yet to come, promising new adventures, new friendships, and the enduring magic of a kind heart. Once upon a time, in a land where twilight lingered long enough to brush the sky with hues of lavender and rose, there lay a quaint village named Larkspur Hollow. Nestled between rolling hills and dense forests, the village was known for its swaying wildflowers and the gentle hum of nature that cradled its inhabitants to sleep each night. The villagers were simple folk, content with their daily routines of tending to the fields, weaving intricate tapestries, and sharing stories by the flickering light of their hearths. In this serene village lived a young girl named Amara, whose eyes sparkled with the curiosity of endless horizons. Amara had a penchant for wandering the woods, where she imagined whispers of ancient secrets hidden in the rustling leaves and the babbling brooks. She was a gentle soul with a heart as open as the sky, and she wore her kindness like a cloak that wrapped her small world in warmth. One afternoon, as the sun dipped low and painted the landscape in golden tones, Amara set out on one of her explorations. She loved these solitary adventures, during which the woods seemed to hold their breath, as if waiting for her to uncover the mysteries they sheltered. On this particular day the air was crisp and carried the scent of pine and loamy earth. Her footsteps were silent on the moss-covered path, a natural carpet that cushioned her every step. As she wandered deeper into the heart of the forest, she stumbled upon a peculiar sight, an ancient, twisted oak tree with a trunk as wide as a house and branches that stretched toward the clouds. At the base of this venerable giant lay a small, wooden door, weathered by time but still sturdy. It was curious indeed, for Amara had never noticed it before, though she had trod this path many times. With a heart tingling with anticipation, Amara knelt beside the door and gently pushed it open. What lay beyond was a sight that took her breath away, a hidden world, vibrant and alive, with colors more vivid than any she had ever seen. The air shimmered with magic, and the soft melody of a distant flute floated through the air, drawing her in. This was the Enchanted glade, a secret haven known only to the creatures of the forest. Luminescent flowers lined the path, their petals glowing softly in the fading light. Tiny, winged creatures flitted about, leaving trails of glittering stardust in their wake. Amara's heart swelled with wonder, and she stepped inside, feeling as if she had crossed a threshold into a dream. As she ventured further, she found herself in the company of a small, iridescent dragon named Lila. Lila was unlike any creature Amara had ever imagined. Her scales shimmered with the colors of the rainbow, and her eyes sparkled with an intelligence and kindness that put Amara at ease. Lila, sensing Amara's pure heart, greeted her with a gentle nod and a soft, melodic hum. "Welcome, dear traveler," Lila spoke, her voice a soothing lullaby. "Few are those with hearts open enough to find their way here." Amara felt a warmth spread through her, as if the very air around her was embracing her. "Thank you," she replied, her voice tinged with awe. "This place, it's like a dream." Lila chuckled softly, a sound like wind chimes in a gentle breeze. "It is indeed a realm of dreams and wonders. But tell me, child, what brings you to our hidden glade?" Amara thought for a moment, her gaze drifting to the canopy above, where birds with jewel-toned feathers sang sweet melodies. "I suppose it's my curiosity," she said finally. "I've always felt that there's more to the world than what we see." Lila nodded, her eyes twinkling. "Curiosity is a gift, and it has led you to a place where few dare to venture. But remember, with curiosity comes responsibility. This glade holds many secrets, and each has its own story." As the days turned into weeks, Amara returned to the Enchanted glade, each visit unveiling new wonders and friendships with the magical creatures that called it home. There was Felix, the wise old owl who could spin tales of ancient times, Bella, the graceful deer whose hooves danced silently across the forest floor, and Pippin, the cheeky squirrel whose antics never failed to make Amara laugh. Together they shared stories and laughter, and Amara learned the art of listening, not just with her ears but with her heart. She discovered that each creature, each plant, even the very breeze had something to teach her. She learned of the delicate balance that sustained the glade and the importance of nurturing it with care and respect. One day, as Amara sat under the shade of the great oak tree, Lila approached her with a thoughtful expression. "Amara, there is something I must show you," the dragon said, her voice gentle but filled with an undercurrent of urgency. Amara followed Lila to a clearing where the air seemed heavier, tinged with a sense of unease. At the center of the clearing lay a pool of water, its surface as smooth as glass and reflecting the sky above. But what caught Amara's attention was the object resting at the bottom of the pool, a small, shimmering stone that pulsed with a soft, ethereal glow. "This is the Heartstone," Lyra explained. "It is the source of the glade's magic, the very essence that binds us all. But lately its light has begun to fade, and with it, the magic of our world." Amara felt a pang of worry. "Is there something we can do to help?" Lyra nodded. "The Heartstone needs to be rekindled with the fire of friendship and understanding. It is a journey that requires not only courage, but a heart open to all possibilities." Without hesitation, Amara agreed to help. She knew that this was a task she could not undertake alone, and so she sought the guidance of her friends in the glade. Together, they devised a plan to restore the Heartstone's light. The first step was to gather elements of the natural world that resonated with the spirit of the glade. Felix flew to the highest peaks to collect moonbeams caught in the night air, while Bella ventured to the riverbanks to gather dew kissed by the first rays of dawn. Pippin, with his nimble paws, collected seeds from the tallest trees, each one holding the promise of life and renewal. Amara, guided by Lyra, sought out the wisdom of the ancient tree spirits, who whispered secrets of the earth and sky. She learned to listen with her heart, to feel the pulse of the world around her, and to understand that true magic lay not in grand gestures, but in the quiet moments of connection and compassion. With their treasures gathered, the friends returned to the clearing where the Heartstone lay. Together they formed a circle around the pool, their hearts united by a bond stronger than any magic. As they began to weave their gifts together, a gentle warmth spread through the air, carrying with it the scent of wildflowers and the sound of a distant lullaby. The Heartstone, bathed in the light of their friendship, began to glow brighter, its pulse steady and strong. Amara felt a surge of joy, knowing that they had succeeded not through force but through love and understanding. As the light of the Heartstone filled the clearing, the glade came alive with a brilliance that was both dazzling and comforting. The colors of the world seemed more vibrant, the air more fragrant, and the songs of the forest more melodious. The magic of the glade was renewed, a testament to the power of friendship and the strength of a heart open to the wonders of the world. With the task complete, Amara knew it was time to return to her village. She bid farewell to her friends, her heart full of gratitude for the journey she had undertaken and the lessons she had learned. As she stepped through the wooden door and back into the familiar embrace of Larkspur Hollow, she realized that she had changed. Her world, once small and predictable, was now filled with possibilities as vast as the sky. In the days that followed, Amara shared her stories with the villagers, weaving tales of the enchanted glade and the magic that lay within. As they listened, their eyes sparkled with the same wonder that had once filled hers, and the village became a place where dreams and reality mingled like the colors of the twilight sky. And so Amara's journey came full circle, a testament to the power of curiosity, friendship, and the enduring magic of a heart open to all the wonders of the world. As the years passed, the tale of Amara and the enchanted glade became a cherished story in Larkspur Hollow, passed down from generation to generation. Each retelling carried with it the warmth of a hearth on a chilly night, and the gentle reminder that magic exists in the most unexpected places, waiting to be discovered by those with eyes to see and hearts to understand. And in the quiet moments when the moonlight danced across the fields and the stars twinkled like fireflies in the night sky, the villagers would pause and listen, for if they were lucky, they might hear the soft hum of a dragon's lullaby, echoing from a hidden glade deep within the heart of the forest. In a quaint village nestled amidst rolling green hills and golden fields of barley, there lived a young girl named Lila. Lila had a heart full of dreams, and eyes that sparkled with curiosity. Her village was a lovely place where every morning dewdrops gleamed like tiny jewels on the grass, and the air was filled with the sweet scent of blooming honeysuckle. Yet Lila often found herself gazing beyond the horizon, wondering what lay beyond the familiar landscape she knew so well. One misty morning, As the first light of dawn painted the sky with hues of pink and purple, Lila decided it was time to follow her heart and explore the world beyond her village. Clad in a cozy cloak of deep blue, she set off down the winding path that led through the whispering woods, carrying nothing but a small satchel filled with fresh bread and a flask of warm tea. The path led her into the heart of the forest, where sunlight filtered through the thick canopy above, casting dappled patterns on the forest floor. The air was cool and filled with the gentle rustling of leaves and the distant melody of a brook. As Lila walked, she marveled at the towering trees, their trunks covered in soft emerald moss, and the delicate wildflowers that lined the path, their petals glistening with dew. As she ventured deeper into the woods, Lila came upon a clearing bathed in sunlight, where a peculiar sight greeted her eyes. It was a grove of trees unlike any she had ever seen. Their bark shimmered like silver, and their leaves were the color of a summer sky. At the center of the grove stood a magnificent tree, its branches stretching wide and high, adorned with luminescent fruit that glowed softly like lanterns in the twilight. Drawn by an irresistible curiosity, Lila approached the tree. As she neared, she noticed a small, gentle creature nestled among the roots. It was a creature of wonder, with soft, iridescent fur that shifted colors like a rainbow, and eyes as bright as stars. It looked up at Lila with a friendly smile and spoke in a voice as soothing as a lullaby. "Welcome, dear traveler," the creature said. "I am the keeper of the grove, and these trees have stood here since time began. Few have ventured here, and fewer still have returned with tales of their journey." Lila felt a sense of peace wash over her as she listened to the creature's words. She sat beside it, sharing her bread and tea, and told it of her village and her longing to explore the world. The keeper listened intently, nodding with understanding. "You have a brave heart, Lila," it said kindly. "To seek the unknown is to embrace the beauty of life itself. This grove holds many secrets and wonders, and I sense it has much to teach you." Encouraged by the keeper's words, Lila decided to explore the grove further. As she wandered among the silver-barked trees, she discovered a stream flowing with shimmering water that sang softly as it danced over smooth stones. She dipped her fingers into the water, feeling its cool caress, and noticed tiny, glowing fish darting playfully beneath the surface. Continuing her exploration, Lila came upon a small hill crowned with wildflowers. As she climbed to the top, she was greeted by a breathtaking view. The grove stretched out below her, a sea of silver and blue, with the great tree at its heart. Beyond the grove, the forest continued, a tapestry of greens and browns, and in the distance she glimpsed the peaks of mist-shrouded mountains. Feeling a newfound sense of courage and wonder, Lila descended the hill and returned to the keeper. She found it waiting with a gentle smile, its eyes filled with warmth and wisdom. "You have discovered much today, Lila," the keeper said. "But remember, the true journey is not in what you see, but in what you learn and how you grow." Lila nodded, understanding the truth in the keeper's words. She realized that her adventure had not only shown her the beauty of the world, but had also revealed her own strength and courage. She thanked the keeper for its guidance and friendship, promising to cherish the lessons she had learned. As the sun began to set, casting a golden glow over the grove, Lila knew it was time to return home. She walked back through the whispering woods, her heart light and her spirit filled with joy. She carried with her the memory of the enchanting grove and the kindness of its gentle keeper, knowing that she would forever be a part of its magic. When Lila finally returned to her village, the stars were twinkling in the night sky. She was greeted by the familiar sight of warm lights glowing in the windows of her home and the comforting sounds of her family's laughter. As she settled into her cozy bed, she felt a deep sense of peace and contentment, knowing that her world was now a little bit larger and her heart a little bit braver. And so, Lila drifted into a gentle, restful sleep, dreaming of silver trees and glowing fruit, of shimmering streams and starry-eyed creatures, and of all the adventures yet to come. For she knew that the world was full of wonders, and she was ready to explore them all, one step at a time. Once upon a time, in a forest brimming with secrets, there lived a curious young squirrel named Nutkin. Though small in stature, Nutkin possessed a heart filled with boundless wonder and an insatiable thirst for adventure. Deep within the heart of the ancient woodlands lay a hidden glade, where the soft light of the moon seemed to dance upon the emerald grass. It was here that Nutkin first discovered the enchanting gift that would forever change his life. As he scampered through the undergrowth, gathering acorns for the winter, a peculiar glimmer caught his eye. Nestled among the vibrant wildflowers was a radiant gemstone, its facets sparkling with a mesmerizing azure hue. Nutkin's paws trembled as he grasped the ethereal treasure, and in that instant a warmth spread through his tiny body, igniting a spark of magic within. From that day forward, Nutkin possessed the extraordinary ability to communicate with the creatures of the forest. Their voices, once muted, now sang in perfect harmony, revealing a realm of secrets hidden from ordinary eyes. Emboldened by his newfound power, Nutkin ventured deeper into the heart of the woodlands, eager to unravel the mysteries that lay beyond the familiar paths. His journey led him to encounter beings he had only heard whispers of in the tales of his elders. First, he met Willow, a gentle doe whose graceful steps left no trace upon the mossy ground. She welcomed Nutkin into her secret glen, a realm of tranquility where the trees seemed to whisper ancient melodies. Under Willow's guidance, Nutkin learned the art of patience and the importance of cherishing the simple beauties of the natural world. Next, Nutkin stumbled upon a colony of industrious ants, led by the wise and formidable Queen Formica. Though initially intimidated by their unwavering discipline, Nutkin soon discovered the value of unity and teamwork, as the ants worked tirelessly to fortify their subterranean kingdom. As the seasons turned, Nutkin's journeys took him to the deepest recesses of the forest, where he encountered beings of myth and legend. He befriended a majestic stag, whose antlers seemed to scrape the very heavens, and learned the ways of courage and resilience from the mighty beast. Yet, amidst his wondrous adventures, Nutkin never forgot the true essence of his gift, the ability to forge bonds of friendship that transcended the boundaries of species. It was this quality that led him to forge an unexpected alliance with a cunning fox named Russet. At first, their encounter was one of mistrust and suspicion, for foxes were known to prey upon creatures as small as Nutkin. However, through patient understanding and a willingness to see beyond appearances, the two formed an unbreakable bond. Together, Nutkin and Russet embarked on a quest to unravel the mystery of the enchanted gemstone that had bestowed upon the squirrel his extraordinary abilities. Their search led them to the heart of the forest, where an ancient oak stood as a silent sentinel, its branches cradling the whispers of ages past. It was here that they encountered the wise old owl, Gaia, whose piercing gaze seemed to penetrate the very depths of their souls. Gaia revealed that the gemstone was a remnant of a long-forgotten era, a time when the balance between the natural world and the realm of magic was in perfect harmony. Alas, the greed and disregard of humankind had severed this delicate equilibrium, and the gemstone's power had faded, scattered among the creatures of the forest. Nutkin's gift, Gaia explained, was a glimmer of hope, a chance to restore the balance and heal the rift between the two realms. Emboldened by this revelation, Nutkin and his companions embarked on a perilous quest, seeking out the remaining fragments of the gemstone's power. Their journey took them through treacherous terrain, from the icy peaks of the mountains to the depths of the sunless caves. Along the way, they faced formidable foes and overcame daunting challenges, their bond of friendship growing ever stronger with each obstacle they conquered. Nutkin learned the true meaning of bravery from Russet's unwavering loyalty, and the fox, in turn, discovered the beauty of compassion through the squirrel's gentle heart. At last, after a journey that tested the limits of their courage and endurance, they uncovered the final shard of the gemstone's power, hidden deep within the hollow of an ancient redwood. As the shards were reunited, a blinding radiance engulfed the forest, and the harmony between the natural and magical realms was restored. In that moment, Nutkin understood the true significance of his gift. It was a reminder that friendship, love, and understanding could transcend even the most formidable barriers. As the forest rejoiced in its newfound balance, Nutkin knew that his journey had forever transformed him, opening his eyes to the wonders that lay beyond the familiar paths. From that day forward, Nutkin became a guardian of the forest, using his ability to communicate with all creatures to foster understanding and preserve the delicate equilibrium. His tale was passed down through generations, a testament to the power of friendship, courage, and the indomitable spirit of exploration. And so as the moon casts its silvery glow upon the ancient woodlands, the whispers of Nutkin's legacy echo through the rustling leaves, reminding all who listen that true magic lies not in gemstones or enchantments, but in the bonds we forge and the journeys that shape our souls. In the vast expanse of the cosmos, where stars shimmered like scattered diamonds across a velvet sky, lay a vibrant planet called Verdantia. Known for its lush emerald landscapes and gentle rolling hills, Verdantia was home to the Verdantii, a race of beings with skin that mirrored the deep green of their surroundings. The Verdantii were peaceful creatures, thriving in harmony with nature, their hearts as open as the endless sky above them. On a day when the sun painted the horizon with strokes of amber and rose, a peculiar event unfolded. A small, glimmering spacecraft descended from the heavens, its hull reflecting the colors of the sky. It landed softly in a meadow, its entrance hatch opening with a gentle hiss. From the vessel emerged a being unlike any the Verdanti had seen before. This visitor was from the planet Crystallon, known for its shimmering ice cities and the ethereal beings who dwelled there, the Crystalli. The Crystalli were beings of light and crystal, their bodies refracting the light in a dazzling array of colors. This particular Crystalli, named Lyra, stood cautiously at the edge of the spacecraft, her crystalline form catching the setting sun's rays in a spectacular display. Nearby, a young Verdantian named Joran watched with curiosity from the cover of a leafy thicket. Joran was known among his people for his boundless curiosity and gentle spirit. Seeing Lyra, he felt a mix of wonder and apprehension. Gathering his courage, he stepped forward, his movements slow and deliberate, so as not to startle the visitor. "Greetings," Joran called softly, his voice as soothing as the rustle of leaves in a gentle breeze. "Welcome to Verdantia." Lyra turned, her eyes wide with surprise, the colors within her shifting like a kaleidoscope. "Hello," she replied, her voice a melodic chime. "I am Lyra, from Crystallon." As they began to converse, it quickly became apparent that their differences extended beyond mere appearance. Lyra's world was one of precision and logic, where emotions were often subdued beneath layers of crystalline perfection. Verdantia, in contrast, was a world of feelings and intuition, where the heart guided the hands as much as the mind did. Their initial attempts at communication were fraught with misunderstandings. When Joran spoke of the warmth of the sun and the joy of feeling the earth beneath his feet, Lyra struggled to comprehend. To her, warmth was a rare luxury, and the concept of feeling connected to the ground was foreign. Conversely, when Lyra described the way light danced through the crystal towers of her home, Joran found it challenging to envision such a place, where everything was as bright and hard as diamond. Despite these challenges, a bond began to form between them, woven together through their shared curiosity. They spent their days exploring the verdant fields and whispering forests, learning from one another. Joran taught Lyra to appreciate the simple joys of a sunlit morning and the rustling symphony of leaves. In return, Lyra shared stories of her ice-clad world, painting vivid pictures with her words that brought a touch of Crystallon to Verdantia. One afternoon, as they wandered through a meadow awash in wildflowers, a sudden storm rolled in from the distant mountains. The sky turned a deep, stormy gray, and rain began to fall in heavy sheets. The wind howled, bending the trees and sending ripples across the fields. Joran, accustomed to such weather, found shelter beneath a great, spreading tree. He beckoned to Lyra, who hesitated, her crystalline form not built to withstand the force of the storm. Seeing her reluctance, Joran reached out, offering his hand. "Trust me," he said, his eyes warm with reassurance. With a flicker of uncertainty, Lyra took his hand, and together they made their way to the shelter of the tree. There, as rain drummed a steady rhythm on the leaves above, Joran shared stories of storms past, of how they would pass and leave the world renewed and vibrant. Lyra listened, feeling the warmth of his words seep into her being. In that moment, she understood something new, the strength that came from sharing burdens, the comfort of companionship. It was a lesson her world had never taught her, but one that Verdantia offered freely. As the storm subsided and the sun broke through the clouds, painting the world in shades of gold and silver, Joran and Lyra emerged from their shelter. The air was fresh and crisp, carrying the scent of rain-kissed earth. Together, they walked through the glistening meadow, their steps in harmony. In the days that followed, their friendship deepened. They learned to see beyond their differences, finding strength in their diversity. Joran marveled at Lyra's ability to bring light into the darkest of places, while Lyra cherished Joran's endless capacity for wonder and his unwavering kindness. Through shared challenges and moments of mutual support, they discovered the true meaning of friendship, a bond that transcended worlds and differences, a connection that was as enduring as the stars themselves. And so, in the heart of the cosmos, under the vast canopy of the universe, a Verdantia and a Crystali stood side by side, their friendship a testament to the power of understanding and the beauty of embracing the unknown. Together, they learned that while they came from different worlds, their hearts beat in harmony, united by a shared journey and the discovery of a friendship that would last a lifetime. As the sun set on another day, casting long shadows across the land, Joran and Lyra sat side by side on a hillside, watching as the stars began to twinkle in the deepening sky. The air was crisp and cool, carrying the faint scent of blooming night flowers. It was in this serene moment that they both realized how much they had grown, not just in understanding, but in spirit. Joran, Lyra began, her voice a gentle melody in the quiet evening. I never imagined I would find such warmth and acceptance so far from home. You've taught me that there's so much more to the universe than I ever knew. Joran smiled, his eyes reflecting the starlight. And you've shown me the beauty in things I've never seen, Lyra. Our worlds may be different, but our hearts are not. They sat in companionable silence for a while, watching the stars dance across the sky. It was a silence filled with unspoken words and shared understanding, a testament to the bond they had forged. In time, Lyra knew she would have to return to Crystalon. Her people would be waiting, eager to hear tales of her journey. But she also knew that part of her heart would remain on Verdantia, among the gentle hills and the friends she had found. When the day came for her departure, Joran accompanied her to the spacecraft, the grass whispering beneath their feet. At the threshold of the ship, they paused, a bittersweet moment hanging in the air. Promise you'll come back, Joran said, his voice a mix of hope and longing. Lyra nodded, her eyes bright with emotion. I will, Joran, and until then, I'll carry the warmth of Verdantia with me. With a final embrace, Lyra stepped into the ship, the hatch closing behind her with a soft hum. As the spacecraft lifted into the sky, Joran watched, his heart full of gratitude for the friendship that had enriched his life. And so, beneath the endless stars, a promise was made, a promise of return, of continued friendship, and of the enduring bond between two unlikely companions from different worlds. As the spacecraft disappeared into the heavens, Joran knew that no matter the distance, their friendship would remain a guiding light, as constant and as brilliant as the stars above. For in the vast tapestry of the universe, there are no strangers, only friends yet to be met, and journeys yet to be shared. And it was this understanding that would lead Lyra and Joran back to one another, time and time again, across the stars and through the ages. In the heart of the whispering woods, where sunlight filtered through ancient, towering trees and cast dappled patterns on the soft forest floor, there nestled a quaint little village. The village was known as Willowbrook, famous for its lush gardens and the gentle, melodic hum of the river that wound its way through the land. In Willowbrook, the residents lived harmoniously with the magical creatures that dwelled in the forest. Among these creatures were the Fae, tiny beings with wings like gossamer, who tended to the flowers and whispered secrets to the wind. There were also the wise owls, who perched high above in their leafy abodes, watching over the village with kind, knowing eyes. One peaceful evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and painted the sky in hues of orange and purple, an unusual event began to unfold. The villagers noticed that each morning the flowers in their gardens were blooming in peculiar patterns, spirals and stars, unlike anything they had seen before. The villagers were puzzled, for these flowers seemed to change their formations overnight, as if by some unseen hand. Among the villagers was a gentle-hearted girl named Leora. Her curiosity was as boundless as the forest itself, and she had a knack for noticing the smallest details. Leora loved the mysteries of the woods and often spent her days exploring its hidden paths and listening to the stories told by the forest creatures. Determined to uncover the mystery of the changing flowers, Leora set out one misty morning, her heart full of excitement. She wandered through the village, her senses alive with the scent of fresh earth and the sound of leaves whispering in the breeze. As she approached the edge of the village, she was greeted by the soft, musical laughter of the Fae, who flitted around her like a shower of glittering rain. "Good morning, Leora," sang a Fae with wings that shimmered like pearls. "What brings you to the woods today?" "Good morning, dear friends," Leora replied with a smile. "I'm hoping to solve the mystery of the enchanted flowers. Have you seen anything unusual in the forest?" The Fae exchanged knowing glances, their eyes twinkling with mischief and delight. "Perhaps you should speak with Elderwise," suggested another Fae, her voice as gentle as a lullaby. "He knows many things and might have the answers you seek." Eager to visit Elderwise, the wise old owl, Leora thanked the Fae and made her way deeper into the forest. The air was cool and fragrant with the scent of pine and wildflowers, and as she walked, the ground beneath her feet felt like a soft, comforting carpet of moss. Elderwise's home was a grand, ancient oak tree, its bark gnarled and wise, and its branches spreading wide like welcoming arms. Leora approached the tree with reverence and called up into the leafy heights. "Elderwise, wise owl of the forest, may I speak with you?" From high above, a gentle hoot echoed through the branches, followed by the soft rustling of feathers. Elderwise descended gracefully, his eyes as deep and mysterious as the night sky fixed kindly upon her. "Ah, young Leora," he said, his voice a warm, resonant melody. "What brings you to my tree this fine day?" Leora explained the strange occurrences in the village gardens, her voice filled with wonder and a touch of concern. Elderwise listened intently, nodding his head with understanding. "Ah, the flowers," he mused, his gaze turning thoughtful. "I have heard whispers of a playful spirit who roams the woods at night. This spirit, known as the petal weaver, delights in creating beauty in the most unexpected ways." Leora's eyes widened with intrigue. "The petal weaver? How fascinating! But why would this spirit visit our village?" Elderwise chuckled softly, a sound like the rustling of autumn leaves. "The petal weaver is drawn to places where love and harmony dwell. Your village, with its kind hearts and gentle ways, is a beacon to such a spirit. Perhaps it seeks to share its joy with you all." Leora nodded, her heart swelling with warmth at the thought. "Thank you, Elderwise. I shall share this with the villagers. Perhaps we can find a way to welcome the petal weaver." With a grateful heart, Leora made her way back to the village, her mind alive with ideas. As evening fell and the stars began to twinkle in the clear night sky, the villagers gathered in the square, eager to hear what she had discovered. Leora shared Elderwise's wisdom, her voice soft and soothing as she spoke. "The petal weaver means us no harm. It seeks to share its joy and art with us. I believe if we welcome it with open hearts, we might come to understand its ways." The villagers nodded, their faces alight with understanding and acceptance. That night they decided to leave small gifts of appreciation in their gardens, tiny lanterns, delicate ribbons, and fragrant herbs, hoping to show the petal weaver their gratitude. As the moon cast its gentle glow over Willowbrook, the petal weaver appeared, unseen by human eyes, but sensed in the gentle rustling of petals and the soft shimmer of moonlight on the flowers. It saw the villagers' gifts and felt their warmth and gratitude. The next morning, the village awoke to a wondrous sight. Each garden was a tapestry of breathtaking beauty, with flowers arranged in patterns that spoke of joy and friendship. The air was filled with a sense of magic and peace, and the villagers knew their hearts had made a new friend. From that day on, the petal weaver became a cherished part of Willowbrook's lore, its visits bringing delight and wonder to the village. And Leora, with her gentle spirit and love for the mysteries of the world, continued to explore the forest, knowing that the greatest magic of all was the love and kindness shared among friends. As the fire crackled softly and the shadows danced on the walls, the tale of Willowbrook and the petal weaver lulled the village into a restful slumber. their dreams filled with the colors and fragrances of a world where magic and friendship intertwined like the petals of a never-ending blossom.